Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 501. A Necessary Demonstration. After traveling around the city of Innsbruck for a good bit, Berenger, Lietbert, and Ishvar had gathered at the Innsbruck Armory. While some of the production capacity for the Austrian Royal Army was conducted here, the overwhelming majority of the goods manufactured in this facility were designed with export in mind. Whether that be to their allies in the form of flintlocks and 12-pound cannons, or to non-allied nations with arquebuses and falconets. As the men walked through the facility, they witnessed sights of thousands of firearms stacked into pallets dedicated for export. With the victories in Iberia, and the ongoing massacre against the Eastern Coalition, the demand for firearms and gunpowder had increased substantially. Berenger had not only begun to outfit the entire Byzantine and Granadon armies with their weapons and armor, but he had also supplied foreign kingdoms that were non-hostile, such as Wallachia, and the Kalmar Union with large quantities of arquebuses and falconets. The value of the international arms trade that Austria handled had grown significantly. When Ishvar gazed upon the thousands of stockpiled firearms, and the hundreds of cannons, he could hardly believe his eyes. This small kingdom in the West had such substantial manufacturing ability to make so many weapons, and keep them stockpiled. He wondered why they did not employ them in their own armed forces. Curiosity got the better of him, and he uttered his thoughts unknowingly. With so many firearms, why have you not employed them in your armed forces? When Berenger and Lietbert heard this, they both broke out into laughter. It was only after a few moments where the two men were able to calm themselves and explain their reasoning for not employing these more primitive weapons. You see, these weapons are obsolete compared to the ones employed by our armed forces, by several generations of technological advancements. We would never sell our advanced weapons to foreign kingdoms even if they're allies. Look at this, for example. Upon saying this, Berenger grabbed an arquebus and a flintlock musket from their two opposing racks, and inspected them to make sure they were clear before properly handling the firearms. The difference in size and weight between the two guns was quite substantial, and thus he handed them over one at a time to the ambassador from the East. I suppose you are familiar with the arquebus by now. It is a primitive firearm which uses a slow-burning match to ignite the powder in the pan and send an iron, stone, or lead ball down range. This weapon takes anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute to reload in the hands of a skilled individual and has an effective range of at best 100 feet. This is the weapon can penetrate through most forms of armor at close range, and your average levy can be appropriately trained in its use in a matter of weeks, thus greatly enhancing the capabilities of most feudal armies. However, when compared to the weapons we provide to our allies, it is severely lacking. Ishvar inspected the weapon and was surprised when he heard it was a primitive model supplied to neutral nations. In his eyes, it was the most advanced handheld firearm he had ever laid eyes on. Thus, when Berenger handed him the rifled musket, he was even more astounded. With a proud smile on his face, the Austrian king explained this weapon's capabilities. This is a more advanced firearm. We call it the flintlock. Because of certain classified manufacturing techniques, this weapon has superior range and rate of fire when compared to the matchlock arquebus. A soldier armed with this weapon, who is trained efficiently in its use, can hit a man-sized target out to roughly 300 yards. Perhaps even further if he is a marksman. A skilled operator can reload it in about 20 seconds. This is the standard arm of our allies, impressive enough in its own right, but 2 generations behind what we are currently supplying our armed forces with. Come, let us show you how effective the weapons you will purchase really are. Ishvar could hardly believe what he was being told. Was Austria really so far ahead militarily than the rest of the world? When he remembered the trains he had taken, the ironclad vessels, he considered perhaps Berenger was not bluffing. Berenger and Lietbert quickly led the man to the testing field, where all weapons were test-fired, before being given a proof mark certifying that they were up to spec for combat use. In the hands of a platoon of soldiers from the garrison, many arquebuses were loaded. The men poured the black powder down the muzzle before placing a lead ball in its bore and packing it down with a ramrod. After doing this, they placed some black powder from their flasks onto the pans, before lighting a slow-burning match and placing it on the device which held it in place. The men then cocked the action back, took aim at a series of straw targets set up 25 feet away which wore a steel breastplate in the style commonly worn by knights of the era, and squeezed the lever that acted as a primitive trigger. The match landed on the powdered pan and ignited its contents, sending a coordinated volley down range and into the targets, punching many holes straight through the steel plates and into the straw targets behind it. Ishvar was amazed, just like the old general had said. It truly could defeat Western armor. When Berenger saw the excited look in the man's eyes, a proud smile spread across his lips as he spoke of the grandeur of such weapons on the battlefield. Imagine this. You have an army of 5,000 men, each one of them equipped with this weapon. Your enemies are charging at your lines, and your soldiers fire a volley of these weapons down range and into their enemies. At what point do the survivors break ranks and flee for their lives? Ishvar was thoroughly convinced that his father's armies needed these weapons if they wished to maintain control over their dying empire. However, a thought occurred in his mind as he was imagining the future conflicts they would engage in. Thus, he asked the question on his mind, hoping for an appropriate response. You say these weapons take 30 seconds to a minute to reload? Then what happens when the enemy realizes this and attacks our ranks before our soldiers can fire another volley? Berenger did not hesitate to answer this question. Instead, a smile formed on his face as he whistled to the soldiers of the garrison. In doing so, the men pulled out their bayonets, which looked more like medieval daggers, and plugged them into the bore of their arquebuses, where they lunged forward in standard drills. These are plug bayonets. After you have fired your shot, you withdraw it from your belt and place that handle of the weapon into your arquebus's bore. In doing so, you have effectively turned your firearm into a spear for melee combat. A fair bit of advice. Ensure that your troops are well trained not to equip their bayonet with a loaded weapon. If you were to accidentally fire your arquebus while the bayonet is in place, it could end poorly. The ambassador from the east had a wide smile on his face. Despite the downsides to such a weapon, it was still superior to standard infantry use than anything he had come across. Truly, the Austrians had thought of everything when designing this weapon. With this in mind, Ishvar was eager to set an order for the purchase and delivery of these excellent weapons. Tell me, how much does one of these arquebuses cost? Berenger grinned when he heard this before responding by raising 3 fingers. My standard rate for the arquebuses is 3 Austrian guldens per arquebus, while the rate for falconets is 20 guldens per falconet. If you buy in bulk, so let's say 1,000 arquebuses or 10 falconets, they'll give you a 10% discount on your overall price. I only accept Austrian guldens for trade, so if you have brought your local currency, then you will have to conduct a currency exchange with the National Bank of Austria. Since I am unfamiliar with the value of the currency you use in your empire, I won't be able to give you an estimate of the exchange rate. However, you should know there is no debasement in my currency, thus it is extremely pure and of high value. The Anagpur ambassador nodded his head in silence. If he truly wanted to gain sufficient arms for his father's army, he would have to consult with the man himself and explain just how effective these weapons were in person. Otherwise, he could never receive the approval for such an expense. After careful consideration, Ishvar finally conveyed these thoughts to Berenger. I will have to return to my homeland and consult with the emperor about the expense. I am certain it is well worth the price, but I simply do not have the authority to negotiate such a large sum of money. I will convey your asking price to my father and inform him of the effectiveness of these weapons. I thank you for the hospitality you have shown me. Berenger struggled to maintain a smile as he heard this. The simple thought in his mind was too rude to speak aloud. Next time, send a delegate who has the authority to complete the transaction, you fucking amateurs. Ultimately, he forced a cordial smile and nodded his head before responding. Very well. I look forward to your return. Come, let us travel to Kufstein. From there, you can fetch your delegation and take the next train to Trieste. After saying this, Berenger and Ishvar depart from the city of Innsbruck, leaving Lietbert behind to govern the city. Chapter 502, Marching on Warsaw. Eckhard stood at the front of his army. Since the battle which resulted in the death of the Polish prince, the Austrian general had crushed every armed force he had come across. Now, after weeks of struggle, he had reached the city of Warsaw, the current capital of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. As Eckhard gazed through his binoculars, he released a heavy sigh. Despite his best efforts to coerce the Polish king to surrender, the only thing he could see were signs of resistance within the city. For whatever reason, the madman had chosen to fight until his last dying breath against the Austro-Bohemian alliance. As the trebuchets were behind the castle's walls and prepared for combat, Eckhard simply waved his hand, in doing so giving his artillery brigades the silent order to unleash hell upon the hostile city. Krakow was a massacre. It was a show of force intending to display what happens when Austria's citizens were attacked. Yet here in Warsaw, Eckhard had no plans to annihilate the city. Instead, he simply wanted to eliminate the enemy soldiers upon the ramparts. With crackling thunder, the roars of the 7.5 centimeters high explosive shells shot out of the bores of their cannons and whistled in the air. Seconds later, they fell precisely onto their targets, resulting in a catastrophic explosion directly upon the Polish trebuchets. The fiery blasts engulfed more than just the siege weapons. Each shell was capable of annihilate anything within 100 square meters. thus snuffing the souls of those unfortunate to be within the blast range. As the artillery crews reloaded their guns and prepared to fire another round onto the city, Eckhard held up his hand, ceasing their actions. Hold your fire. The nearby officers relayed his orders to their troops, and the barrage came to an immediate halt. In the distance, a tattered white flag flew above the city's gates. Finally, somebody with some sense was willing to surrender before any further blood needed to be shed. Eckhard grabbed a hold of a lance and attached a white flag to its shaft as he rode out with his personal guard, to meet with whichever man had the conscience to end this senseless slaughter before the entire city was massacred. After meeting the host halfway, Eckhard noticed that the man across from him was roughly Berengar's age. He had a grim expression on his face. Eckhard recognized it the moment he saw it, because it was the same expression he wore every time he looked at his reflection. This was the stare of a man who had endured 100 battles and was too tired to give a damn any longer. The young knight unleashed his sword, in doing so provoking Eckhard's guards, who raised their needle rifles preparing for combat. However, before they could pull the triggers, the man tossed the sword away. Upon witnessing this scene, Eckhard could have sworn he heard an echo the moment its steel blade clashed with the dirt below. The young man spoke with a voice full of bitterness and defeat as his lifeless eyes gazed upon Eckhard with a look of understanding. The city, if yours, on behalf of the people of Poland, I hereby surrender to the Kingdom of Austria and its mighty army. Whatever you wish to do with the royal family is no concern of ours. I promise you we will not halt your advance to the palace. Whatever our mad king might tell you, we are done fighting. Enough blood has been shed already. Eckhard clutched the stuffed rabbit in his hand, which was stained in the blood of the Polish prince. He gazed upon it softly before looking over towards the young commander with a questioning gaze. You would disobey a direct order from you, king? Surprisingly, the man scoffed as he gazed upon the rabbit in Eckhard's hand. He knew exactly who it belonged to, and could make an educated guess as to how the Austrian field marshal came by it. Tell me, how did obeying orders work out for our fallen prince? Now it was Eckhard's turn to scoff as he responded with a single word. Poorly. Upon hearing this, the knight snapped his reins and prepared to depart with his men. As he passed by Eckhard, he left one last statement. Go, the path towards the palace is clear. Do with the royal family as you please. Upon hearing this, Eckhard nodded his head in silence, before yelling towards his men. The city is ours. You know the king's law as well as I. No harm shall come to the civilians now that the city has surrendered. After making his orders clear, Eckhard rode off towards the palace. As the Polish commander had said, his path was completely unobstructed. Every soldier within the city had laid down their arms long before the Austrians entered. There was a look of complete and total defeat on the faces of the civilian populace, as if all hope for victory had died with their prince. After riding through the streets, Eckhard entered the palace. The guards who once protected the royal family had opened the gates wide for their conquerors. After reaching a certain point, Eckhard dismounted from his steed and walked through the entrance unchallenged. He continued to walk through the halls until he entered the throne room where the King of Poland sat with lifeless eyes upon realizing he was totally defeated. By his side was his family, who clung together in fear of what reprisal the Austrian field marshal might take. When the princess saw the bloody rabbit in Eckhard's hands, she fell to her knees and broke out into tears. Eckhard raised the rabbit in the air and noticed the girl's eyes following it. Upon seeing her bitter expression, he tossed the rabbit to her before making a snide remark. I believe this belongs to you. A brave man died, ensuring that it was safe and protected. It is a pity. If you, father, had only given in to our demands sooner, he would still be alive. The king could no longer keep his silence, and erupted into a state of total fury. You bastards killed my son. Yet you blame me for his death. The nerve you Austrians have. Eckhard merely scoffed at the deflection before chastising the man for his own foolishness. We never wanted this war. In fact, we gave you some fairly clear and reasonable demands. Hand over the territory that rightfully belongs to the German people, and no bloodshed need to occur. Yet in your stubbornness, you rejected our consideration for the lives of your people and attacked our civilians. Such criminal behavior cannot be tolerated, and so we acted in retribution, and in doing so killed hundreds of thousands of your people. Even then, we offered you peace once more. All you needed to do was submit to our demands. And yet, undeterred by our might, you sent your son and an army to their deaths. We can't be held responsible for your foolish actions. Allow me to make this abundantly clear to you. Your armies are defeated. What remains of them have abandoned you, and your family. The fact that you are still alive is simple proof that I am not a wicked man, and have no desire to see any further bloodshed. You have two options: you can either submit, or you can refuse me once more and I will be forced to remove your head. I will then give your oldest living son the same offer I have given you. Choose wisely. The Polish king bit his lips so hard that they bled. He had no desire to do as he was instructed, but he knew he had no choice in the matter. Thus, with a heavy sigh, he calmed himself before nodding his head in agreement. Very well, I King Andrei Jagiellon hereby surrender to the Kingdom of Austria, and agree to all of its demands. A bitter smile etched itself upon Eckhard's visage as he heard this. After a few moments of silence, he issued a command to guards. Seize the girl. The moment he said this, the guards approached Natalia and her mother where they ripped her away from her parents. She cried miserably as the guards took her away. The Polish king tried to get in the way, but Eckhard ruthlessly punched him in the gut, dropping him to his knees. With a hate-filled glare, the man struggled to question Eckhard's actions. Why? In response to this, Eckhard merely sneered in disdain before turning around and signaling his soldiers to withdraw. As he was close to the exit, he finally answered the man's question. Because I don't trust you. The moment I withdraw my armies from these lands, you will turn on me, I am sure of it. By doing this, you will force me to exit my well-earned retirement, also I can clean up the mess you created. Thus, to prevent such unscrupulous behavior on your behalf, I will now take your daughter as a ward for King Berenger. Hopefully, you care more for her life than you do her brother's. Though Natalia kicked and screamed, ultimately they dragged away her from her family and brought her back to Austria, where she would live as Berengar's ward for many years. The war with Poland-Lithuania was officially over. As for the rest of the Eastern Coalition, they would be back with a vengeance soon enough. Chapter 503. A long-forgotten prophecy. Weeks had passed since the day that the Indian delegation began their long journey home. Currently, the regent of the Anagpur Empire Chandra Tamara stood within the confines of the imperial palace, in the northwestern corner of the Indian subcontinent. While his nephew was technically the emperor, he was, in the fact, the one who held all the power that remained within the hands of his dynasty. In his hands was an ancient scroll which contained a prophecy as foretold by an obscure oracle whose name had been lost to history. However, one thing was certain. Every word that this prophet spoke had come to pass throughout the course of history. This included the rise of the Anagpur Empire, the centuries of prosperity they had lived through, and its eventual decline. As a fervent believer in the prophecies spoken by this oracle, Chandra was worried about one sentence in particular. Though the passage was short and rather cryptic, he believed it was only a matter of time before it became reality. As he read through the lines of the prophecy for the millionth time in his life, the regent's lips quivered in trepidation. In an era of strife and regression, a princess will seduce a one-eyed devil from the west. At her behest, this fiend shall bring his endless hordes to bear upon the Indus River Valley, deposing the shadow behind the throne while placing the offspring of their unholy union as sovereign over all of India. In doing so, the half-breed will ensure centuries of his people's servitude to their foreign masters. The moment Chandra read these words, he shivered. He had consulted many scholars over the years, and the wisest of them all had confirmed that they were living within the era of strife and regression, as foretold in the prophecy. Though the princess of the empire was only a little girl at the moment, Chandra knew that one day she would grow into a great beauty and fulfill the prophecy, ensuring that he would ultimately lose the wealth and power he currently held. There was nothing more important in the regent's mind than living out a life of hedonism during the last days of his family's empire. In his mind, there was no conceivable way to save them from their current problems. Even the vast fortune that his ancestors had gained was depleting at an astonishing rate. Yet, the emperor foolishly wished to waste what remained of their wealth on weapons from the West that held no certainty of functioning as advertised. Thus, the man sighed heavily as he placed the scroll back within the confines of the palace's library. He internally to prevent this prophecy from becoming reality no matter what the cost. After returning the scroll whence it came, Chandra returned to the great hall where his nephew Daria sat on the throne. The regent sneered at the boy emperor. Though he may sit on the seat of power, he held no influence over the empire's politics, or even the wealth of its treasury. However, when he rounded the corner, he was surprised to see that his own son was kneeling before the boy and spouting nonsense about his journey. Evidently Ishvar had taken an Austrian clipper as transport to the Red Sea, before boarding another vessel on the other side, which brought him back to his homeland. It was the only way to explain the swiftness of his journey between the two kingdoms. Your Majesty, the Kingdom of Austria in the west is where those weapons were manufactured. It is a realm like no other. Such wealth and prosperity are truly unfathomable. I rode on a device called a train, which was like a chain of long carriages that operated entirely without animal power, and at speed so high I could hardly believe it. Not only was this device fast, but it was luxurious too, displaying the wealth of the Austrian kingdom to all foreigners who wished to buy a ticket. On top of this, the king was kind enough to show me around the weapons factory where they manufactured the weapons you saw. They had thousands of them lying in wait to be sold and could produce hundreds a day. I saw the weapons employed against Western-style armor, and at a distance of 30 feet, they could penetrate through the thickest portion of a knight's breastplate as if the projectile were going through butter. It is of my opinion that if we wish to quell the unrest within our borders, and defeat the enemies who are at our gates, then we should invest in these weapons. Upon hearing this last part, Chandra could no longer contain his inner fury, and burst out of his hiding spot where he lectured his son for his overeager behavior. Do you honestly expect the emperor to believe such tall tales? A chain of wagons carried across the lands at high speed with no horses to power it? What next, ships made of steel? It is simply absurd. Your Majesty, do not listen to the foolishness that your cousin spouts. The boy must have been intoxicated during his stay in this foreign land. Despite Chandra's protests, Daria was interested in procuring these weapons. He realized that gaining these weapons for his personal guard, which was loyal only to the crown of Anagpur, would increase his chances of retaining power over the throne should he be forced to engage in a civil war against his uncle. Despite his desire to purchase these weapons, he was not in charge of Anagpur's finances, and thus could not easily do so. Thus, he ignored his uncle and instead inquired about the cost of such weapons. Ishvar, tell me, what is the price to pay to gain such weapons? The emperor's cousin frowned when he heard this response. He knew that the asking price was not something that his father would easily agree to. However, he did not hide this and answered honestly. The Austrians were adamant that we use their currency to purchase their weapons. Apparently, in the Western world, the Austrian thaler and gulden have become the staple of international trade because of their purity and value. For example, one Austrian gulden is worth 490 Austrian thalers. However, the thaler, which is their silver coin, is worth substantially more than ours. This means we would have to spend a significant sum of our silver coins to exchange for a single gulden. Your Majesty, I hate to say it, but if you wish to outfit your armies with these weapons, it will be a considerable expense. While Daria was eager to spend the money necessary to outfit his army, Chandra stepped in and prevented the transaction from continuing. Absolutely not. I will not allow you to waste so much money on such novelties. For the good of the empire, I must put my food down and prevent this transaction. These Austrians are trying to con you out of your family's fortune. Daria sneered when he heard his uncle's retort. He knew the only reason the man was preventing this arms deal from occurring was because he wanted to waste that sum on frivolous luxuries for himself. Despite this, he was not in any place to overrule his decision. Thus he sighed heavily and admitted defeat. Perhaps he was doomed to lose all of his authority as the emperor. However, fate would have it that Berenger left a good impression on the young ambassador, and in doing so, more importantly, Ishvar wanted to continue to visit Austria in the future. After returning to his family's medieval empire, he felt an overwhelming sense of depression. Thus, he was quick to negotiate on behalf of the emperor, despite it being against his father's wishes. Father, surely we can spare some funds to update the equipment of the Tiger Guard? It is no secret they are currently issued centuries-old equipment that is well past the point of serviceability. How can we expect them to protect the emperor from our family's enemies if they are under-equipped? The Royal Guard of Anagpur, also known as the Tiger Guard, was an elite military unit of roughly 1,000 men designed to protect the emperor and the royal family. Unlike the army, which answered to various corrupt generals who were in Chandra's pocket, the Tiger Guard acted solely on the orders of the emperor. It was explicitly because of this that Chandra had ensured they were under-equipped and underfunded. Until now, there had been no objection to this lack of funding and supplies. However, it was something that was well known, and if Chandra denied this request, he could not deny his plot to keep the emperor poorly protected in preparation for the eventuality of his usurpation. Such a thing would easily be considered treason. Thus, he had no choice but to agree to this request. In doing so, he sighed heavily before responding. Very well. If you truly believe these new weapons are suitable for the Tiger Guard, I suppose we can afford the expense. However, if they do not live up to their reputation, and the emperor is harmed because of this, I will hold you personally responsible. Do you understand, my son? Ishvar nodded his head in silence. He understood what his father was planning and secretly despised it. Ishvar was a man who still had faith in his empire's ability to survive its current troubles. However, so long as his father was in charge of the empire, it will decline rapidly. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about such a thing. Corruption was rampant in every facet of society, and anyone who could end Chandra's tyranny was either dead or paid for by the tyrant himself. However, if the Tiger Guard was appropriately supplied with arquebuses and falconets, they could at the very least hold off any attempt to overthrow the emperor long enough for the boy to escape. A life in exile was certainly better than death. Ishvar turned and faced his cousin with a look of pity on his face. He did not envy the boy in the slightest, or the burdens he had to bear. However, if there was one person in this world who could invoke a greater sense of sympathy in Ishvar's young heart, it was the princess. Doomed to be locked away from the world at large, a prisoner in her own room simply because her uncle was obsessed with a long-forgotten prophecy. Truly, it was a shame. Chapter 504, Retaliation via Proxy. Deep within the confines of the imperial palace of the Byzantine emperor was the personal quarters of the first Prince Quintus. Since his brother's maiming in Austria's retaliation, he had received larger support from the aristocracy than he had previously. With the warrior prince wounded to such a savage degree, the hawkish faction had declined in power. Despite this, dissentious influence over his most hardcore supporters continued to exist, and in doing so, he had infiltrated his brother's allies. While the emperor had accepted the Mamluk Sultanate's blame for the attack on his son, and was preparing for war, Dissentious would never roll over and allow the attack on his life to go unpunished. If he could not harm Berenger or his family directly, then at the very least he could empower his enemies. Thus an agent of the second prince who had infiltrated Quintus' allies was currently in the first prince's quarters searching for a critical piece of information, hoping to leak it to the Western world. While Quintus was away on diplomatic business, the perfect opportunity had presented itself for Dissentious and what little remained of his faction. Thus, the man in question was frantically searching through the first prince's quarters, looking for the object of his mission. However, after a thorough search, he had yet to find the leather-bound journal which Berenger had gifted to the Empire, hoping to improve their agriculture. He was at his wit's end. Of course, until he tripped over an out-of-place tile on the floor. After rising to his feet and rubbing his head, the spy noticed the damaged flooring and inspected it. After successfully removing the tile in question, he found the object of his desires. A large leather-bound journal was hidden away beneath the floor. A look of excitement appeared on the man's face as he grabbed a hold of the book and searched through its contents, confirming that it was, in fact, the journal he was looking for. After obtaining the object, he quickly placed the loose tile back in its natural position before absconding from the first prince's quarters and returning to his master. Upon entering Dissentious' room where he lay, wounded and disfigured, a smile appeared on the undamaged half of the man's face before he asked on his mind, "Did you get it?" The spy nodded his head with satisfaction before handing over the journal to his master. When Dissentious read through its contents, it filled him with joy. He could finally get back at Austria for what they did to him. Thus, he gave his next commands to his agent with a wicked smile on his face. Copy down all the information in this text, and translate it to Latin, then send it to the papacy anonymously. Those Catholic bastards will most likely distribute all the information in this text to the Catholic world. Soon Berengar's stranglehold over the food supply of Europe will come to an end. The spy nodded his head before bowing towards his master. "It will be done, Your Majesty." After saying this, he departed from the second prince's quarters, where he quickly got to work on the task at hand. Several weeks later, in the heart of the papacy, Pope Julius sat on his throne with a distressed appearance. The man had practically aged 20 years since he had first taken the papal throne a few years prior. Berengar's attempts to put an end to papal power in Europe had taken a toll on the man's physical and mental health. With all the German cardinals defecting towards the so-called German Reformation, he was now in a terrible state. Southern and eastern Germany had fallen into the clutches of Berenger the Accursed. Only the northern states remained defiant to the self-proclaimed Austrian king and his heresy. Catholicism had rapidly deteriorated in the southern and eastern German regions. In response to the Catholic Church's persecution of reformists, the South German Confederation and the states within it had seized the assets of Catholic monasteries and cathedrals alike. With the support of the former German cardinals, the German Reformation had persecuted its former masters, and by now Catholicism within the borders of southern Germany was virtually non-existent. However, though the papacy was losing power and influence by the day, its many loyal followers in Western and Eastern Europe had donated a substantial sum of wealth. In doing so, the Catholic Church could now fund the manufacture of firearms for their Crusader orders. Though they utterly failed to replicate the flintlock mechanism, because of a lack of access to spring steel, the captured muskets from the war in Italy a few years prior had provided several insights to the Catholic Church where they should focus on developing firearms. Because of this, they could upgrade the basic arquebuses obtained from the war in Iberia with some of what they learned from studying the rifled flintlock muskets captured during the war in Italy, and could now create a crude blend of the two designs, which were being supplied to the Crusader armies while Julius sat upon the throne of papal power. While Julius was pondering all these changes to his Crusader armies, a servant burst through the door, holding onto a relatively thick leather-bound journal. There was an excited glint in his eyes as he knelt before the Pope and presented him with the gift. "Your Holiness, an anonymous source has presented you with a gift. It appears to be a journal containing many of the technological innovations used in Austria's agriculture. The most likely source of this information is a faction within the Byzantine Empire who is hostile towards Berenger the Accursed." Pope Julius broke out into laughter as he heard this comments and immediately stood up from his throne and prayed towards the heaven. "I knew you had not abandoned us." After saying this, he snatched hold of the leather-bound journal and began flipping through its contents. This was just the thing he needed to abate the current food shortage crisis that existed throughout the Catholic world. Currently, Berenger held a stranglehold over the food surplus. Unlike the rest of Europe, Austria had grown a significant surplus, and was currently using it as ransom over their neighbors, who were suffering from famine. Now Julius had the means to grow a surplus of his own within southern Italy, and after a few harvests use it as a means to restore faith in the church. Only those loyal to the papacy would receive aid in these dire times. Thus, with this plan in action, Julius handed the journal back to the servant and gave him his orders. Send this to Emperor Balsamo, and order him to implement these practices across the Kingdom of Naples and what few lands the Holy Roman Empire still hold in the Balkans. Tell him whatever the expense is, the papacy will gladly pay for it. The servant smiled before agreeing to this request. Yes, Your Holiness. I will dispatch this to the emperor immediately. After saying this, the servant left his master alone with his thoughts. While Julius sat back down on his seat of power, he smiled wickedly as he thought about the day he finally overcame Berenger and his legions of the damned. Just you wait, Berenger von Kufstein. When I launch my crusade, you and your armies won't be able to stand against the might of God and his church. You and your demonic dynasty will perish from this world and spend an eternity in hell. I will make sure of it. After expressing these thoughts aloud, the Pope shifted his attention back to the means of arming his supporters with the appropriate weapons. Though he knew Austria continued to advance in terms of military technology at a rapid rate, he was entirely unafraid, for now his soldiers would have the ability to effectively combat the Austrian army, or so he thought. It was not just matchlock muskets that were being introduced to the Crusader forces, but bayonets and 6-pound cannons. Though they weren't explosive like the primitive shells launched from Berengar's early artillery pieces, they were far more advanced than anything currently being used by the enemies of Berenger. The improvements to the Catholic forces that had been reverse-engineered by captured Austrian tech were sure to have an effect on the battlefields across Europe, and the world as a whole. Soon the rest of Europe would be able to create military technology that was on par with the renaissance of Berengar's past life. Berengar's actions in this world had sparked a desire within the European nations to compete with his mighty kingdom. In doing so, the Renaissance was bound to begin earlier in this timeline than in Berengar's past life. All that was necessary for this revival of culture and science was the collapse of the Catholic Church and its influence over the Western world. The upcoming crusade against Berenger would be a turning point in world history, whether it destroyed the Catholic Church and caused the unification of a great German empire, or resulted in the death of Berenger and the collapse of his fledgling kingdom. Either way, it was sure to have major consequences on the timeline. Chapter 505. A near-death experience. The King of Austria stood in the mountains outside of the capital city of his realm. Beside him was the young Prince Hans, who was the age of 5 this year. In this child's hands was a rifle, specifically constructed with the purpose of training youth in the operation of firearms. This rifle was a scaled-down version of the G22 service rifle chambered in a unique centerfire cartridge modeled after the .22 Hornet from Berengar's previous life, the primary difference being its use of black powder. The king corrected his son's shooting stance before taking a step back and instructing the prince in the proper use of the firearm. Hans, you must line up the rear notch with the front sight post. After both are in line with your target, take a deep breath and squeeze the trigger. Make sure the stock of your rifle is embedded firmly in your shoulder before firing. Hans nodded to his father's words before doing as instructed. After a few moments of preparation, he took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. In doing so, a loud bang resounded in the air, and the .22 projectile flew down range and towards the steel target. Berenger looked through his binoculars to witness the projectile impacting the target and boldly declared his success. A smile formed on the prince's face as he heard the feedback of his successful hit shortly after his father's declaration. Having achieved his first successful shot, the boy looked over at his father with a wide smile in doing so, shifting the muzzle of his rifle toward the king. I did it. Despite the boy's achievement, his father was far from pleased, and he immediately reacted by disarming the boy and shoving him towards the ground. After doing so, he cleared the weapon to ensure its safety before tossing it onto the grass beside his child. Never point your weapon towards something you don't intend to destroy. I don't care if you just fired your shot and you think it to be safe. Do not point your weapon at me unless you intend to kill me, boy. A tear formed in the prince's eye as he gazed upon his father's cruelty. However, Berenger merely sneered in disdain before lecturing his son further. Hans, you are my son, and one day you will be a man. Listen well to my advice and take it to heart. Men do not cry in the presence of others. We do not have the luxury to show such weakness. If you wish to cry, do so when you are alone. Now get up and prepare to fire another round downrange. The young prince immediately wiped the tears from his eyes and nodded his head towards his father. After dusting himself off, he grabbed a hold of his rifle and pointed it in a safe direction before pulling out a cartridge from his bandolier and placing it in the chamber. After shoving the bolt home, he aimed the rifle down range once more. However, this time, a white rabbit showed up on the range, and rather than shoot an inanimate object, Hans vented his frustration by shifting his aim towards the furry critter. After acquiring his target and taking a deep breath, he squeezed the trigger, sending the .22 projectile down range and through the rabbit's eye. After successfully killing the prey, Hans pulled back the bolt, ejecting the round before shouldering his rifle and staring at his father with a stern expression. This time, Berenger was far more pleased with the boy's actions and patted him on the back. Good shot. It looks like we will be eating rabbit for dinner tonight. I'm proud of you, killer. Hans smiled as he heard his father's praise before glancing toward the slain rabbit. There was a tinge of remorse in his heart after killing the creature, but after hearing his father's praise, only pride remained. Berenger ushered his son forward to collect his prize. Hans, go pick up the beast and bring it here. Afterward we will send a few more rounds down range and bring this bad boy home for your mother Yasmin to cook. The 5-year-old prince had an excited smile on his face when he heard this. He always enjoyed his foreign mother's exotic cooking. Thus, he did as instructed and retrieved the rabbit. However, while Hans approached the slain rabbit, he overheard rustle in the nearby bushes. Shortly thereafter, a wild wolf jumped out from its covering and pounced on him, instantly knocking him to the ground. The foul creature spent no time and immediately tried to tear at the young prince's neck. However, the boy reacted on instinct and shoved the stock of his rifle into the creature's jaws, preventing it from claiming his life. Face to face with a wild wolf, which stood atop him, desperately attempting to claim his life, Hans felt his life flash before his eyes. He struggled to prevent injury. His father ran towards him and grabbed a hold of the wild wolf, picking it up into the air and slamming it into the ground as hard as he could. Berenger pinned the wolf to the ground, before pulling out his bayonet and ruthlessly slicing its throat. Blood poured onto the ground as Hans gazed in horror at his father's vicious actions. Yet the violence did not end there. Enraged by the beast's attempt to murder his son, Berenger continued to repeatedly stab the creature long after death, until all of his anger was properly vented. By the time he was finished with the mutt, the young king of Austria was drenched in its blood, his otherwise handsome face coated in the viscous red substance. It was only then that he gazed over at his son, who looked at him in horror and checked on his condition. Berengar's expression instantly shifted from a sadistic psychopath to a caring father as he grabbed a hold of his 5-year-old son, who was shivering in fear after what had just transpired. The king searched the boy's body for wounds while inquiring about his health. Hans, are you okay? Did it bite you? Did it scratch you? Are you hurt at all? The young prince shook his head. Miraculously, not a single scratch existed on his body after such a frightful counter. In fact, he was more afraid of his father's actions than that of the wolf. Upon seeing that his son was okay, Berenger grabbed a hold of him tightly and kissed his forehead, hugging the boy as he struggled to contain the tears in his eyes. I thought I lost you. This is my fault. I should have been there with you to prevent something like this from happening. I won't ever let you down again. It was at this moment the bushes rustled once more. Berenger quickly pushed his son behind him as he wielded his bayonet, preparing for another conflict. However, in the next moment, a small wolf pup appeared from the bushes and gazed upon its dead mother. Berenger picked up the pup and was about to end its miserable existence when his son stopped him. Wait. When the king heard this, he shifted his gaze towards his son, his knife already at the throat of the infant wolf. Hans, this creature won't survive on its own. It is better to kill it now, than let it starve to death. A determined expression appeared on the prince's face as he nodded his head before making a request of his kingly father. I will take care of it. The Austrian monarch could not help but scoff when he heard this. You are but a child yourself. Do you have any idea what kind of responsibility that is? However, Hans did not waver. Instead, he brought up solid reasoning to his father about why he should care for the wolf pup. I am the reason its mother is dead. Therefore, the responsibility to ensure its survival falls to me. Berenger could tell his son was serious, and thus lowered his blade before tossing the infant wolf to its new master. You will feed it, walk it, and look after it. When it dies, you will be responsible for burying it. I will have no part in this. Make sure it has better manners than its mother, or I might just kill it after all. Hans nodded his head and grabbed hold of the pup, stuffing it under his arm, as he carried the creature with him. As for the rabbit, Berenger picked it up and slung it across his back before giving his son an order. Pick up your rifle. We're going home. I am sure your mother will be furious when she finds out about this, and I am the one who is going to have to suffer. Hans did not disobey his father's orders, and did as he was instructed. Thus, the king and the prince made the long trek back to the palace, this near-death experience, and the violence his father was willing to engage in to ensure his protection would forever linger in the boy's mind. Such a memory was bound to influence the boy's mind on the lengths a man should go to in order to ensure the safety of his family and his people. Future historians and psychologists would look back on this day as a key event in the prince's life, one that helped shape his personality. Chapter 506. Retirement Ceremony. The sounds of instruments filled the air, as the battle songs used by the Austrian army prevailed throughout the city of Kufstein. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth had surrendered. In doing so, Austria gained control of the easternmost portions of the German Empire from Berengar's previous life. The power of the South German Confederation had expanded once more. Eckhard sat atop his horse at the head of the formation, with the Polish princess Natalia in his lap. She was the prize he had brought home for the young Prince Hans. He expected to convince her father to make the girl one of his future brides, in doing so securing their place as overlords of the Kingdom of Poland. However, that was a discussion to be had later. The Austrian field marshal and his returning soldiers were heralded as war heroes, and given a grand ceremony upon entering the city of Kufstein. Berenger was always one for pageantry, and though Eckhard could not care less about such endeavors, he was forced to endure them for the sake of the Austria's propaganda efforts. With the Golden Horde in a state of civil war, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth crushed beneath the heel of the Austrian Royal Army, as well as the ongoing conflict from the various Rus states attempting to overthrow the yoke of their Golden Horde masters, Austria's newfound eastern borders were now secure. For all intents and purposes the war with the Eastern Coalition was over, and though the other two factions had not officially surrendered, it would be a long time before they managed to get their affairs in order to a point where they could pose a threat to Austria's newly conquered territory. Thus, this return celebration was more like a victory parade, as young unmarried women gathered on the sides of the streets and flew flowers at the feet of their conquering heroes. The Austrian soldiers had a gaze of prize as they marched down the main street of Kufstein towards the central plaza where their king waited to congratulate them on their overwhelming victory. Eventually, Eckhard ordered his trusty steed to a halt, and the army behind him followed suit. Standing on a podium above their position, the king in all his glory stood with a smile on his face. He cleared his throat before beginning his speech. I would like to thank all of you brave men for your contributions to the war against the Eastern Coalition, and though peace has been established between us and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, we must be wary of our enemies further east. The Golden Horde and their Rus slaves are still at war with us, and though they currently have their troubles, they will surely return in the future in an attempt to wrestle control of the regions you have conquered for themselves. For now, rest well, lick your wounds, and prepare yourselves for the future of our mighty kingdom. For the time being, those divisions who are fresh will take your place on the eastern borders, to ensure its safety as the region goes through a great transition under our annexation. Before you all return to your homes and loved ones, I want to make one last announcement. After years of service, and his many achievements in battle, Field Marshal Eckhard von Hallstatt will retire from his position. In his spare time, he will take up a position as a professor at the Kufstein Military Academy, where he will help instruct the next generation of officers with his vast knowledge of strategy, tactics, and logistics. For all the citizens of Austria, now is the time to give your thanks to this man and his years of service to our kingdom. Without him, I surely would not have been able to establish the mighty kingdom you all know and love today. Upon saying this, the tens of thousands of gathered citizens broke out into cheers and applause as they thanked Eckhard for his service. After silence prevailed, he walked towards the podium where Berenger stood, allowing the king to present his greatest general with one final award. For your years of service, and the endless support you have given your king and fatherland, I present you with two final honors. I, King Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name hereby, award you Eckhard von Hallstatt the position of Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, which through your efforts has recently been established as a chivalric order of our realm. I also award you and your descendants with the title of Grand Duke of Prussia, to rule over the lands you have conquered in this campaign from now until the end of time. Eckhard could hardly believe his ears. He had never desired, nor expected Berenger to give him a higher rank of nobility, or a leadership position in a chivalric order, and yet, here he stood the Grand Duke of Prussia, and the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. It was truly a fitting end to the lengthy military career of the Field Marshal. The middle-aged knight struggled to contain the tears in his eyes as he kneeled before his king. From the day I swore service to you, I have seen your infinite potential become reality. I swear on the honor of my name and house that my loyalty towards you and your dynasty shall never waver. This humble servant thanks you for your kindness and presents you with one final gift. After saying this, Eckhard stood up and whistled where his soldiers brought forth the young princess of Poland and handed her off to Eckhard. The girl was pouting as she gazed upon the King of Austria. This is Princess Natalia Jagiellon of the Kingdom of Poland. I have seized her to act as your ward until the day she comes of age, in order to ensure that her father behaves himself. Berenger was surprised to see this, but put on a friendly smile as he kneeled down and petted the girl's auburn hair. Hello, Natalia. I am King Berenger. I promise you, so long as you are under my protection, no harm shall come to you. I know things must be difficult for you right now, but I look forward to looking after you. The girl remained silent as she walked over to Berengar's side and hid behind him, peeking out over at Eckhard. In her mind, Berenger seemed far more friendly than the old man who ripped her from her home. Berenger chuckled when he saw this timid gesture and rested his hand on her head before making a joke to his now retired field marshal. What did you do to the poor girl to make her act so coldly to you? Eckhard, never one to engage in childish humor, had a straight face before answering his king honestly. I killed her brother. Berengar's smile sank as he heard this, before nodding his head in silence. After a few moments, he picked the girl up and held her in his arms before giving Eckhard one final order. Go now and rest, my friend. You have earned it. Whatever funds you need to establish your palace in your new territory, I will happily provide it to you. If you wish to take up a new surname on behalf of where you settle, you are more than welcome to. Eckhard smiled bitterly as he reflected on his past before nodding his head in agreement. Very well, since you have said these words, I won't be stingy. Berenger chuckled as he placed his hand on his friend's shoulder before sending him off. Don't be a stranger. You are always welcome in my palace whenever you feel the need to visit. With that said, the King of Austria and the Grand Duke of Prussia parted ways. Whether they would ever meet again remained to be seen. One thing was certain. Eckhard's dynasty would become the most ardent supporters of the von Kufstein dynasty. In doing so, Berenger had once more forever changed the timeline of this world from that of his previous life. Chapter 507. Raising a Prince Properly. The young Austrian king sat in his office. Standing in front of him were his second wife and their eldest child. By all means, the mother was not pleased with the news she had received. Though Berenger had attempted to hide what happened in the mountains, ultimately, he could not prevent Linda from finding out the truth of the matter for very long. The red-headed beauty was crossing her arms beneath her substantial bust, with a scowl on her face. Despite her unpleasant appearance, she was still quite beautiful. Thus, Berenger was far from intimidated as he sat behind his desk with a calm expression, his hands pressed together in contemplation. It was at this moment that Linda chastised her husband for his behavior. You brought our son into the mountains alone so that he could learn to shoot? You do realize he is 5, right? On top of that, he was attacked by a wolf under your watch. What if he got hurt? Berenger had been dreading this conversation since the event first happened. He knew it was only a matter of time before his spymaster found out about their child's near-death experience. Rather than address the woman's concerns, Berenger glared at his son with a troubled expression before interrogating the boy about how his wife knew about this incident. You told your mother what happened? Hans stared at his feet, unwilling to meet his father's gaze. Though he had initially attempted to lie to his mother about how he obtained the wolf pup, under the inquisitive gaze of his conniving mother, the boy quickly broke down and revealed everything that had happened in the mountains. Upon seeing her son's defeated expressions, Linda kneeled down and hugged the child, embracing his small head into her substantial bosom as she stroked his strawberry blonde hair while glaring at her husband for his overbearing attitude. Don't lecture my son for telling the truth about the matter. What did you think I would not find out about this? Even if he had not revealed what had happened to him, I would have become aware of this incident eventually. Are you not ashamed of yourself for putting your eldest child in danger? Berenger did not back down, and instead stood up from his seat and gazed down at his wife with a tyrannical expression. He did not feel like he was in the wrong, and he refused to apologize to the woman simply because she felt that he was. Instead, he defended his actions vehemently. As you have said, the boy is 5. It is time for him to learn the fundamentals of handling a rifle. How was I supposed to know that a wolf would pounce on him? I did everything I could to defend the boy. I even wrestled with a wolf. Look at him. There is not even a scratch on our son. And yet you chastise me for rushing to his defense? It is you who should be ashamed. I understand your fury as a mother, but to blame me for an act of God is utterly nonsensical. I expected more of you, Linda. Your son, despite being a mere child, showed bravery in face of death, and has learned a valuable life lesson that most boys don't come to understand until they have marched to war. You should be proud that she showed such fierce resistance against a stronger opponent which sought to claim his life. In fact, because of this incident, I have realized that it is time for the boy to learn martial arts. I will enroll him in Austrian wrestling and kickboxing so that if he ever finds himself in harm's way without protection, he will have the knowledge to defend himself. Linda immediately pouted as she protested this statement. He is too young to learn such things. Let him enjoy his childhood some more. However, Berenger remained defiant. His will be ultimately greater than the boy's mother. Thus he walked towards the woman and grabbed a hold of her perfectly sculpted chin, and looked at her in the eyes with a fierce gaze. Because of my love for you, I have allowed you to pamper our son, but the world is cruel, and he needs to learn the skills to protect himself and those he cares about. I know about your conspiracies, how you scheme behind my back to place Hans on the throne, despite my wishes for the most competent of my successors to inherit my domain. If you want your son to succeed me, then he needs to learn some discipline. The sooner he comes to understand this virtue, the better, and there is no better way to teach him than through the struggle of conflict. The boy will learn martial arts, and that is final. The second Queen of Austria did not meet her husband's gaze. Instead, she continued to pout. It surprised her to hear that Berenger was aware of her schemes. Perhaps he was more formidable than she had initially estimated. Despite her actions, she deeply cared about both her husband and her son, and Berengar's words made sense. In fact, the more the woman thought about it, the more she realized Berenger was trying to help Hans in his future struggle to obtain the throne. Thus, a sultry smile formed on her luscious lips as she wrapped her arms around the king's neck and whispered in his ear, "To think you would show favoritism to our son. I wonder what Adela would think if she found out about this?" Berenger merely chuckled and grabbed a hold of his wife's plump, but toned bottom with both hands as he kissed her passionately. After unlocking his lips from her own, with a slight hint of drool upon his pink tongue, the king whispered in his wife's ear, "This will be our little secret." Hans witnessed the intimate display between his parents with a stoic expression. Throughout his entire life, he had become accustomed to seeing his parents act in such a manner. To him it was a normal part of life. Thus he thought nothing of their brief conflict and intimate display after making up. Instead, he was more curious about what his father had said about learning martial arts. Until now, Hans' greatest talent was his superior intellect over other children his age. He was 5 years old, and yet he had practically finished his elementary education. Now his father planned to enroll him in martial arts. Now was the time to prove that he was not only an intellectual prodigy, but an athletic one as well. Thus, the boy had a hint of determination in his eyes, as he nodded his head in agreement with his father's words. Discipline was necessary for character growth, and despite his young age, he looked forward to the man he would one day become. As for Berenger, he released his hold over his wife and sent her on her way. He had much work to be had with the formation of the Grand Duchy of Poland and its annexation into his kingdom's borders. There were many reforms that needed to be enacted, and Eckhard was the man to institute them. Linda ultimately left the king's office, in a much happier mood than when she had entered. She was even humming a song while walking down the halls with her son in hand. As if after a brief conversation, she had replaced all the anger that she held towards her husband with undying love. She no longer cared about the incident with the wolf, and instead saw it as a way for her son to grow into a man capable of succeeding his father. Hans looked up at his mother with a smile. It was good to see her so happy. She was such a terrifying woman when she was angry, and he would rather not be involved with such feminine wrath. Ultimately, he concluded that his father's actions of refusing to kneel and beg to forgiveness was in fact the appropriate response for when a woman was angry with you. How the old man changed his mother's attitude so swiftly, the boy did not know, but clearly it was a skill he would need to learn for the future. Thus, after a brief bout with death, the boy had learned many life lessons that would help him on his quest to become his father's successor. As for Adela's children, they were still much too young to even begin to comprehend their own sentience, let alone worry about such future power struggles. Whether Berenger would show his children with his High Queen the same degree of discipline and training that he had afforded to Hans that had yet to be seen. Perhaps Berenger would take a different route of parenting for Adela's children. After all, their mother had a very different attitude and morals than that of Linda. The possibility of the High Queen accepting such a harsh and rigid upbringing was likely non-existent. Chapter 508. Exploring Unknown Regions. Anuria stood atop the bow of her vessel, with her pirate crew. It had been quite some time since they had seen action. Sworn to secrecy by the confines of Austrian law, the woman that followed the pirate queen was looking for adventure, and she knew just where to go. Shortly after returning home, Anuria had spent some time with her infant child. However, she was quick to leave him and her husband behind as she pursued adventure and riches in the unknown lands across the Atlantic. Berenger had promised to allow her to explore the depths of the Americas, and she was keen to do so. After their exploits in the War of Austrian Succession and Reconquista, Anuria's crew had become exceptionally popular in the folklore of the Mediterranean, attracting more crew and personnel who swore their allegiance to the Byzantine princess and her crew of salt lasses. These women were now dressed in a pattern of attire similar to that of the Austrian navy, the difference being the use of skirts and thigh-high socks. They had been at sea for well over 2 weeks now, and were getting close to the New World. The chart of their course was actually far south of where Berenger and Anuria had initially landed. Under the King of Austria's direction, the third queen set sail for what was as South America in his past life. His aim was to get her to explore the land that was known as Venezuela in his past life. In doing so, mapping out the region and allowing Austria's future colonial endeavors to have a general idea of the layout of the land and the factions who inhabited it. Currently, Anuria was cleaning her 1422 service revolver, though this was not a standard model. Instead, it was heavily embellished with gold damascene in a pattern with skulls and bones. The grips were made of mother-of-pearl, while the trigger and hammer were gold-plated. Overall, it was an extravagant weapon, fitting for the wealthy pirate queen. As she wiped the oil onto the functional parts of the weapon, she overheard a loud shout from the young woman stationed in her crow's nest. Land ho! Anuria quickly finished cleaning her revolver before loading it. After doing so, she stashed it away before clambering to a better position on her vessel to get a view of the unfamiliar landscape. In the distance was a tropical beach, which led to the Andes Mountains behind its sandy shores. Anuria had already questioned whether Berenger was aware of the new world before discovering it, but this new landmass far to the south of where she had landed previously only further confirmed her suspicions. Eventually, the ship made its way into the bay, where the crew dropped the anchor and lowered the rowboats into the ocean. At the head of the first boat, Anuria stood as her lasses rowed the boat closer to the shore. With her naval cutlass in hand, she waited for the moment she stepped on the sandy shores and entered the new world once more. After strenuous effort, the boats made berth on the beaches outside of the mountain range set in its background. After all her girls had gathered, Anuria checked to see if they were all properly equipped. With G22 rifles in hand and 1422 pattern web gear over their torsos, along with black leather bandoliers which contained spare .4570 cartridges, Anuria was certain that her crew could handle any conflict they encountered. Thus, under the lead of their captain, the privateers of the Queen Anuria's Revenge set out to explore this foreign landscape. With Anuria at the head of the crew, they entered the mountainous Andes, completely unaware that some locals had spotted the arrival. The higher Anuria and her crew climbed, the more exhausted they became, until finally they made an encampment on a plateau overlooking the bay below. Not all of her crew had deployed into the mountainous region. Instead, a fair portion of them stayed on board the vessel. Though there was no threat to the safety of the ship in these primitive waters, one would be foolish to leave behind an ironclad warship with no protection. Thus, Anuria marched with a small company of privateers into the unknown regions of the Andes Mountains. As she gazed upon the bay through her binoculars, the Byzantine princess smiled when she thought about the freedom she now had when compared to her previous life as the Byzantine princess. Eventually, she put away her tools and lied down on a bedroll. As she gazed up at the night sky above the Andes Mountains, she smiled before passing out. Not even 30 minutes had passed since the moment Anuria closed her eyes. To the instant gunfire resounded in the air, the Byzantine princess quickly rose from her position to see her encampment was under attack by some local savages. These tribesmen wore little in terms of clothing and were painted from head to toe in war paint. Anuria quickly reached for her revolver and her sword as she joined the fray. The thunderous echo of gunfire had instigated a sense of dread in the hearts of the natives as they pounced on the strange pale-skinned women who had come from the sea. Anuria pulled back the hammer on her revolver and aimed it with her right hand straight at a native warrior's skull, squeezing her trigger and in doing so blasting his head apart. She did not hesitate to pull the trigger again as she shifted the muzzle of her weapon to a nearby savage. This time, the bullet tore through the opponent's torso, leaving him dead on the spot. She had not been expecting an attack so soon after arriving. Despite this, the Byzantine princess was calm as she rallied her girls by her side. On me, form a firing line and defend the camp. Though these girls weren't professional soldiers, they were experienced enough in combat to follow commands. They quickly did as they were instructed, and formed their ranks by Anuria's side, where they lowered their rifles toward the oncoming attackers. Their bayonets formed a spear wall that skewered those foolish enough to rush forward. In the next moment, Anuria gave the command to annihilate the enemy. Open fire. With this said, smoke flew out from the muzzles of the rifles, and with it, the lead projectiles went down range and into the bodies of the enemies, causing their blood to splatter across the plateau. Without needing instruction, the girls who belonged to Anuria's crew pulled back the bolt on their rifles and inserted a cartridge into the empty chamber before slamming it home and firing another shot. They continued this action until the native warband had completely scattered up the mountains, too afraid to pursue the pale-skinned foreigners who commanded the element of thunder. After they had disappeared into the dark night, Anuria spat upon the nearest corpse and issued a command to her troops. From now on, I want sentries posted at all entrances of our camp. I did not expect to encounter hostiles so soon, but now we know there are natives to this land, and they are hostile to us. Prepare for combat because we are not leaving until we chart this strange land. The girls nodded their heads as they flipped the safeties on their rifles towards the safe position. They would have to be on high alert from now on. Who knows what terrible fate could have happened to them if one girl had not spotted the shadowy figure of a savage warrior. Thus Anuria and her crew had contacted the local population, and unlike in New Vienna, this was not a friendly encounter. She knew by the natives' reaction that she and her girls were in for a long and bloody struggle to chart the region's topography. However, despite these worries, she would press on. Berenger had plans for the region, and though she did not know how he knew of its existence, she was faithful to her husband, and would do as she had promised, which thoroughly records her encounters and sells the information to the Austrian crown as viable intelligence for its future colonization efforts. As for Berenger, When he received news of the locals' hostility, he would plan accordingly for his future attempts to control the region. The Austrian king planned for Venezuela to be the first of his southern colonies. After all, there were many desirable natural resources in the region, such as oil, gold, iron, bauxite, rubber, and, of course, potatoes. Berenger would have a hard time containing his desire in the coming years to set sail and immediately colonize the region. Patience was a virtue, however, the King of Austria was far from a virtuous man. Chapter 509. Creation of Synthetic Fibers. Aldo von Passau was currently within the chemistry lab, with a team of chemists by his side. For quite some time now, he had been experimenting with two chemicals that he had recently discovered. Diamine acid, which was made from Austria's limited crude oil deposits, as well as the water-based dicarboxylic acid. At the moment, he was carefully pouring an equal mixture of the two substances. In doing so, the diamine acid rose to the top of the mixture due to it being based upon oil, causing the two substances to create an obvious divide. However, an interesting reaction occurred in center of the two substances as the mixture settled. A small film of a new material appeared. Aldo von Passau did not know it at this time, but he had just created nylon, which was an important material in the manufacture of military equipment. Upon seeing the strange reaction, the man barked orders at one of his subordinates as he witnessed the strange reaction. "Bring me tweezers now." The other chemist did as he was instructed and brought his boss the tools that he had called for. Aldo quickly grabbed hold of the device and played with the small film in the middle of his chemical mixture. As he did so, he pulled the nylon up, revealing a small string. The more he grabbed a hold of and dragged away, the more material he would obtain. As he did this, a wide smile appeared on the man's face. He had quite possibly just discovered something very important. Thus he began dispatching his orders for more of the mixture to be applied. In doing so, the chemists in Kufstein began experimenting with the creation of nylon. They would not reveal the results of their findings for several weeks, only after they had thoroughly tested this new substance and the best ways to harvest it. Berenger was sitting in his office. Weeks had passed since Aldo and his team of chemists discovered nylon. However, he was utterly unaware of this feat. Instead, he sat upon his leather-bound chair, with one of his wives sitting in his lap. This woman was none other than Yasmin. While Berenger was trying to get some work done, the Moorish princess had insisted on spending time with her husband, and thus she played with his chest as he struggled to stay focused. By now, the tan-skinned beauty had a well-developed belly, signifying that she had entered the later stages of pregnancy. Despite this, Berenger was still very attracted to the woman, and had spent many nights with her. After all, of all his wives, she was the most exotic, and was the only one he had brought back from a conquest. The Moorish princess prodded the Austrian king's chest as she gazed into his sapphire blue eye with a longing expression. Just when she was about to kiss her man, she heard a knock on the door, interrupting her actions. She pouted as her husband coughed and called out to the mysterious intruder. "This better be important." A familiar voice resounded on the other side, one which Berenger had not spoken to in some time. "Your Majesty, I believe I have found something that will impress you." Berenger scoffed when he heard this. Aldo von Passau was always a kiss-ass, but he was damn good at his job, and thus Berenger tolerated his sycophantic personality. With a heavy sigh, the King of Austria allowed entry into his office. "Very well. It is open. Do not waste my time." When Aldo entered the room, he had a humble smile on his face as he instinctively bowed before his king. "I wouldn't dream of it." In the next moment, he noticed the intimate nature of Berenger and his Moorish bride. He realized why the king was in such a foul mood. Perhaps he had intruded upon something he shouldn't have. Despite this, he was here now, and he would not waste the monarch's precious time. The middle-aged chemist immediately withdrew a large spool of nylon from his jacket and handed it over to the king. Berenger did not immediately take notice of the substance until Aldo boasted about his achievements. "Your Majesty, this is a synthetic fiber that my lab has created from a mixture of diamine and dicarboxylic acid. It appears to be quite flexible and resilient, at least when compared to fibrous materials found in nature. We can also use it in things other than fabric. It is my suspicion that this product will be very useful for many applications in our kingdom's future." Berenger was shocked to see that his chemists had accidentally come across plastic so soon. He truthfully knew little about chemistry, and because of this, he could not contribute much more than an undergrad's understanding of the subject to his people. However, in every generation, there were exceptional geniuses which, when taught properly, could create things beyond imagination. Clearly, Aldo von Passau was one of these aforementioned geniuses. As for the application of this technology, Berenger had a very specific use in mind. Despite its discovery, production of the material would remain limited for a very long time, at least until Berenger could produce enough chemical manufacturing facilities and chemical engineers to operate them. However, in the meantime, he could make use of his limited supply of the newfound material to ensure a new generation of body armor was issued to his special forces. Thus he was quite pleased with his chemistry department's results. With a wide smile on his face, Berenger nodded his head before giving the man his approval. "Aldo, you never cease to amaze me with your ingenuity. I want as much of this synthetic fiber as you can produce within the next year. I have plans for it that will benefit our special forces and ensure improved survivability among their ranks." Though Aldo did not know what Berenger had planned for such a fabric, he could tell by the expression on the king's face that he had at the very least earned himself another massive bonus. Thus, he wore a humble smile as he bowed before his king once more. "I thank you for your compliments. I can always rely on you to know how best to use my resources." After saying this, Berenger dismissed the chemist and got to the drawing board. Truthfully, the body armor currently issued to his special forces was plagued with a variety of issues. Trench armor was inherently a stopgap in Berengar's plans until he could develop synthetic fibers. Now that such a material existed, he could create a far superior body armor for use by his soldiers. With the creation of nylon, Berenger could create Velcro, which was instrumental in the establishment of lightweight, slick plate carriers. Plate carriers were a form of modern armor that could use ceramic, steel, or composite plates to protect against not only primitive arrows and bolts, but also modern gunfire. As for other uses, he could create a more modern set of camouflage web gear that would go over these slick plate carriers, in doing so replace the use of leather for this application. There were plenty of other applications for nylon that could apply to both the civilian and military sectors. However, for now, Berenger planned to use what limited supplies he had to ensure that his best troops were protected against all threats. After all, the cost to raise Jaegers and Jag commandos was no small expense. Years of training were required to produce a single Jag commando, and he would spend whatever price was necessary to ensure their safety on the field of battle. Thus, he quickly jotted down the details on the creation of Velcro and plate carriers. Though it would be some time before such equipment was crafted, tested, and fielded to his troops, it was better to get to work on such designs early, rather than later. The future was looking up for the Kingdom of Austria, and Berenger fully intended to make use of the latest inventions. As for Yasmin, she continued to play with her husband, interrupting his work every so often to get some sign of affection from him. Berenger was happy to entertain the woman, and thus, his work for the day was rather slow. Ultimately, he would finish his designs for improved body armor and tactical equipment late in the evening, where he would finally take his bride to the harem room and enjoy some alone time with her. By the time the couple emerged from their solitude, dinner was already prepared. Thus Berenger and his newest wife joined the rest of their family. As for the chemistry department, they would be hard at work producing nylon in as vast a quantity as they could manage for the foreseeable future. With such a few chemists available, they would have to have a small but dedicated team to the research and development of synthetic materials. It would take some time before the production levels of nylon fabric were high enough to begin construction of Berengar's newest body armor. Thus, in the meantime, his special forces and other advanced troops were forced to endure the faults of their trench-style armor. Chapter 510, Mountain Warfare Part 1. Deep within the Andes Mountains, the privateers of Queen Honoria's Revenge were camped. Weeks had passed since they first landed, and they had suffered constant ambushes throughout their journey. For whatever reason, the native peoples of this strange land seemed more dedicated to violence than a peaceful approach to the strange foreigners who trespassed on their soil. Without a means of communication, Honoria and her girls were forced to endure constant onslaught. Despite this, they were well supplied, and had brought sufficient ammo with them to endure a long campaign of discovery and exploration. At the moment, Honoria had 3.4570 cartridges in her fingers, and one in her mouth as she rapidly reloaded her rifle and fired on a nearby enemy. The sound of gunfire echoed in the air as the bullet tore through the torso of her opponent, dropping him to the ground, where she mercilessly finished him with the 10-inch steel blade of her bayonet. So far, her girls had suffered limited casualties, as it was more common for the enemy to break ranks than continue to fight until their utter destruction. Still, the weeks had not been easy. As women, they were not as strong as their male counterparts, who would normally do the heavy lifting of supplies on this mountainous trek. Exhaustion had set in, and with each assault, her privateers' morale sank. Until now, they had discovered no treasure. Thus, in the eyes of many who took this job in search of fortune, things had become beyond the point of despair. While they had skillfully mapped much of the territory they had crossed, and thoroughly journaled their encounters with the hostile natives, Honoria was far from pleased with the results. If she did not bring back a token of her triumph, then she would not feel easy with the losses she had suffered. At the moment, rations were running low, and Melissa was by her side, in the thick of battle. Another echo resounded as Honoria reloaded her weapon and fired once more at the enemy. With this wave of gunfire, they had slaughtered enough of the native warband, causing the survivors to break ranks en route. With a sigh of relief, Honoria lowered her gun and ejected the empty cartridge. She grabbed the round held between her lips and placed it into the gun, slamming the bolt home, before flipping the safety to ensure that a misfire would not occur during her climb. With the death of the savages, Honoria and her crew finally had some breathing room. Melissa walked up to her captain and made a status report. "Captain, the crew is tired and hungry. If we don't head back soon, we will starve out here. I suggest we cut our losses and return to Austria. Surely, the information we provide to the crown will cause a bountiful reward." Anuria bit her lip. She was not yet resigned to suffer defeat, and turned back when they had come so far. With a bitter smile, the pirate queen responded to her first mate's claims. "For now, we will rest. Send out some girls to forage for food. There has to be something edible in these damned mountains." Melissa sighed heavily as she nodded her head. If they did not find some food soon, then there would surely be a mutiny. Thus she dispatched her orders, sending Elfrun and a squad of privateers out into the mountains to search for food. While on their journey, Elfrun began juggling her stick grenades as she and her team walked through the mountains, the sight of which brought a sense of dread to her squad members. Could this girl be any more obsessed with explosives? After appearing over a ridge, the team noticed a small native village. In this village appeared to be small farms. As for what plants they were growing, that remained unknown. However, this clearly meant that they had found some much-needed food for their unit. Elfrun and her girls remained undiscovered, and made a stealthy exit as they reported back to their captain. When they returned, they found that a large argument was occurring between some members of the crew who were agitated over the journey, and those who remained loyal to Anuria. "You have led us into these mountains promising us fame and fortune, and all we have encountered is endless combat. We have already lost 12 girls in our company. Tell me, will you continue this mad pursuit into this unknown land until we have all passed away? We are running out of rations, and we are far from the shores where our ship lies. If we wish to survive, we must turn back." Anuria frowned. She knew that her crew was growing discontent with her actions, but she still believed there was something in this land worth discovering. Thus she refused to turn back until now a mutiny had occurred. If not for the threat of violence and the fearsome reputation she had, Anuria's crew would have already overthrown her. Right as armed conflict was about to occur, Elfrun fired her pistol in the air, gathering everyone's attention. The crew looked over at the location where the shot had been fired to see the explosives expert with a wicked smile on her face. "Have no fear, for I have found the solution to our problems. About 3 miles west of here there is a farming village. If we take it, not only will we have a defensible position to set up a base camp, but we can also engorge ourselves on whatever they are growing." Anuria gazed at the mutineers with a smug expression before commenting on their behavior. "You see, I knew it was only a matter of time before we found something of value. What do you say? Will you lower your weapons and fight to take this village? Or will you betray men, and in doing so ensure the pursuit of the Austrian crown for the rest of your miserable lives?" Upon hearing that they had access to a defensible position and a food surplus, the women who were so keen to rise up against their captain willfully lowered their weapons and nodded their heads in agreement. "Very well, we will take this village, but after we have done so, we need to have a serious discussion about our next move." After saying this, the leader of the mutineers departed, not willing to endure the vicious gaze of her vengeful captain any longer. As for Anuria, she lowered the hammer to her revolver and placed it back in its holster, before grabbing a hold of Elfrun and hugging the girl tightly. With a wide smile on her face, the pirate queen petted the girl's hair before commenting on her arrival. "My little hero, you showed up just before things became bloody. I owe you a reward for your actions. But first, tell me about this village. I don't want to lose any more girls when we besiege it." Elfrun wore a proud smile as she discussed everything she witnessed, from the farms to the defensive measures taken to ensure the survival of the village. Everything was primitive, as one would expect from a Stone Age civilization. Thus, Anuria was quite certain with the support of their mortar squad, they would be able to bring down the small agricultural village easily. With a cruel smile etched upon her lips, Anuria made a bold proclamation to her privateers. "Prepare yourselves. We march within the hour to lay siege to this village. Do whatever it takes to seize this town, even if it means the slaughter of everyone inside it." Anuria's crew nodded their heads in response to their captain's orders. Here in the New World, they were not beholden to the Austrian rules of engagement. They could do whatever they wanted to the local villagers, and nobody would be any the wiser. After several weeks of constant battle, these women had grown rather cold towards the native people, and desired vengeance for their fallen comrades. Thus, when they finally encountered the village, they would be less than merciful with the people inhabited it. Anuria personally did not care for the lives of the natives. She had shed too much blood on this journey so far, and if this village did not have some kind of treasure she could take back home, then she was liable to massacre its entire populace just to appease her wrath. As promised, within the hour the crew of privateers set forth on the brief journey towards the village, its inhabitants completely unaware of the wolf that lay on the horizon. If they knew that an enemy force of roughly 100 women, armed with firearms and mortars, was about to descend on their village, they would likely abandon their homes and flee with their lives intact. Unfortunately, they were unaware of Anuria's presence, or the might which she and her crew of salty lasses commanded. Thus, it will be a bloody and ruthless conquest, the first of many that Austrian explorers and privateers would engage in when knowledge of the New World became public. Such things were unavoidable when men and women alike were held unaccountable for their actions. Chapter 511, Mountain Warfare Part 2. Anuria aimed down the sights of her bolt-action rifle. The beautiful princess turned privateer held a spare round between her luscious pink lips as if it were a cigarette. She also held several munitions between her fingers on the supporting hand. When armed with a single-shot bolt-action rifle, this was a common technique used to reduce reload time. Any minute now, the mortar team would launch a shell on the unsuspecting village, thus starting their assault. At the moment, the Byzantine princess was among her crew of privateers, who were stationed just outside a native village in the Andes Mountains. For the past few weeks they had fought and struggled to get this far in the foreign land. Now they finally gained some treasure. Though just a small agricultural village from a primitive Stone Age society, Anuria was certain there was bound to be something worth scavenging within its confines. At the very least, they could abate their current food shortage. Thus, with fierce determination and a desire to avenge her fallen sisters, Anuria had ordered the assault on this village. Whether the people of this village were associated with the war bands that had ambushed her crew since their arrival, Anuria did not know, nor did she care. In the eyes of her followers, all the locals were the same. Thus, by spilling blood here, they would avenge their fallen comrades. After what felt like a lifetime of waiting, the roar of the mortar and the fiery blast of its explosion took place in doing so, signaling the privateers to begin their attack. Thus Anuria stood up from behind her cover and charged towards the village, her crew following behind her. As they approached the target of their wrath, they opened fire on the unsuspecting villagers who believed a natural disaster was occurring. Kill them all. A storm of bullets went down range, towards the unarmed villagers, riddling their bodies with bloody holes. In the next second Anuria and her girls pulled back the bolts on their rifles, and inserted one round contained between their fingers. Having reloaded their weapons, they raised, lowered their muzzles once more, and aimed at the next target. By now, the warriors of the village knew they were under attack. Thus they rushed out towards the unknown enemy with their shields and spears. However, when they noticed it was a bunch of women attacking them, they hesitated to respond. In their minds, they could not fathom the idea of an all-female warband. Evidently, this tribe was unrelated to the ones who had been attacking Anuria and her crew, thus they were unfamiliar with the weapons and tactics that the girls used. They raised their wicker shields to protect themselves from the enemy's attack. However, the bullets cut through their defenses as if they were completely non-existent, striking the village's warriors in the chests and spraying their blood into the air. Anuria did not know, nor did she care. This village was unrelated to her previous enemies. Instead, she led the charge towards the ranks of what few warriors the enemy could muster, and fired upon them. Luckily for her, there were only a small amount of combat-capable men in the village. Thus, after firing their initial volleys, the girls ran through the survivors with their bayonets, slaughtering what little resistance the village could muster. In a matter of minutes, the foreign privateers had captured the village, where they gathered the locals into the center, and bound them with ropes. Anuria quickly dispatched her orders to the troops under her command. I want a squad guarding these prisoners. As for the rest of you, search for food, water, and anything of value. This village is ours. The crew of Queen Anuria's Revenge lifted their rifles in the air and cheered. This was an easy victory for them, and after weeks of suffering enemy ambushes, they felt like they finally had a secure area to operate out of. While Anuria's crew were ransacking the village, the pirate queen herself pulled out a flare pistol and loaded a green flare before firing it in the air above. Despite weeks of climbing, Anuria and her crew had not gotten far into the Andes. Instead, they were still within observation distance from the vessel and its sailors. When the green flare went off, it signified that the embarked privateers had established a secure base camp. Those who stayed behind on the vessel had been waiting weeks for this signal, when they finally gazed upon the green flare in the night sky shooting up from a peak in the mountains above. An overwhelming sense of relief filled their hearts. As for the captured villagers, they gazed at the strange green light, which illuminated the sky above with both fear and reverence. They could not imagine what sorcery these foreigners had conjured to create such an astonishing sight. After firing the flare, Anuria began searching around the village for something to eat. Eventually, she came across the village's stockpile and opened it up to reveal a strange product. Anuria handled the object in her hand, completely unaware that her husband's obsession with the New World revolved entirely upon this vegetable. In Anuria's hands was a potato, something that Berenger had been struggling to live life without ever since he had first reincarnated into this world. At first glance, this object was not only unappealing, but quite mundane. Yet this vegetable and those like it were the greatest staple food a society could ask for. If Honoria were to bring these back in ample numbers, they could be grown in Austria on an industrial scale, and provide many benefits to the kingdom's growing population. However, to this pirate queen, this vegetable was unappealing. If it weren't because she and her crew were running out of food, she would never think about eating such a thing. Despite her internal protests, she brought out troves of potatoes and ordered her crew to cook them. I don't care what you have to do, but prepare whatever the hell these things are, and make them edible. They don't appear to be poisonous, so go nuts. Elfrun nodded her head and grabbed a hold of the wicker basket which contained the vegetable and peeled the thick skin with the blade of her knife. While she was doing this, her comrades lit up a fire and prepared a cooking pit. After the area had been prepared, Elfrun reached into her satchel and pulled out a pan, where she poured some cooking oil onto it, before placing the cut potatoes inside. In the girl's infinite wisdom, she had fried the potatoes before topping them off with salt and pepper. After a large amount of the vegetable had been fully cooked, Elfrun brought a plate over to Honoria and offered the captain the first taste of this new food. By now Honoria was practically starving, and after sniffing the savory aroma of fried potatoes for the past few minutes, she no longer looked down on the vegetable. Instead, she was eager to take the first bite, and after doing so, she exclaimed in shock. The crew gazed at their captain with curious gazes. They could not tell whether her response was a good or bad sign. However, after getting an initial taste of the potato, Honoria ate them with gusto. She did not have to say a word. After seeing their captain's actions, the crew had no further reservations and feasted upon the fried potatoes, savoring the exceptional taste of the completely foreign vegetable. Honoria was certain now that they had found a genuine treasure. Forget gold and silver. This vegetable would be worth a fortune if they were to bring it back to the fatherland. Thus, unknowingly, Honoria had discovered something that would make the King of Austria favor her over all his other wives for quite some time. When she finally returned to Austria with a cargo filled with potatoes, the king would reward her and her crew with their weight in gold for their discovery. An action that would surprise them all. After weeks of bloody conflict, making their way across the Andes Mountains, Honoria and her crew had finally found the treasure that would make them rich beyond their wildest dreams. The discovery of potatoes in the New World would later be seen as a catalyst for the Age of Discovery in this timeline. When the day finally came that King Berenger von Kufstein made the existence of the New World public to the Austrian people, and that the potatoes which would become a staple in their diet had originated from there, wealthy entrepreneurs and nobles alike would invest in expeditions to every part of the New World, in search of fame and fortune. Honoria and her crew had unknowingly made their mark on history, forever to be remembered as the first major explorers of the New World. However, their story did not end with this journey. In fact, the discovery of potatoes would inspire the pirate queen to invest in new expeditions across the South American continent. With such a fearsome reputation, young women around the Mediterranean would be eager to sign up for her crew. Chapter 512, Iberian Arms Race. While the Austro-Granadan forces continued to conduct peacekeeping operations throughout the now conquered Kingdom of Portugal, a new power had risen in the Iberian Peninsula. The Kingdom of Spain, led by King Felipe de Trastamara, was currently undergoing a massive transition. With financial support from the papacy, the fledgling kingdom had invested heavily into the reverse engineering and improvement of firearms. By sharing technology with the church, the two factions could complete construction of a series of new weapons that would make their armies closer to that of Austria's allies in terms of military technology. As a fanatical Catholic, the King of Spain also received the leaked agricultural tech from his papal overlord to fight back against the agricultural revolution occurring within the borders of his southern neighbor. Currently, King Felipe was gazing at freshly trained force, risen as peasant levies. It had taken them a mere 3 weeks to become sufficient in using the new arms. These levies were equipped with a form of munitions plate armor, copied from the older Austrian designs that had been captured during their war for independence. In their hands were the new matchlock muskets, complete with socket bayonets. The officer in charge of this platoon quickly issued orders to the soldiers beneath his command. Form ranks. Present arms. Fire. With these commands, the soldiers quickly formed 2 lines, as was inspired by older Austrian tactics, where the first row kneeled down, and the second row lowered their rifles above their heads. Once the order was given, they squeezed the lever that acted as a trigger, resulting in lit slow-burning match dropping onto the pan which contained the powder, thus igniting the mixture and propelling the small iron ball downrange. A loud echo resounded in the air as the iron projectiles flew into the bodies of the Granadan merchants, who were falsely accused of seditious actions. Because of their nationality, they were accused of espionage and sentenced to death by the King of Spain. Sultan Hassan al-Fadl had negotiated for their release, but his Spanish counterpart had demanded a king's ransom, one that Hassan was not willing to afford. Thus, when the gunfire echoed in the air, and the musket balls entered their bodies, the Granadan merchants lost their lives. Felipe witnessed this public execution and broke out into laughter as his new troops murdered innocents in the name of God. He sipped on a chalice of wine as he called out to the masses who were gathered in the center of Toledo to witness this event. These men were heathens of the Islamic faith who had entered our lands under the guise of trade to gather intelligence in our kingdom to report to their demonic masters. Let their deaths be a reminder to all of you that any man, woman, or child who comes from the south is an enemy of Spain. God wills it. Unknowingly, to the Spanish monarch, a group of Granadon spies were in the crowd, witnessing the murder of their countrymen. They had the desire to pull out their pocket pistols and unleash a volley into the king's chest. However, their wrath remained controlled. Their job was to collect intelligence, not to assassinate. They would soon return to the Sultanate of Granada and report to their monarch about the development of arms of their northern neighbors. Days had passed, and Hassan was currently standing within his office, speaking with the agents who had witnessed the deaths of the Granadon merchants. You're telling me they have developed muskets and more powerful cannons? The lead agent was a beautiful Arabic woman who nodded her head with a bitter expression. Indeed, I believe the church is partially responsible for the rapid development of arms. The Spaniards are currently dedicating as much resources as possible to the manufacture of these weapons, and the training of new levies with them. Hassan sighed when he heard this. Standing next to him was the personal representative of the Austrian crown, and commander of all forces within Granada. With Arnulf being relocated to the colony of New Vienna, his position as Allied commander within the Iberian Peninsula was shifted to Adelbrand von Salzburg, who had recently received a promotion to the position of field marshal. The man was glad to be in Granada, as he enjoyed the climate and the local women. He had also been longing to return to the Iberian theater since he departed from the previous campaign. Now that he was here, he had taken a far more brutal role in the alleged peacekeeping operations within Portugal. He sneered in disgust as he heard what had transpired within the city of Toledo. Absolutely disgraceful, and completely disrespectful to you and your people. Your Majesty, it is of my opinion that we must retaliate. I suggest detonating a bomb in the city center of Toledo. If they wish to murder your civilians, then they should know the consequences. A simple crate packed with TNT will be enough to cause substantial damage to the trade center of our neighbor's capital city. We must send a message that the targeting of our civilians will be met with greater aggression. Despite the hawkish suggestion of the Austrian field marshal, Hassan's own General Ziad had a countering opinion. And what? Further escalate the violence until an all-out war breaks out? No, we need to be more subtle in our approach. Since they are targeting our merchants, we can do the same. With the support of Austrian privateers, we can target the Spanish shipping and seize their goods, and sell them to the Emirates in North Africa. I am sure the Tunisians will be happy to get their hands on Spanish goods for a discounted price. Hassan sighed heavily when he heard the two opposing views. They both had merit, and he remained hesitant about how to continue. He was starting to regret marrying his sister off to Berenger, as until now she had been the real brains behind the Granadon crown. Without her unwavering support, the young monarch now began to understand the weight of the crown. After some fierce internal debate, the young sultan nodded his head before making a decision. As a monarch, he needed to be firm with his stance on Spain's actions. Retaliation would only provoke further conflict. What he needed was to hamper the development of Spain's arms industry, and the best way to do this was hamper the raw materials they were receiving in support from the other Catholic kingdoms. I have thought about both actions, and I have come to a decision regarding our course of action. We will hire Austrian privateers to attack Spanish shipping. Meanwhile, our agents will sabotage Spain's arms factories. We cannot allow them to equip their entire army with muskets. As for the manufacture of muskets and cannons in our own realm, increase the construction of puddling furnaces, and continue purchasing equipment from our allies. I will not allow my sultanate to fall behind our Catholics' neighbors. Ziad smiled and nodded his head before saluting his monarch. Meanwhile, Adelbrand felt slighted. In his eyes, blood must be met with blood. Though targeting the enemy's trade as retaliation had its own benefits, it did not avenge the lives of those who were murdered by the Catholics. Despite these reservations, his job was to obey Hassan's commands and support his actions. Thus, the Austrian field marshal threw up a regular military salute and responded to his Granadon counterpart. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving their orders, the two men were dismissed, leaving the young sultan alone in his office. He sank back into his seat before pouring himself a chalice filled with wine. After taking a large gulp, Hassan spoke to himself. Yes, my dear older sister. I hope you are doing well in your new life, because I could really use your help. The arms race between the Sultanate of Granada and the Kingdom of Spain had begun. Meanwhile, the Spanish crown would continue to supply Portuguese rebels with the weapons needed to continue their fight, and the Granadans would retaliate by raiding Spanish shipping. By hiring privateers to act as pirates, Granada kept a sense of deniability in their actions, allowing them to hamper their rivals' armament process. Fortunately for the Granadans, the ruthless pirate queen of the Mediterranean, was halfway across the world. If she were involved in this conflict, she and her crew would annihilate the entire Spanish trading fleet in a matter of months. When Berengar's agents reported to him about Hassan's actions, he would be pleased with the Sultan's progress as a ruler. A measured approach to Spain's hostile actions was indeed the best choice at hand. If the young monarch had listened to Adelbrand's advice, it would only spark greater conflict between Spain and Granada, a war neither of the two were ready for. As for the Princess of Granada, she was enjoying her peaceful life in the capital of Austria, alongside her new husband and her sister wives. She would not be aware of the struggles her brother was going through, and even if he asked for her return, she would decline. Now that she was married, her duty was to her husband first and foremost, a principle that would remain constant throughout her marriage. Chapter 513. A Proper Wife Part 1. Yasmin al-Fadl was standing in the kitchen of the royal palace of Austria. With the aid of the staff, she was preparing some of Austria's fine cuisine for her husband. Since she had first arrived in the foreign kingdom that belongs to her spouse, she had been interested in learning of its culture, heritage, and how to make the local delicacies. By now, she was fluent in the German tongue and could effectively communicate with anyone who spoke the language. Despite living in Austria, Yasmin did not take up the local fashion trends. She instead wore the traditional kaftan, with the face veil and headdress that she normally wore. She found the loose-fitting silk clothes of her homeland were more comfortable than the intricate dresses of the Austrian nobility. Time had passed, and the meal she had made for her husband was complete. Thus, with a smile concealed beneath the gossamer face veil, the Moorish beauty walked towards her husband's office where he was hard at work managing the realm's affairs. With a soft knock on the hard wooden doors, she alerted the man to her presence. "Husband, I have prepared lunch for you. I followed the recipe you created in exact detail. I hope you enjoy it." When Berenger heard this, he dropped everything he was doing and opened the door with a wide smile on his face. He gazed at his beautiful wife with a warm expression and invited her into his office. "Yasmin, my darling wife, please come in and enjoy this meal with me." The Moorish princess smiled and nodded her head as she entered the room alone with her husband. She then placed the dish on his desk, where the couple sat down. Sitting on the plate were several sausages cooked with a new sauce. Because of the trade of spice with India, Berenger had now gotten access to curry powder, allowing him to create a staple of German cuisine from his past life, and that was currywurst. Berenger took one bite of the delicious dish and smiled as he savored the flavor. Upon seeing the pleasant expression on her husband's face, Yasmin removed her face veil, displaying her natural beauty to the man she married, before elegantly taking a bite of the sausage. She moaned in pleasure as she tasted the dish for the first time in her life. As the two partook of the meal, Berenger made small talk with his newest bride. "So tell me, how are you finding life here in Austria? Is it to your liking? Is there anything I can help with making your stay more comfortable?" Yasmin washed down the currywurst with a sip of purified water before speaking her honest feelings about how she felt since she first arrived in Kufstein. "Your kingdom is one of many marvels, and I must say I am impressed with the beauty of your homeland's landscape. However, I must admit I feel a bit homesick, which is not exactly aided by the way your other wives have treated me." When Berenger heard this last part, he stopped dead in his track before giving his wife a questioning gaze. He was unaware that she was facing such difficulties and immediately interrogated her about his other wives' behavior. "Are they mistreating you in any way? I swear to God if one of those bitches has been bullying you, I will let them have it." Upon witnessing the wrathful gaze of her husband, Yasmin quickly shook her head before clarifying the issue. "They are not bullying me per se, it is just that they have pretty much excluded me entirely. I feel alienated, as if I don't belong here. However, if there was one girl in particular who had been outright hostile to me, it would be Adela. I think her faith has blinded her, and she perceives me as an enemy at best, and a foreign whore at the worst. Plus, I get the feeling that she is a bit jealous of my body." Berenger had a grim expression on his face as he heard this. Though he expected some resistance from his wives to Yasmin's arrival, he had not expected such hostility. He struggled to think of a way to make his newest bride's life more comfortable within his household. However, in the next moment, he heard the woman express a sentiment that he was not expecting. With a heavy sigh, Yasmin rubbed her pregnant belly with a warm smile on her face. "However, it is nothing I can't handle. I never expected your other wives would be cordial with me. That they have remained distant rather than cruel is a blessing in its own right. As long as I have you and this child, I will be fine. I promise you, so long as I am your wife, I will always take your side, and support you and your goals in whatever way I am able." Berenger smiled and nodded his head when he heard this, though he would think of ways to improve Yasmin's living conditions and the relationship between her and his other wives. As long as she was content, then he was happy. Thinking about this, it reminded Berenger of something important. He quickly opened up his desk drawer and pulled out a letter before handing it to his lovely bride. Your brother has sent me a status update on what is going on with his neighbors. As his elder sister, I thought you would be interested. Yasmin quickly took a look at the letter's contents. As she did so, her expression became grim. The fact that the kingdoms of Castile and Aragon had united, and were now wantonly executing their citizens, was a cause for concern. Thus, there was a hint of worry in her voice, as she asked Berenger what the plan of action was to deal with these newfound developments. This is troubling. The outright hostility to my people was something I expected, but to actually bring false charges against our merchants, and brutally execute them is a step too far. How has my brother reacted to this? I hope he hasn't done something foolish like attack Spain's citizens in retaliation? Berenger smiled and shook his head before he grabbed a hold of Yasmin's hand and reassured her of the actions the Sultanate of Granada was taking. Your brother has surprisingly chosen wisely in his choice of retaliation. It looks like now that his overprotective big sister is out of the picture. He is growing into a capable ruler. He has opted to allow Austrian privateers to attack Spanish shipping, while covertly sabotaging the Spanish crown's attempt to modernize their military. What I'm more worried about is the mines of Calvados. If information is leaked about what we are harvesting there, then it will be a cause for war. Yasmin had a perplexed expression on her face. Though she was dying to know more information about Berengar's mining operations in Spain, she did not know if it was her place to ask. After all, it appeared to be a state secret, and she did not believe it was her place to meddle in such affairs. Upon seeing the complicated expression on his wife's face, Berenger relaxed back into his chair before informing her of just what he was doing behind the scenes. Yasmin, you are my wife and the bridge between our two realms. If I can't trust you with such sensitive information, then who can I trust? In the future, if you have questions regarding my operations in Iberia, all you need to do is ask. With that said, allow me to inform you on a little secret that only a handful of people are aware of. I specifically requested for mining rights within Calvados because it is filled with saltpeter deposits. As far as I'm aware, it is one of the few places in Europe where saltpeter is naturally formed in such vast quantities. I'm sure I don't need to inform you of the consequences that would arise if they were to learn of this. Yasmin's amber eyes widened in shock as she heard this statement. She did not know how Berenger had found out about such a thing, when even the Crown of Aragon was unaware of it. She nervously bit down on her lower lip before expressing the thoughts on her mind. If Spain learns of this matter, they would immediately move to seize the saltpeter mines, and in doing so violate your treaty. Even if they are not prepared for war at the moment, they can't allow their enemies to have such a vast deposit of such a crucial strategic reserve. By taking this mine, they could break their reliance on Eastern trade for gunpowder, and could even supply the Catholic world, thus causing a significant threat to both Granada and Austria. No matter what, they can't learn of what lies within these mines. Berenger had a smirk on his face as he sat back and listened to his wife's explanation of the geopolitical situation at hand. Few men could glean so much knowledge about the world's affairs by simple exchange of words. Even fewer women could display such comprehensive knowledge and foresight. Perhaps only Linda was capable of such a thing. He suddenly had a newfound respect for Yasmin. Chapter 514. A Proper Wife Part 2. Berenger gazed across from his desk at his fourth wife with newfound respect. Until now, much of his thoughts on the foreign beauty was that she was a graceful and mature woman who acted as a proper wife, and in many ways played the role of the big sister he never had. Thus, he smiled before giving the woman the proper respect she deserved. No wonder why your brother could last so long against hostile powers on all sides. It turns out his sister was the true brains behind the Granadan crown all along. You are correct in your assessment, which is why I have deployed sufficient assets to silently eliminate any agents of the Spanish crown who get within a 100 m radius of the mines. I must admit, I have underestimated your intellect. You said earlier that you would support me in any way you can. Though I won't burden you with a powerful government position if you do not desire such a thing. I would very much like your input on important matters in the future. Feel free to drop by my office whenever you desire. Between you and me, I vastly prefer your company over some of my other brides. Yasmin chuckled when she heard this before inquiring further about Berengar's statement. Trouble in paradise? Berenger merely scoffed at this response before complaining about his martial affairs. Don't get me wrong. I love my girls, and I would do anything to protect them. However, each of them have their faults. Adela is so pious that her faith blinds her to the reality of life. She has a very idealized image of the world, and doesn't understand the cruelty of man. Because of this, she must be sheltered and protected at all times. It is also the reason she has such a holier than thou attitude. However, this weakness is also her strength, as it allows her to create a utopian sense of culture for my people. It is because of this glamorous image of Austria and its people that she has become such an effective minister of propaganda. Honoria, on the other hand, is a free spirit and a bit of a wild card. She has no mind for politics, nor does she care about anything than her own hedonistic pleasure. While this makes her an excellent lover, she is hardly what you would call a proper queen. Sometimes it is hard to believe the woman was raised as a princess of the mighty Byzantine Empire. Despite not being able to have an intelligent conversation with Anuria about anything other than piracy, her independent spirit and natural curiosity are exactly what allows me to use her as a weapon against my enemies. This is also what drives her to explore the unknown regions of the world without fear in her heart. She has a role to play, even if she is an embarrassment at court. Yasmin chuckled as she heard her husband's descriptions of his other wives. She had to say from her limited interaction with the women his words were fairly accurate. However, she noticed that he left out one other wife. Thus she asked for his honest opinion on Linda. What about Linda? I noticed you are hesitant to speak your thoughts about her. Berenger had a grim expression on his face as he looked around to see if there were any unwanted eyes or ears nearby. After confirming they were well and truly alone in his office, the young king took a swig from the beer that Yasmin had brought him for his lunch. After swallowing several large gulps of the hearty lager, he sighed heavily before revealing his honest opinion of his second wife. Linda is complicated to say the least. She is intelligent, cunning, manipulative, and deceptive. However, one thing I've noticed since the day I met her is she is unbelievably cruel and petty. It is only because of my thorough training that she has tamed her malevolent nature. Despite this, she is fiercely loyal and loves her family more than anything. I can honestly say that she is the type of woman who would do anything, no matter how wicked, to ensure the safety of her loved ones. Luckily, I have been able to weaponize the darker aspects of her character against my enemies. If I am being completely honest, without her, I would probably have died years ago. It is no secret that I owe her a great deal, and I am just happy that she is on my side. I dread to think about what would have happened if she had actually supported my brother and her father. Without a doubt, I would have been dead before I could even have succeeded my father. In a way, I can attribute all of my success to that woman's sacrifice. Yasmin felt slightly envious when she heard the adoration and respect in Berengar's voice towards Linda. There was even a hint of fear in his tone, which was something she had never actually heard from him before. Thus, she unknowingly bit her lower lip as she asked the immediate question on her mind. What about me? What is your honest opinion about my character? Berenger smiled when he heard this response. Since he had been so brutally honest with this woman about how he felt about the others, it was only fair that he gave her his genuine opinion. If I'm being honest, though we are married, I feel as if I don't know you as well as I should. Part of that is my fault. I have been so busy maintaining and expanding my kingdom that I have neglected you in many ways. However, from what I have gathered from the little time I have spent with you, you are pretty much the personification of a proper wife. You're intelligent, mature, kind, loving, and willing to do anything I ask. On top of that, you are quite honestly the most beautiful of my wives, but don't tell the others I said that. Linda would kill me if she found out that I was more attracted to you than her. Yasmin began to chuckle as she heard these compliments. She supposed most of those things were true, but one thing Berenger had neglected to mention was her faults. With this in mind, she immediately hounded him for an answer in that regard. Your flattery is appreciated, but tell me, what are my faults? You complained about all your other brides. Surely you must have something that you think I can improve upon. Berenger thought about this question deeply for a few moments before something immediately popped into his mind. He honestly didn't know if he should mention it, but after several moments he decided he would say it anyway. After all, he had been completely honest with the woman up until this point. How do I put this delicately? I would very much appreciate it if you shaved, down there. A look of surprise appeared on the exotic Bowtie's face before she broke out into a fit of giggles. The look on Berengar's face was priceless, as if he was embarrassed on her behalf for simply mentioning it. The more she laughed, the more Berengar's face flushed, until finally she had no choice but to respond. Very well, husband, if that is your wish, I shall take care of it from now on. After saying this, the woman rested her chin on her hand as she gazed lovingly at her man. She could not help but tease him over his flustered appearance. You are so cute when you're embarrassed. Did you expect me to slap you for making such a comment? You don't have to worry about such things with me. Whatever your desires, I will do my best to fulfill them. Berenger sighed heavily. He knew if he had said such a thing to any of his other wives, they would have likely become embarrassed and potentially slapped him. It was a relief to see a woman so confident in her appearance. She felt no shame at hearing such a suggestive request. However, what the woman did next surprised him. Yasmin raised from her seat and walked over to his side before sensually whispering the following words in his ears. Since that is your request, how about we bathe together tonight, just the two of us, and I will allow you to do the honor of removing my hair. Berenger was instantly stunned when he heard this response. Never did he expect a woman to so boldly proposition him with such a strange suggestion. However, he would not let this opportunity pass. Thus he gulped down the saliva that had pooled in his throat and nodded in the affirmative before responding with a serious expression on his handsome face. If you insist. Upon seeing her husband's adamant appearance, Yasmin giggled once more before she raised from her seat and fetched the tray that was used to carry Berengar's meal. After doing so, she walked to the door and left behind one last comment before departing. Very well, I look forward to tonight. Having said this, she left the young king to his lonesome, as 1,000 thoughts flooded his mind. He was amazed at how this woman captured his interest every time she spoke. He had truly underestimated her, indeed. Chapter 5:15. Sensual Bath Part 1. Berenger sat in his royal bathhouse, clothed in nothing but a towel over his waist, which poorly concealed his excitement. Though Yasmin had not yet joined him, he was certain the woman would live up to her promise. Thus, he was well prepared for the grooming that was about to transpire within this sacred room. On the ground next to the giant pool of water was a series of wax strips and scissors. Their purpose was simple: trim Yasmin's pubic hair to a classic bikini wax. After all, with the research and development into synthetic materials, it was only a matter of time before his chemists created lycra, and when that happened, he could finally make proper bikinis for his women. Though he had been planning a honeymoon for some time, for him and his wives, Berenger had ultimately decided to wait longer than he had initially estimated. Why go to Granada in the summer when they could go to the Caribbean in the winter and enjoy a tropical paradise free from the cold? In his mind, he could already imagine the appearance of his wives and their bikinis. He had something special planned for Yasmin, a micro-bikini that barely contained her nipples and finely trimmed fur. After all, nobody could view his women on his privately conquered island, so he was free to dress them in as skimpy of swimsuits as he could imagine. As for what island he would set out to conquer to act as the home of the royal winter palace, he had yet to decide. Though he knew he wanted a small island with a small local population that he could use as the bulk of his labor force in constructing the mighty palace which he planned to base off of the Belvedere Palace from his past life. While he was pondering about these things, the door opened. As Yasmin snuck into the room, she quietly made her way over to her husband, who was sitting in the bath, and wrapped her arms around his neck as she kissed him on the cheek. I'm sorry for making you wait. Did you get started without me? Berenger chuckled as he heard his fourth wife's voice, before grabbing hold of her tan hand and kissing it gently. After doing so, he dragged her into the bath with him. That caused a tremendous splash. The woman rose from the depths of the pool with a smile on her face as she swam over and hugged her husband tightly, pressing her dark pink nipples against the man's broad chest. It was at this moment she noticed the grooming tools on the side of the bath and giggled. You weren't joking? Very well, if this is what you want, I don't mind entertaining you. After saying this, she climbed out of the pool and sat on the edge where she spread her legs, displaying her lower lips and her natural bush to her husband. Berenger chuckled as he gazed at the beautiful sight. After enjoying the view for a few moments, Yasmin teased him. Are you just going to stare the whole time, or are you going to get to work? The young Austrian king snapped back to reality with this statement before grabbing hold of the wax strips he had prepared earlier. He carefully placed them around the areas that would form a classic bikini wax. After doing so, he gave his wife a fair warning. I've never done this before, so I don't know if it will hurt or not, so I am just warning you in advance. In response to this, Yasmin merely scoffed before giving her husband permission to continue. I'm a big girl. I can handle a little pain. Go ahead, groom me. This is what you want, isn't it? Berenger smirked as he heard this. He did not hesitate and immediately ripped the first wax strip off of his wife's nether regions, causing her to yelp in shock. However, he gave her no reprieve and quickly peeled off the rest, ripping out the hair in those areas from the roots. It was only after he was finished with the wax that he looked up at his wife's expression to see her biting onto her fingers. As a natural sadist, Berenger took a bit of pleasure seeing the woman wince in pain. However, he quickly drowned out that wicked side of his personality before grabbing a hold of the woman's dainty hand and sucking on the fingers that she had bitten. After doing so, he smiled before reassuring his wife that the painful part was over. Relax, dear, this next part won't be painful. After saying this, he grabbed hold of a pair of scissors and began to lightly trim what remained of her pubic hair in order to ensure that it was clean and fluffy. After ensuring he had styled it to his liking, he cleaned the utensils in the bathwater before staring at his work with a satisfied grin. He held up a hand mirror to Yasmin's privates to show off the woman how it looked before commenting on it. I have finished, I must say, you are 20 times sexier now that I have groomed this area to perfection. Yasmin looked at her own lower body with a bit of a flushed appearance. This was the first time she had stared at it so intensely. Even for a woman as calm and collected as her, it was a bit embarrassing. However, she had to admit it looked better after being cleaned up. It was at this moment that a vicious idea entered her mind. She quickly pulled her husband out of the pool of water and sat him down next to her before grabbing hold of the wax strips with a wicked grin on her face. Okay, since you have done as you please to my body hair, it is now my turn to groom you. Berenger merely smiled when he heard this. With a smug grin on his face, he accepted his wife's challenge. Very well, do your worst. Upon hearing this, Yasmin did not dare to hold back. She would not stop until she had waxed every bit of her husband's body hair completely away. Only after it was complete did Berenger look in the mirror and nod his head. He had to admit the clean-shaven look was definitely the way to go. As for Yasmin, she wrapped her arms around his shoulder and kissed him gently on the neck before making a powerful suggestion to her husband. Now that we have gotten it out of the way, how about we have a little fun? Berenger smirked when he heard this before turning around and kissing his wife on the lips. After releasing his hold over the woman, he asked for clarification. Just what did you have in mind? Yasmin merely smiled as she led her husband back into the bath, where she had him sit on the edge of the pool. She grabbed hold of the body wash before spraying it all over her massive F-cup breasts. Only after it was thoroughly soapy did she place her husband's long and thick shaft in between her twin mounds. The young king was not expecting such a gift and immediately moaned in pleasure as his wife used her ample assets to please him. She sucked on his tip as it slid in between her soapy breasts, forcing him closer to climax. After several minutes of this treatment, Berenger could no longer contain his lust and sprayed it all over his wife's face where it flowed down onto her substantial bosom. The woman skillfully licked herself clean before dragging her husband into the pool and positioned him behind her. It didn't matter that she was several months into her pregnancy, Berenger had every desire to make love to her properly. Thus, without a second's hesitation, he inserted his erect shaft into her slithering cave and ravaged his bride. Perhaps she was pleased with both of their groomed appearances, but the Granadon princess appeared to be tighter than normal. Her walls clenched around him, forcing him to thrust in and out like a piston as he filled her up completely. Eventually, Berenger could no longer take the pressure and released everything he had inside of the woman as if he was trying to impregnate her again. After ensuring that every drop made its way into her womb, he pulled out and sank back into the bath, floating in the water as if he had achieved nirvana. As for Yasmin, she fell to her knees, soaking in the steaming water, struggling to regain her strength after such intense pleasure. Eventually, the couple came together and properly washed themselves after such fierce physical exercise. When they finally emerged from their bath, Berenger and Yasmin would witness the sight of two jealous brides glaring at their husband for sneaking off with the tan-skinned beauty. However, before they could even respond, Yasmin smirked as she walked off, leaving behind a single phrase to the envious girls. "You will have to be quicker if you girls want to monopolize my husband." This statement instantly provoked the two young women, causing them to shift their collective ire from their husband to the Granadon princess. Berenger gazed in awe at his newest bride's selfless sacrifice and made a mental note to properly thank Yasmin later for acting as a martyr. As for the Moorish beauty, she simply smirked as she walked away. Not only did she have some quality alone time with her husband, free from these bitches' influence, she also made his life a little easier by redirecting their wrath towards herself. In doing so, she had certainly secured herself in his good graces. After all, she came from a polygamous culture. Unlike Berengar's other wives, she knew how to play the game of harems. Chapter 5:16, Sensual Bath Part 2. Having spent some quality alone time with Yasmin, Berengar's other two bridges, who were present to witness them absconding from the royal bathhouse, were visibly upset. Adela, more so than Linda, she hated Yasmin. The reason for being was purely religious. As a devout Christian, Adela disapproved of the relationship Berenger had with his Muslim bride and the alliance he made with her family's kingdom. The High Queen of Austria considered Yasmin a poor influence on Berenger and worried that she might try to tempt him to convert to her heretical beliefs. Of course, she did not know nor care that Yasmin was more secular than she was devout. Thus, the moment Adela saw her husband leaving the bath with his Moorish whore in tow, she had every urge to attack the woman verbally. However, before she could get a word in, Yasmin had made her even more furious with her sly statement. Thus, the young Queen of Austria immediately fled the scene. She was too upset to deal with the aftermath. As for Linda, she took Yasmin's words to heart. Noticing Adela leave, she planned her attack perfectly. Clinging to her husband with an amorous gaze, the red-headed beauty whispered something in his ear that caused him to become excited once more. "I want you to do to me whatever it is you did to her in the bath." Though he had just finished twice in 1 hour, he was now as hard as a diamond, causing him to sigh heavily as he led his second wife into the bathhouse for yet another round of debauchery. When Berenger stripped off his clothes, it shocked Linda to see that he lacked any hair on his body. She rubbed his glistening ivory skin with her hands before nodding her head in approval. "I have to admit, that woman has good taste. You look so much better this way." Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled wickedly. While Linda stripped out of her luxurious gown, he gazed down at her nether regions as he grabbed hold of some spare wax strips before responding to her. "I'm glad to hear that, because I'm about to give you a similar treatment." Linda instantly turned around and saw the wax strips in her husband's hands. She immediately understood what he meant and smiled seductively as she sat down on the edge of the pool and spread her legs for him. "Go ahead then, do what you want with me." A flash of inspiration filled Berengar's eyes as he got to work on grooming his second wife. Unlike what he had done for Yasmin, the Austrian king trimmed Lindy's bush in the shape of a heart. After all, if he had multiple women in his harem, he might as well shave them differently. After finishing his work, he once more displayed his test subject's nether regions with a hand mirror. Upon seeing the heart-shaped design, Linda smiled before grabbing hold of her husband and pouncing on him. Without a moment's notice, she climbed on top of him and inserted his shaft into her slithering cave. The mother of three took control of the situation and bounced on top of her husband's rod repeatedly as if there was no more pleasurable experience in the world, giving the man a full view of her red, heart-shaped fur as he inched ever closer to climax. When combined with her large E-cup breasts which swayed with every bounce and her perfectly proportioned birthing hips, it did not take Berenger long to ejaculate inside the woman's womb. However, despite doing so, Linda did not stop. Like a hungry wolf who had caught a hold of a lamb, she continued to straddle her husband as she leaned down and kissed him, whispering something in his ear that immediately made him stiffen once more. "I think it is time you give Hans a little brother." Berenger chuckled when he heard this. Just how many children did this woman want? However, since she had asked for it, he would not deny her. He immediately reversed her position so that he was on top. The moment Berenger did so, Linda wrapped her legs around his back, ensuring he couldn't escape as he pounded away at her tight insides with his powerful piston. He would not stop until he had released all of his remaining seed into her womb. As he continued his thrusts, the young king suckled at his queen's breast, causing her to giggle as she teased him for his actions. "That's a good boy. Drink mommy's milk. It'll make you big and strong." He did as he was instructed. While Berenger suckled on Lindy's breasts as if her milk was the most delectable thing he had ever tasted, the red-headed beauty moaned in pleasure while petting her husband's slicked-back golden hair as if he were her child. Eventually, the couple could no longer contain their lust and they quivered together as they climaxed at the same time. After a few moments, Berenger pulled out where Linda leaned over and placed his shaft in her mouth, thoroughly cleaning it before hopping into the bath. Now that they were all sweaty, she needed to wash the filth from her pristine body. The king gazed at his second wife bathing and joined her for his second bath of the day. After a while, the couple withdrew from the bath, thoroughly exhausted from their encounter. Berenger swore that if Adela approached him for her own sensual bath time, he would have to refuse. He honestly did not believe he could go another round, at least for another hour or so. As they exited the royal bathhouse, Linda kissed her husband on the lips before whispering in his ear, "I will see you tonight. Don't forget your promise. We are going to keep going at it until you give me another son." Berenger sighed as he heard this before nodding his head and petting the beautiful woman in her silky strawberry blonde hair. "Very well, I will see you tonight." Linda began to walk off, however after reaching a certain point she turned around and opened her silk robe slightly, only enough to flash her lower lips. As she did this, she wore a pretty smile before thanking her husband. "Thanks for the trim. I look forward to your future assistance." After saying this, she disappeared around the corner, leaving Berenger in a bewildered state. "I could get used to this." "Well, that's 2 down, 2 more to go." After walking back to his office, Berenger opened the door to reveal Yasmin inside, sitting obediently in front of his empty seat. When she saw her husband's return, she smiled before asking in her mind, "So, how did it go with your other wives? Judging by how long it took you to get here, I'm guessing you had a bit of fun with them?" Berenger nodded his head as he closed the door behind him. As he did so, he corrected his 4th wife on her assessment. "I had some fun with Linda. She's a jealous and petty woman. Obviously, she wanted the same treatment you received. As for Adela, she is a bit of a prude and has to be coerced into group sex. When she's upset like she is now, there's no way I would have been able to convince her to join Linda and me in the bath." Yasmin nodded her head as she heard her husband's words. She reached into his desk and pulled out a bottle of fortified wine and 2 chalices. Though she only poured the alcoholic beverage for Berenger, after all, she was pregnant. Instead, she poured herself a goblet of water. She clinked her cup against Berengar's before speaking a slight toast. "To you, my husband, I don't know how you have done it, but you have the most civil harem I have ever seen. Normally, there would have been bloodshed by now." Berenger chuckled when he heard this remark. He was all too aware of the brutal nature of harems. He grabbed a hold of his wife's pregnant belly as he reassured her of his control over his family. "You don't need to worry about that. I promise so long as I am alive, nobody will lay a hand on you or our child. Anyone who even attempts such a thing will pay the price of their actions with their lives, no matter what their position may be in my heart." Yasmin smiled and nodded as she heard this promise. Unlike most men, she knew Berenger well enough to know he would not shy away from spilling the blood of one of his wives or children if they dared to target his other family members. The other girls were also aware of this fact, and it was this fear that kept their more vicious nature in check. After gazing out the window for a few moments, contemplating the future, Yasmin finally voiced her concerns. "So what now?" Berenger sighed as he took a sip from his gilded chalice before laying out his plans for the near future. "Now we wait for our enemies to make their next move. While the Catholic world pulls their heads out of their asses, I will take every moment available to me to further advance my kingdom. When the day comes that the enemy finally march on Austria with their little crusade, I will destroy every last man who dares to dream of harming my family." Yasmin nodded her head with a smile on her face as she responded to her husband's vision. "Good, I look forward to it." Chapter 517, Returning from an Artist's Voyage Part 1. Honoria stood at the ramparts of her makeshift walls. Over the past few weeks, she and her crew had used the resources at their disposal to fortify the mountain village which they conquered. Using the local population as slave labor, they were able to rapidly construct superior defenses as a timber star fort. Since the establishment of the fortress, she had issued patrols from the mountain pass down to the beaches below to secure supply lines, with the crew maintaining control over the ironclad sloop of war. There had been several attacks on the village since Anuria and her crew established control, but with superior armament and defenses, these hostile forces who had once ambushed her crew during their long trek were easily defeated. Although they had brought ample supplies to ensure their survivability in this foreign land, munitions were running low after repeated assaults by the enemy, and the supply caravans which had transported potatoes en masse to the ship had become more burdened under the onslaught of native warbands. It was becoming abundantly clear that any attempt to establish a permanent settlement in this region would require thousands of soldiers and a constant supply of munitions from the fatherland. An effort that Anuria was unsure whether it was worth the cost. The pirate queen sighed heavily as she turned to her first mate, Melissa, who had been by her side throughout the entire ordeal. She knew they would soon be overrun by the enemy's attempts to drive them from these lands. Anuria only hoped that their limited contact with the natives would spread disease like it had in New Vienna, and in doing so wipe out much of the local populace so that future colonization efforts would not end in vain. Melissa, it is time to withdraw from our position. We have transported enough of these strange vegetables to our cargo hold. I hope they will be worth something to our king when we finally return to the fatherland. Melissa nodded her head in silence. She agreed with her captain. Casualties were higher than expected, and the crew was growing more discontent by the day. They were dangerously close to another mutiny attempt. Noticing her first mate's reaction, Anuria gave out her orders. Tell the crew to pack up our supplies and prepare to depart. We will leave this outpost and return to the vessel. From there we will set sail for the fatherland. We have explored enough of the region. The intelligence we can provide to the Austrian crown will surely be worth a fortune. The former prostitute saluted her captain before responding in the affirmative. Yes, ma'am, I will dispatch your orders immediately. After saying this, Melissa departed from Anuria's hut and began giving out the orders. Within a matter of hours, the crew was fully prepared to withdraw from the continent. Though there would be a brief period of conflict as they descended from the mountains, ultimately those who had survived thus far would make it back to the vessel without significant injury. As for the journey home, it was relatively uneventful. Considering Anuria and her crew were some of the few people who knew about the existence of the New World, the only threat they would have to face would be the weather itself. However, they were not sailing on wooden ships. Instead, they used a watertight ironclad. In doing so, they ensured that the weather was less of a concern than it was during the age of exploration in Berengar's past life. After several weeks, the day finally arrived for Anuria and her crew to return to the fatherland, where she immediately departed from her vessel and aided her crew in transporting the cargo of potatoes to a railcar which would make its way to the capital. As for the rest of her crew, Anuria addressed them one last time before parting ways. As promised, I will negotiate with the king for the price of the information we have got and the cargo we have gained throughout our exploits. An equal share will be given to all members of the crew for those who passed away on our adventure. I promise their families will be taken care of. For now, wait in Kufstein until you have received your pay. Then you are welcome to do as you please until I call upon you again. Just remember that everything you witnessed on this journey is a state secret, and there will be strict punishments for whoever leaks any information regarding what we discovered. The price to pay for such treachery would be none other than death, so I advise you all to keep your lips sealed. Now I must return to the palace. I will call upon you when I have decided on our next adventure. After saying this, Anuria departed from her crew and took the next train back to Kufstein. When she finally arrived at the palace's gates, her appearance was quite haggard. She had seen much difficulty on her expedition to the Andes and had not bathed in weeks. However, she felt confident that her husband would still be pleased to see her. The guards instantly recognized the third queen and allowed her to pass through the gates without incident. It was only after she knocked on the door to the royal palace that she finally felt relaxed. A servant quickly answered the door and was shocked to see the disheveled appearance of the third queen. Queen Anuria, you have returned? Quickly, come with me. The king is in the bath, and I am certain that he will be happy to see you safe and sound. Anuria smiled pleasantly and nodded her head when she heard this. It had been some time since she had seen her husband, and her body was aching for his embrace. Thus, she was happy to follow the servant into the bath, where she stripped out of her muddy clothes and silently approached Berenger, who was leaning against the edge of the pool. The Princess of Byzantium stealthily approached her husband, where she placed her hands around his eyes and disguised her voice. Guess who? Berenger chuckled when he heard his third wife's attempt to prank him and quickly answered her question. Anuria, I did not know you would return home so soon. You know you smell foul, don't you? The young woman released her grip over her husband's eyes and jumped into the pool. As she entered the body of steaming water, the sweat and grime that covered her body soaked away as an oily film floated to the surface. After rising to the surface and taking a deep breath, Anuria pouted before asking Berenger the question in her mind. How did you know it was me? Berenger stared studiously at the woman's breasts before answering her question. I could tell by the size and shape of what was squeezing against my back. Clearly they were bigger than Adela's but were smaller than Lindy's and Yasmin's. Thus, by a process of elimination, there was only one woman who has access to my bathhouse that could pose such a riddle. Anuria pouted further as she heard the response. So her breasts had given her away? This man really was a pervert if he could glean such information simply by the size and shape of her chest. Eventually, she smiled before she told her husband of her adventure. Anyway, I just got back from my expedition to the New World and have brought some valuable intelligence as well as some strange new food that I think you will enjoy. Berengar's brows raised as excitement filled his sapphire blue eyes. A single question filled his thoughts as he gazed upon his third wife with a renewed sense of attraction. Did she find potatoes? Before Berenger could inquire further about the matter, the young woman approached him and wrapped her arms around his neck before planting a passionate kiss on his lips. After doing so, she whispered in his ear in a seductive voice, "I expect to be well rewarded for my discoveries." Berenger smiled mischievously as he heard these words and nodded his head before responding, "Very well. I will inspect your goods and determine their value for myself. If they meet my expectations, I promise that you and your girls will be well compensated for your efforts. However, there is an important matter that must come first." Anuria could tell by the massive thing pressing against her belly just what Berenger had in mind, but rather than take the initiative, she played coy as she put on a questioning facade. "Oh? What could that possibly be?" The young king of Austria broke out into a small fit of laughter as he whispered in his wife's ears after inserting his shaft into her tight and moist cave. "You have been severely lacking in your wifely duties. It is time you take responsibility for your absence." Thus, the king and his third wife enjoyed some time in the bath as they reunited in each other's loving embrace. Chapter 518, Returning from an Artist's Voyage Part 2. After getting reacquainted with one another's bodies in the royal bathhouse, Berenger and Anuria departed from their isolation and entered the dining hall where the king's growing family had gathered for a family meal. Upon witnessing the Byzantine princess return from her voyage, Berengar's other brides had varying expressions. As for Hans, he quickly jumped up from his seat and approached the young woman. "Mommy, Anuria is back." The third queen of Austria smiled lovingly as her husband's eldest son approached her with glee. She quickly picked the boy up and swung him around as she planted a kiss on his forehead. "My baby boy is growing up so fast." In response to this, Linda merely sneered in disdain at her rival before making a comment on her choice of words. "Your baby boy?" It had been a while since Anuria had verbally sparred with Linda, and thus she put on a devilish smirk as she made a comment that made the red-headed bowtie's blood boil. "Of course, I consider all of Berengar's children to be my own, even if they were born to another woman. After all, no matter how much of a bitch his kids' birth mothers might be, it is not a fault of the child. All I see is the offspring of my husband, which I hope grows to be plentiful. Speaking of which, Yasmin, you should be due soon, should you not?" Before Linda could respond to Anuria's snide remark, she had shifted the conversation to someone else, thoroughly cutting her off from retorting. As for the woman in question, she smiled as she rubbed her pregnant belly before nodding her head. "Yes, however, this little bugger appears to be taking his sweet time." Adela immediately raised her brow in displeasure as she heard this remark and immediately questioned the Granadon princess. "How do you know it is a boy?" Yasmin glanced over at the overly pious woman and made a snide remark of her own. "Because his father's seed is strong, and I have no doubt that Allah will bless me with a strong and cunning boy much like his father." The mentioning of the word Allah immediately made Adela's skin crawl as she looked towards her husband for a response. "Berenger, my dear, are you willing to let such heresy be spoken in your court?" The Austrian king chuckled in response to his high queen's assertion before lecturing her on a lesson of tolerance. "Adela, darling, it is not my place to judge Yasmin for which god she worships. That is between her and her deity. Besides, I think your faith has blinded you. She is not a wicked woman like you perceive her to be. If you put aside that overly pious attitude of yours for a moment, I think you would realize that the two of you have much in common." Adela did not take this remark lightly and instead refused to meet her husband's gaze. The fact that he would take this heathen's side instead of hers infuriated her. When Berenger witnessed her furious expression, he merely sighed in defeat. It was impossible to please all of his wives completely. However, he would not bend the knee to Adela's religious persecution simply because she was a devout Christian. Thus he shifted the topic to Anuria's journey in an attempt to establish a degree of cordiality between the women. "Tell me, Anuria, about your expedition to the New World. What did you see? What information have you gathered for me?" Anuria smiled as the conversation shifted back to her. She happily recounted her tales of what she had discovered. "Well, where I landed was far different from New Vienna. It was a mountainous region that took a lot of climbing to discover anything of value. However, I made sure that my cartographer had created sufficient maps of the land we uncovered. What was interesting was that there was no attempt by the natives to contact us. Instead, they immediately ambushed us during our climb. We had fought fiercely with them, however, no matter how many times we pushed them back, they came back for more. Their hostility and willingness to enter our gunfire to drive us out is something I have not seen before. We eventually began running low on rations, but rather than head back to the ship and call it quits, my scouts spotted a village which we seized for ourselves with limited struggle. We ended up using the locals to build a small timber star fort around the village and regularly sent out scouts to map more of the region. As for what we discovered, unfortunately there was no silver or gold, however we found a new food product that was really tasty when cooked properly. We piled the village's entire stockpile of these vegetables onto our cargo hold. Before we return to the fatherland, they should be arriving by rail car soon. In the meantime, I have a sample. After saying this, Anuria reached into her satchel and pulled out a rather large potato before setting it on the table. Berengar's eyes grew wide with shock as he witnessed this. It had been roughly 6 years since he first reincarnated into this world, and until now there were two things he missed from his daily life. That was potatoes and chocolate. With this discovery, Berenger could finally make many of the great German dishes that his kingdom was missing. The young Austrian king had to take a moment to collect his thoughts and calm his voice before he questioned Anuria further on this matter. Just how many of these foreign vegetables did you bring with you? Anuria thought about it for a moment before giving her husband an estimated figure. Thousands, as well as the means to grow them. The villagers didn't understand our language, but force was enough for them to teach us via gestures how to grow these things, so we brought back the means to plant them in our fields as well. It stunned Berenger to hear this. He felt like he was about to have a heart attack from sheer excitement. He spent a few minutes to calm his nerves, which did not go unnoticed by his wives, especially Anuria. She could tell that despite never seeing this vegetable before, he knew exactly what it was. However, she did not know how he knew, and she also knew he would not enlighten her on that subject. Thus, she was forced to smile before covertly trying to coax some answers from the man about his secret. So, what should we name these things? Berenger pretended to think about it for a moment before giving them the same name from his past life. How about potatoes? Anuria's brow twitched as she heard this. She did not know what potatoes were or what the word meant, but it didn't sound like a German word. This instantly made her more curious about whatever Berenger was hiding. However, she knew better than to question him openly and instead nodded her head in agreement. Very well, we will call them potatoes. How much do you estimate they are worth? The Austrian king was not stupid. He knew Anuria had suspected he knew more than he was letting on and how he knew these things, thus he attempted to throw her off the trail by not giving her an immediate answer. We will have to experiment with these potatoes to see their most effective use, but at the very least I can give you fair price of Austrian thalers for them. If they prove to be worth more than we initially inspected, I can pay you and your crew a further installment on the newfound price. Anuria smirked as she heard her husband's response. He was very good at pretending like he didn't know the answer to her questions. His statement was also quite reasonable. If she did not know him so well, perhaps she would have bought his line. However, she knew Berenger better than most. Perhaps only Linda, Adela, and Henrietta knew his mannerisms and thought process better than her, and thus she, as well as the others at the table, knew he was hiding something. Despite this common sentiment from the women gathered at the table, none dared to question him about this obvious attempt to deflect from his hidden secrets. The last thing they wanted was to corner Berenger and have him lash out at them. With a simple smile on Anuria's face, she prodded Berengar's chest and changed the subject. She had gotten all the answers she could glean for now, thus there was another matter on her mind. Daddy, will you spend the night with me? I missed you so much. Berenger chuckled as he heard this. He had spent more time with his other wives lately, and though he had just been intimate with Anuria in the bath, that she had brought back potatoes put her in his good graces. And he was more than willing to reward the woman for her efforts, thus he nodded his head before responding. Of course. After all, I need to reward you for your efforts. With this said, the king's other brides instantly became jealous, all of them besides Yasmin. She knew how to share a man, and if she was being honest, she had become physically exhausted from all the intimacy she had spent with her husband over the past few weeks. The man had the stamina of a lion, and she could not satisfy him all by herself. Thus, after finishing the meal together as a family, Berenger and Anuria would abscond to the royal bedchambers where they would engage in all kinds of intimacy. Chapter 519, Tea Ceremony. Hans sat in his room around a small wooden table. Sitting across from him were the princesses of Bohemia and Poland, who had become Berengar's wards and in many ways the only two friends that the young boy had. While Veronica was quite a bit older than the Austrian prince, Natalia was of a similar age. The three youths were enjoying a bit of milk and cookies as they dined together. Since Natalia had arrived in Kufstein, she had a difficult time adjusting. However, Hans had been by her side every step of the way, acting as a listening ear and a shoulder she could cry into. He may be young, but he had learned much about dealing with the opposite sex from his father's actions and took this time to cement his relationship with the two girls, completely aware of the plans his parents had for them. The two girls practically looked like porcelain dolls as they elegantly sipped on the milk from their teacups, pretending to be adults of noble stature. To the Austrian prince, this was laughable, but despite that, he did not call the girls out on their overly formal behavior. Instead, he took a bite from one of the Lebkuchen cookies seated upon his plate while reading a book about German history. The Austrian prince was exceptionally gifted, so much so that he would be considered a genius, even by modern standards. Despite being 5 years old, he could speak in complete sentences and even use metaphorical language. He could read, write, and perform basic arithmetic. Aside from his academic studies, he had learned the piano under Adela's tutelage to the point where he could perform basic songs. It was not just academics and the arts that the Austrian prince excelled in. After his near-death experience, he had been undergoing daily instruction in hand-to-hand combat and displayed natural talent in athletics. So much so that even Berenger was shocked by the boy's progress. At the moment he was studying the history of the Germanic peoples as per written by Tacitus. While he was studying this ancient history, the auburn-haired princess of Poland raised her voice in discontent. Clearly, she was upset that her little friend was not paying her any attention. Hans, you meanie? Don't just read, pay attention to me. Despite Natalia's protests, Hans did not look away from his book, rather he licked his fingers and carefully turned the page. As he did so, he responded with a stoic tone in his childish voice. Unlike you, I can do two things at once. You are the one who has remained silent. If there is something you wish to speak about, go ahead. Nobody is stopping you. The smug expression on the boy's lips as he flouted his superior intellect irritated the young girl. While Hans and Veronica were her only two friends here in this enormous palace, she did not like the arrogant attitude that the boy constantly had. Thus, it was no surprise when she lashed out in a childish tantrum. Just because you can read those big books doesn't mean you're smarter than me. A condescending smile etched itself upon the Austrian prince's lips as he heard this childish statement. He knew very well he was far more intelligent than the young princess, but he would never openly say it. He had learned much from observing his father's interactions with his many wives. Thus, he knew better than to openly declare his superiority to a woman. However, to back away from such a challenge to his intellect was unbefitting of a prince like himself, thus Hans sighed before setting down his book and gazing at the young girl with a sense of superiority. His response to her claims of being equal in intellect was one of pure condescension. Natalia, my dear, I have never once claimed I was more intelligent than you. Perhaps you are making such accusations because of your own sense of inferiority. The Polish princess had a fundamental understanding of the German language at best. When combined with her young age, she simply did not understand half of what Hans had said to her. Despite this reality, the young girl refused to admit defeat and looked over towards Veronica with a pleading gaze. By now, the Bohemian princess was well aware of the gifts Hans was born with and would not challenge his intelligence openly. All she could do was look at Natalia with pity. The Polish princess had dug her own grave by challenging a young genius like Hans. Upon seeing that she was receiving no support, Natalia broke out into tears and ran away in defeat, leaving behind one simple phrase as she fled from the room. Hans, you dummy. After she had disappeared from earshot, Veronica sighed before responding to the prince's ruthless comments. Did you have to be so hard on her? She is just a child. In response to this remark, Hans merely chuckled as he sipped on his milk. After doing so, he wiped his mouth with a napkin before replying. You say that as if the two of us are not children as well? Besides, she was out of line. Somebody had to put her in her place. Veronica had no response to this. It was hard to reprimand the boy when he was the same age as Natalia. Though Hans was intellectually superior to the Polish princess, he was still emotionally immature and was prone to being a petty little shit. The only way to get through to the boy was to get him to think about his future. If you are so smart, then you must know the plans your parents have for you and that girl. One day, she will be your wife and she will remember the arrogance that you displayed in your youth. Aren't you afraid of the consequences that your words will have? Hans merely chuckled in response to this comment before responding with a smug grin. I am well aware of the plans that my parents have between the two of us, but aren't you included in them as well? Or perhaps you have developed feelings for my father. You are getting to be that age and he is a handsome man. I'd hate to break it to you, but I don't think he will see you in such a way. To him, you are more like a daughter than a potential lover. The Bohemian princess immediately flushed red as she heard this comment. She could not believe that Hans had suggested such a thing. Unwilling to meet the boy's gaze, she shifted her sight to the floor before responding to the Austrian prince's inappropriate remark. Ass. Hans chuckled once more before he returned his attention to his book. After a few moments of awkward silence, Veronica regained her senses and asked in her mind, Do you really think your parents will betroth me to you? With a shy-teating grin on his face, Hans turned the page of his book once more before responding. It is what I would do. Once more silence prevailed as the young girl flushed with embarrassment for the second time, imaging many scenarios in her head as she thought about the idea of marrying Hans. Ultimately, she slapped her face to force her state of mind back to one of normality. When Hans saw this out of the corner of his eye, he merely smirked in silence. The two kids were unaware that Natalia was sitting outside the door, sniffling. When she overheard the conversation that Hans and Veronica were having, she flushed red with embarrassment as she envisioned her future wedding with the Austrian prince. Ultimately, Veronica was the one to break the silence as she asked a question that had been a concern to her for some time. What about my mother? I doubt she would agree to such a thing. Upon hearing this, Hans finally put down his book where he looked deep into Veronica's mismatched eyes. The girl was visibly shaking. The very thought of her mother and the abuse she had once suffered caused her heart to fill with trepidation. As if all the happiness she had achieved since arriving in Kufstein would fade away the day she was no longer in Berengar's ward. Hans noted this behavior and grabbed hold of the girl's hand to reassure her before giving her a reassuring smile. You think she has any power? My father is the current king of Bohemia and you are his ward. Your future is up to him, not your mother. The girl felt a sense of calm in her heart as she heard these words. Instinctively, she grabbed a hold of the boy several years younger than herself and hugged him tightly. Afraid that if she let go, she would be forced to return to her mother's cruelty. This action shocked Hans, but he did not dare to break away. The two of them would stay like this for some time until the young princess of Bohemia regained control over her nerves. After that, they continued to have their little tea party as if nothing had happened between them. Chapter 520, A Dreaded Peace. Berenger stood in the ballroom within his royal palace. At the moment, Austria was seeing its first instance of peace since the days before Berengar's ascension to power. After nearly 6 years of constant warfare, Austria could finally say they were not officially engaged in any conflict. While there had been years where no major war occurred that Austria took part in, the kingdom still had its hands and troops in foreign battlefields supporting their allies such as the Hussites and the Grenadines. Technically speaking, there were currently special operations units such as the Jaeger regiments and the Jagd commandos that were busy engaging in peacekeeping operations within the Sultanate of Granada. However, this was not officially an armed conflict in the traditional sense, more of providing security to an allied region filled with unrest. As far as the Austrian public was concerned, their kingdom was not involved in any ongoing wars, and that was something to celebrate. As a result, Adela, who was the Minister of Cultural Affairs, put on a massive feast in her husband's honor and that of the soldiers who have shed blood for the sake of the fatherland. At the moment, various nobles, wealthy entrepreneurs, and a few high-ranking military officers were all gathered in the royal palace feasting on fine dining and drinking their fill of wine. As the King of Austria, Berenger was forced to endure polite conversation with a variety of people, most of which behaved in a sycophantic manner, which he found displeasing. Despite his actual thoughts, Berenger acted as if he enjoyed every moment of the conversation. By now he was dreadfully exhausted from pretending to be somebody he was not and had walked to the balcony for a quick smoke break. He pulled out a hemp cigarette from the container within his jacket and lit it as he smoked his troubles away. The young King of Austria smirked at the full moon, which illuminated the night sky above, as he thought about all the things he had done since he was reincarnated into this world. Even if his social obligations were tiresome, it was nice to have a break from the years of brutal warfare he had led, or so he thought. However, as Berenger was alone with his thoughts, he thought about all the souls that he had reaped in his tenure as a warrior king, including that of his only brother. His smirk turned sour, and his hands shivered. One memory in particular haunted his mind, and that was the time where he was alone in the dark, wounded and trapped by his brother's attempt to claim his life during that caveat at mining town. Without realizing it, a single phrase escaped his lips as he gazed off into the night sky. Never again? From the moment the king reminisced about that dreadful past, a river of foul memories he had suppressed throughout all these years flooded his psyche. The thunder of guns, the sound of steel tearing through flesh, the gasps of men who drew their last breath. It all came together in a symphony of war, one that consumed his senses. As he was struggling to find clarity of mind and control over his emotions, he heard a voice calling out to him. "Big brother! Big brother! Hey big brother, can you hear me?" When Berenger finally recognized these words, his mind snapped back to its normal confident and ruthless state, suppressing any guilt and revulsion that had burdened him the moment before. As if his battle-fatigued mind had recovered in an instant, he turned around with a smile on his face to see the sight of his younger sister, dressed in an azure blue gown with white leather heels. Henrietta had a tint of concern on her pretty face as she gazed at her precious elder brother, who seemed to have recovered from whatever trance he was in just moments before. "Big brother, are you all right?" Berenger seemed to have completely forgotten the overwhelming sense of dread he felt just moments prior and instead took one last drag from his hemp cigarette before tossing it to the ground and stamping out its light. "I'm fine, Henrietta, I was just thinking about all that I have done to come to this point." "Never mind that, is there a reason you needed me?" A pretty smile formed on Henrietta's luscious pink lips as she grabbed hold of her brother's hand with both of her own before leading him inside the party. "Come dance with me." Berenger smiled as he followed his little sister onto the dance floor. He grabbed hold of her waist with one arm and her hand with the other and led her through the waltz, which had become the signature dance of the Kingdom of Austria ever since Berenger introduced ballroom culture. After a while, the music slowed down and those who were still on the dance floor began to slow dance. Berenger found himself in an awkward situation as his sister wrapped her arms around his neck while dancing with him. However, he chose not to say anything. After all, his wives were busy entertaining his guests on his behalf, thus the least he could do was enjoy the moment. Henrietta eventually broke the awkward silence with a question that had been on her mind. "It must be weird for you." Berenger snapped out of his uncomfortable daze when he heard this and immediately questioned just what his sister was referring to. "What is?" Henrietta frowned when she heard this response. Either Berenger was deliberately playing dumb, or he was not as quick-witted as she thought. Until now, she had tried to divert her attention from the strange moment she had witnessed on the balcony, but her inquisitive nature and her care for her elder brother ultimately forced her hand. This peaceful era we find ourselves in. For the first time in a long time, you don't have a war to fight, or you are not looking for the next conflict. You are here, in the land of your ancestors, enjoying the safety and security that you have provided in your realm. Yet, I can tell by the way you look at everything that your mind isn't here, not entirely. I know nothing about war or the horrors you must have suffered out there fighting for our family's position in this world. I know also that you have to present an image of strength to your wives, your soldiers, and your kingdom. However, I just want you to know that when you're with me, you can be yourself, and if you want to, you can tell me about anything that is bothering you." Upon seeing her brother's complicated expression and the silence that remained between them after speaking her piece, Henrietta pouted before accidentally letting her thoughts slip. "Or not." Upon hearing the dejection in his little sister's voice, Berenger sighed before revealing what truly haunted him. "It is not the blood and death that keeps me up at night, it's the peace that follows." Henrietta had a look of confusion on her pretty face as she asked for clarification on her brother's statement. "I'm sorry. I don't follow." Berenger looked around as he continued to dance with Henrietta before elaborating further on what he meant. I have spent so many years either at war or preparing for the next one that during the moment when I'm on the battlefield taking another man's life, I feel no guilt, no remorse, no dread. In fact, unlike most men, I enjoy the simplicity of war. There is me and then there is the enemy wants to kill me, so I must kill them first. It is as simple as that. Here at home, in the palace, in peace, it is not so simple. At the moment, I am finally free from the chaos of battle and now have the time to think about all that I have done and what I have endured. I know that what I have done, no matter how brutal it was, I have done it for the sake of my people. I also know that if I want this fledgling kingdom that I have built to survive, then I must continue to act ruthlessly in the face of my enemies. But I have so many enemies, and no matter how much blood I have already shed for the sake of my kingdom, I know that it pales in comparison to what awaits in my future. It seems that God, in his cruel sense of humor, has destined for me to play the part of the villain. So I must ask you, how can one man endure the hatred of an entire world alone? Henrietta could not prevent the tears from streaming down her face as she heard the burdens that weighed her brother's conscience. She immediately hugged him tightly and placed her head into his chest, wiping her tears on his tunic before looking up at him with her azure eyes. You are not alone. You have me and you have your family. Who cares what the rest of the world thinks about you? You are creating a better world for our people, and I know that the people of your kingdom adore you. That is what truly matters. The rest of the world be damned. You are not a villain, you are the hero that our people need. You are also my big brother, and I love you. When Berenger heard this passionate speech come from his little sister's lips, he felt as if all the anxiety he had felt since returning home from the last war had melted away. Henrietta was right about one thing: he may be a warlord, a tyrant, and the devil incarnate in the eyes of the rest of the world. But to Germany and its people, he was the hero they needed to lead them from the darkness of the feudal age, and if a few million people needed to die to achieve this, then so be it. A new sense of clarity overwhelmed Berengar's mind as the fatigue washed away. In its place, a renewed resolve to build a lasting empire took over. A smile appeared on Berengar's face as he kissed Henrietta on the forehead before thanking her for her insights. You're right, Henrietta, about everything. I can't believe I let my emotions get the better of me. I thank you for your advice, and I promise to speak to you in the future if I ever find myself with any doubts. Henrietta did not hear a word he said. Instead, her brain was fried after receiving her brother's kiss on her forehead in front of so many people. It was fine if he wanted to show his affection in private, but they were in the middle of the dance floor, surrounded by society's elites. What if they misunderstood the nature of their relationship? Berenger paid no mind to this line of thinking and instead finished the dance with his dazed sister. After it was over, he returned to his guests in a much brighter mood than he had started the evening. Chapter 521, A Botched Assassination Attempt. Berenger and Henrietta continued to slow dance for some time in silence, enjoying the mood. The sight of which caught the gaze of the onlookers. Many whispered behind the king's back about the intimate display. To Berenger, there was nothing inappropriate about what he was doing. He was merely dancing with his sister. However, in the eyes of his guests, he and Henrietta were a bit too close. Despite this, they would not openly comment on the king's affection for his little sister. Thus, Berenger and Henrietta continued to dance for some time. After all, his wives were too busy entertaining his many guests, and this was a chance for him to escape such social obligations. With a wide smile on the king's face, he spoke to his sister about something that had been plaguing his mind as of late. So Henrietta, my dear sister, there has been something that I have been meaning to talk to you about for some time now. The Austrian princess looked up at her elder brother with an inquisitive gaze before responding. Oh, what could that be? It took Berenger a few moments to gather his thoughts, as this was a conversation he had been dreading. Eventually, he took a deep breath and exhaled before speaking his thoughts. You are no longer a child. In fact, you have grown into a beautiful young woman who I am proud to call my sister. It is because of this that I have been wondering if there is anyone you might be interested in? Upon hearing this question, Henrietta averted her gaze and flushed red from embarrassment. While biting her lower lip, Henrietta struggled to come up with an answer to her brother's question. The truth was there had been one man she was interested in for some time, but she knew it was completely unacceptable and until now had been suppressing her innermost desires. With her precious big brother finally asking her this question, it put the young princess in an awkward situation as she did not want to outright lie to him. Instead, Henrietta sighed heavily before deciding to tell her Berenger the truth that lay hidden in the depths of her young heart. The blonde beauty grasped hold of her brother's sleeve as she looked away towards the ground before muttering the truth of the matter. There is someone I'm interested in. Berengar's brow raised when he heard this. He could not for the life of him think who it was. After all, Henrietta had limited interaction with the opposite sex. He would think that he would know whoever it was who had gotten closer to his darling little sister. Thus, with a look of overwhelming confusion, he searched for an answer to this question. Oh, who might that be? Henrietta bit her lip once more. Her heart was pounding as she struggled to voice her feelings. Just when she opened her mouth, a firm hand grasped onto the young king's shoulder and spun him around. Berenger gawked at the man in question as he noticed the stranger was brandishing an old flintlock pepperbox revolver which used to be issued to his agents. With a scowl on his face, Berenger interrogated the man who had dared to approach him with a weapon. Now, just where did you get that? However, the man did not answer and instead pulled back the hammer on his weapon and pointed it towards Berengar's chest before boldly announcing his intent to everyone present within the ballroom. Your Majesty, the House of Luxembourg sends their regards. After saying this, the man squeezed the trigger, forcing a projectile out of the barrel of his weapon and towards his target. Berenger sighed heavily in the face of death with a stoic expression on his handsome features. This was not the first time he had met death, however he deeply regretted passing away from this world so soon before he could accomplish his goals. However, in the next moment he noticed there was no pain in his chest where the bullet should have struck. It was at this point he looked over to see Henrietta standing in front of him with a bloody hole in her abdomen. She had taken a bullet meant for him. Before the gunman could react to this unexpected change, Berenger grabbed hold of his weapon and pushed it out of the way before striking the man in the temple so hard it knocked him unconscious. After doing so, he tossed the gun aside and knelt down next to his sister, who was bleeding out on the ground. Tears crashed around him as he screamed out in a voice as loud as he could. "Medic! Get a fucking medic!" Henrietta had a bitter smile on her face as she felt her brother's hand press tightly against her wound. Seeing her life flash before her eyes, the girl struggled to give what she perceived to be her last words to her brother. "Big brother, you asked me who I am interested in as potential partner. I'd hate to drop this confession to you right now, but it looks like I am running out of time. The only person I have ever thought of being with is you. I love you, big brother." Berenger could not help the tears fall from his eyes and onto his sister's face. The girl used the last of her strength to pull her big brother in close and kiss him gently on the lips. After saying this, the girl passed out from blood loss. It was at this moment the medics who were on standby arrived and dragged the princess off to the royal physician Ewald. If there was anybody in this world who could save the girl, it was him. Berenger collapsed to the ground in shock, completely unaware of how this had happened. Rage and depression fought a major battle in Berengar's mind to see which emotion would dominate the young king of Austria's next actions. After several moments of doing nothing but staring at the blood on his hands, the victor was decided. The King of Austria trembled in wrath as he stood up from his collapsed position and glared towards his second wife, who was currently working damage control. He quickly gave an order to his guards with a voice of fury. "Lock down the palace and bring this man to the secluded area for interrogation. I will find out who is responsible for this attack and how many conspirators there are. Until I am satisfied with the results, nobody is to leave this room. Anyone who attempts to flee will be shot on sight." The royal guard trembled as they heard their orders. They had utterly failed in their duties to protect the royal family, and there were sure to be dire consequences. Nevertheless, they did not stand by in petrification. They had to make up for their mistakes. Thus, they quickly threw up their Roman salutes to the king before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, your majesty." After saying this, two men dragged the unconscious would-be assassin off to a secluded area of the palace, while the others gathered all the guests in attendance into the ballroom, keeping them under guard until the king ordered their release. The only people able to move around freely within the palace at the moment were the royal family and their royal guard. As for the rest of Berengar's family, they were brought to safety in the most secure area of the royal palace, a secret underground bunker that had been installed in the event of some form of enemy attack. While the royal family was safely protected underground, the king himself was filled with fury as his first priority was checking up on his little sister's condition. Berenger found himself outside the room where Henrietta was stationed, speaking with one of Ewald's nurses. By his side were his parents, who had visited Kufstein for the occasion. They had equally worried expressions on their faces. Berenger was in no mood to waste time and quickly inquired about Henrietta's condition. "How is she? How's my sister?" The nurse had a surgical mask on her face as she calmly explained what Ewald had told her. "There is a lead ball lodged in her abdomen. If it is not properly removed, she will die." Berenger immediately cursed as he vented his frustrations. "God fucking damn it, I swear to God, if she dies I will burn the entire northern regions of Germany to the fucking ground. You better fucking save her. Isn't there anything that can be done?" The nurse sighed heavily before revealing the extent of what the physician had told her. "Ewald has been experimenting with surgery, and because of the efforts of the chemistry department, we have sedatives that can ensure your sister is in a safe state for operation. As we speak, he is doing everything he can to save your sister, but these are new practices in the experimental stage. The likelihood that Princess Henrietta will survive is slim. You need to prepare for the worst." As Berenger heard this, his heart sank to a new depth, one that he had never imagined possible. There was nothing else to say to the nurse, thus he turned away and walked off. Sieghard had a solemn expression on his face as he thanked the nurse for her efforts. "Thank you for everything that you are doing for my daughter. I apologize on my son's behalf. He is just a bit emotional at the moment. I hope you didn't take offense." The nurse shook her head before sighing. "No apology is necessary. I cannot even begin to understand what you are all going through. We will do everything we can to save your daughter, but you need to have realistic expectations." Sieghard nodded his head with a defeated expression before making one final comment. "She is in God's hands now. I need to go have an important discussion with my son." After saying this, Sieghard departed from the area and ran off to catch up with his son. He had witnessed everything that had happened, including Henrietta's last words. It would appear that it could not be avoided. He needed to tell Berenger the truth. After grabbing hold of his son's shoulder, Sieghard said the words that would forever change Berengar's fate. "Son, we need to talk." Chapter 522, A Long-Forgotten Family Secret. Berenger turned around to meet his father's gaze. There was a primal rage in his eyes, one that belonged to a man who had lost all reason. He had every desire to massacre everyone present for the ceremony in a bold attempt to kill those responsible for daring to harm himself and his family. He meant every word he said to the nurse. If Henrietta perished, he would massacre millions of people to calm his wrath. Between his gritted teeth, Berenger somehow responded to his father's question. Every word spoken was laced with an unbridled hatred, one that could not be quenched without the blood of innocence. What is it? A deep sense of fear entered Sieghard's heart as he witnessed the rage that could consume the universe in darkness within his son's eerie pupil. The militaristic eye patch only further enhanced the tyrannical aura exuding from the enraged king. Son, we need to have an important discussion about your sister. Berenger could no longer hold back his heightened emotions and spat his vile words at his father. I swear, if she dies, I will not rest until I have personally tortured every person responsible for this atrocity and their extended families to death. I will bury entire lineages and defile 100 generations of their families' graves to get back at them for this atrocity. Sieghard could tell that fury had replaced reason in his son's mind. If he did not do something soon, the young man's hatred would consume him and compel him to commit unprecedented atrocities. Thus, he firmly gripped his son's shoulder while staring down the primal fury in the king's eye with a look of compassion and understanding in his own. Son, it is time you learned the truth about your sister. Such a bizarre statement momentarily snapped Berenger back to reality as he looked at his father with an inquisitive gaze. What the fuck are you talking about? Sieghard sighed heavily before sitting down at the bench in the middle of the hallway. He motioned his son to do the same. It was only after Berenger had sat beside his father and cooled his wrath did the old man tell the long-forgotten secret of their family. Henrietta isn't actually your sister, not by blood, anyway. She is, in all actuality, your aunt. The statement confused Berenger. He could not fathom such a thing being reality. While his memories of this life were mostly intact, he had no recollection of Henrietta being adopted, thus he asked for clarification on this statement. What the hell are you talking about? How is my little sister, my aunt? Sieghard chuckled as he recalled his memories of how he first met his little sister. Your grandfather was always a bit of a playboy, just like you are. Of course, he did not have the luxury to legalize polygamy, so he always kept a mistress. Despite this, he was careful not to father any bastards. At least, as far as I am aware, Henrietta is the only child he had from one of his mistresses. In his final days after my mother passed, he grieved her loss by taking a servant girl as his final mistress. In the end, the young woman became pregnant with his child. Ultimately, she passed away in childbirth and my father died shortly after that. Leaving this baby girl alone in the world with no parents, I took sympathy on her since she was technically my sister and adopted her into our family. Much to the chagrin of your mother. You were roughly 10 years old at the time. You remember how, because of your sickness, we sent you away to a monastery in the mountains to treat you? You were gone for around a whole year, and by the time you returned, we had already adopted your aunt. I didn't want you or your brother to treat her any differently than you would each other, so I told you she was your sister who was born while you were away. As for Lambert, he was so young at the time that he ended up forgetting we adopted Henrietta. Thus, your mother and I could keep the secret of the girl's birth and officially make her a member of our dynasty. I intended to take this secret to the grave, but when I saw her kiss you, I knew I couldn't allow you to continue to believe that you were blood-related siblings. If Henrietta miraculously survives this, I want you to know that you have my blessing to be with her. Berenger struggled to cope with this new information. It completely shifted his views on the relationship he had with Henrietta. Now that Henrietta's life was endangered and she had perhaps spent her last moment kissing him, it had made his head spin. Feelings he did not know existed emerged from his otherwise blackened heart. If he weren't so consumed with rage, he would perhaps be conflicted with his feelings towards his own flesh and blood sister. Yet, now that the Berenger knew the truth of Henrietta's lineage, it simplified things within his troubled heart. It would not be that abnormal for him to be with his aunt. After all, plenty of medieval monarchs had married their aunts. In fact, his predecessors, the Habsburgs, were quite renowned for it. He was already married to his cousin, so what was the difference between Adela and Henrietta now that the truth had been revealed? Of course, that was assuming she survived this ordeal. Thus, his mind instantly snapped back to rage as his furious gaze swept towards the room where the would-be assassin was being held. Berenger shifted his sight back to his father before nodding his head. I understand if Henrietta gets through this, I will make her a happy woman, but for now I have a prisoner I need to interrogate. If you will excuse me, we can talk further about this when the girl wakes up. After saying this, Berenger departed towards the target of his vengeance, leaving his father in a state of bewilderment. He did not know what Berenger planned to do to the assassin, but he knew it was not anything good. Still, to see his son taking interrogation into his own hands, that was something he thought he would never see in his life. The door to the room crept open to reveal the young king of Austria. He had a cold gaze on his face as he inspected the prisoner who was tied to a chair while surrounded by a pair of Austrian royal guards. Berenger quickly dismissed the guards who were acting on standby. Leave us. The guards eyed one another with caution. They were about to leave their king alone with a man who had tried to assassinate him. Was this really the wisest course of action? Yet the glare they received when they remained in the room struck fear in their hearts and instantly spurred them to action as they left Berenger alone in the room with the man who had critically wounded his beloved sister. After the door was shut behind him, Berenger snarled as he kicked the prisoner in the calf. You can stop pretending. I know you're awake. When the man tied to the chair heard this, he opened his eyes and sighed before responding. To think I would shoot the Princess of Austria instead of my target. Man, my employer will have my head for this one. Berenger scoffed when he heard this. He remained utterly silent as he took off his jacket before hanging it on a coat rack within the room. After doing so, he rolled up the sleeves of his finely pressed dress shirt as he grabbed a hold of a knife that was brought to the room by his guard along with various other torture instruments. I think you should be more worried about what I will do to you. The man smirked when he heard this. He was confident that Berenger was an amateur in torture and thus did not fear what the Austrian king would do to him. While Berenger sharpened the knife in his hands, the man made a bold retort. Either you kill me or my employer kills me. Either way, there's not much incentive for me to talk. Go ahead, do your worst. I'm a dead man anyway. However, you won't get a single word out of me. At the very least, I die as a professional. Berenger wore a wicked smile as he heard this. He approached the man with his knife in hand almost as if he were a butcher. He leaned close and whispered into the man's ear. We will see for now. This is where the fun begins. Do me a favor and try not to die of shock before I am finished with you. After saying this, Berenger brought the knife to the man's index finger, slowly flaying the skin from his flesh. The assassin's screams would continue to echo throughout the room for the entire night. Chapter 523 Intense Interrogation. Berenger sighed heavily as he cleaned the blood off of his blade. The subject of his torture was sitting on his wooden chair bound to it with steel chains. There was no way for him to escape without help from a third party. The Austrian king had a cruel smile on his face as he gazed over at his bloody work. The would-be assassin's left thigh was completely stripped of its skin and instead had been salted and wrapped in a linen bandage which was treated with alcohol. The white dress shirt that covered Berengar's torso was stained with blood splatter as he gazed at the whimpering man. This assassin had been rather resilient and, because of this, Berenger had taken a break from his vicious actions. The Austrian king wiped his bloody hands onto a nearby rag before picking up his gilded skull chalice which was filled with a viscous crimson wine. After taking a sip from the cup, Berenger dug into a piece of currywurst which had been prepared for him by the kitchen staff. Under the supervision of the royal guard, they could cook for Berenger as he ruthlessly tortured his victim to glean some important information, particularly regarding how he came to possess and smuggle such a weapon into his palace. After taking a single bite, a satisfied smile presented itself on the king's elegant but twisted face as he lectured his victim. Do you know why the ancient Assyrian Empire collapsed? Judging from your attire, you should be a nobleman. Surely, you should be at least somewhat educated on history? The assassin spit out his saliva onto the floor, which had traces of blood mixed into it. His face was heavily bruised from the beating Berenger had inflicted upon him, so much so that it was hard to make out his appearance. Despite his condition, the man smiled before egging his captor on. Why don't you enlighten me? Berenger sighed before grabbing a hold of a handsaw and walking towards his victim with a cruel smile etched upon his lips. He used this tool to cut away at the man's left pinky finger, slowly slicing away at flesh and bone alike, causing the man to scream in agony. As the king dug away at his opponent's digits, he continued his historical lesson. The Assyrian Empire was renowned for its brutality and its mastery over psychological warfare. You could even say they were the inventors of many of the world's first recorded torture methods. Because of this, their subjects and neighbors alike despised them. Ultimately, this vicious reputation was their downfall as during their decline, all the people they had victimized for so long eventually rebelled against them and made their mighty empire a thing of the past. However, despite this unfortunate fate, they left behind some particularly brutal torture methods carved into their temples and palaces that I have come to admire. You could say their vicious nature has inspired me. So allow me to explain what is going to happen to you. Before I flay you alive, I will remove each of your fingers and toes as well as your nose. Then I will blind you and castrate you. So rather than having to go through all of this messy business, how about we save ourselves some trouble and you just tell me what it is I want to know? If you do, I promise I will show you mercy. How about it, now that you know my intentions, are you willing to talk? It was only after he finished saying these words did the pinky finger finally drop free from its roots, falling to the floor in a pool of blood. Seeing the man panting in silence, Berenger frowned and raised his saw to the next finger on the man's left hand. A demonic smirk curved itself upon his lips as he asked one more question before proceeding to see away at the man's next finger. Still don't feel like talking? So be it. The man screamed at the top of his lungs once more while the finger was slowly removed. When the second digit collapsed to the floor in another puddle of blood, Berenger raised his saw with the same vicious smirk on his face before asking once more. Are you ready to talk now? The assassin had a horrified gaze in his swollen eyes. Was this madman was really going to do as he said? What kind of sick bastard was he? Before he could give up information, Berenger once more saw away at the man's middle finger. However, this time, the man was far more willing to be cooperative. Before Berenger could get halfway into the bone, the man cried out in agony. They'll talk. For God's sake, he'll talk, just stop. When Berenger heard this, he sighed heavily before placing down the saw on his table next to his other torture instruments. It slightly disappointed him to see how quickly the man broke, thus he gazed at the assassin with disgust before condemning him. You're no fun. Fine, enlighten me. Where did you get the gun? The assassin quivered as he gazed at his 2 missing fingers and his third one, which was sawed nearly in half. After collecting his thoughts, he swallowed his bloody saliva before giving Berenger an arrogant answer. Contrary to what you might believe, your kingdom is far from free of corruption. Where there are people, there also exists greed, and avarice can be exploited. It would surprise you how much decommissioned ordnance goes missing from your storehouses every month. Some of it ends up in the hands of the black market, others ends up in the hands of foreign kingdoms. My benefactor went through much difficulty to get that pocket pistol. It is a shame I wasted his efforts on your sister. Berengar's brow raised as he heard this remark. It would appear that there were plenty of heads that would need to roll. If the soldiers in charge of the warehouses were smuggling old weapons out of the kingdom, he would need to make an example out of them. However, Berenger had other questions and quickly asked away now that he had pacified his victim. Tell me how you sneaked your weapon past my royal guard? Surely you were searched before you entered my palace? The man had a proud smile on his face as he revealed how he had entered the palace with a weapon without discovery. I am quite proud of this one. Your wife wanted a local restaurant to cater one of their more unique dishes for the event, so as they were unloading their goods from their carriage, I hid the pistol onto their cart. After entering the palace, I retrieved the weapon and hid it in my jacket until I could get a shot at you. It is a pity I failed, so much effort wasted. Berenger nodded his head in understanding. His security may have been lax because of the peaceful era they found themselves in and did not properly search the caterer's cart for anything that could be hazardous. He would have to discipline them thoroughly for their neglect. The young monarch could tell by the glint in the man's eyes that he was not leading him astray. This was indeed how he gained the weapon and snuck it past security. However, a wise man did not believe his torture victim's words entirely. He had to verify the information. Thus, he would have to ask Linda later to investigate the matter. With these 2 answers revealed and already knowing who had hired the man to do the job, Berenger had gotten the information he needed to punish those responsible. Thus, he walked to the door and knocked on it, revealing 2 royal guards who entered the small chamber. Berenger cleaned off the blood from his hands once more, then he gave the 2 men their orders. I want you to flay this man alive, then send his dismembered corpse to the bastard of Luxembourg. However, before you do that, cut off his fingers, toes, nose, then blind him and castrate him. I want that little prick to know what happens to those who target me or my family. When the assassin heard this, he panicked and immediately called out to his captor with a voice filled with dread. What? Why? You said you would show me mercy. Berenger smirked as he tossed the blood-stained rag he had used to clean his hands onto the floor. After doing so, he responded calmly before exiting the room. I said that I would show you mercy. I never said that my men would do such a thing. After saying these words, he exited from the torture chamber and left the man to his fate. With this attempt on his life by his rival to the north, Berenger realized he would need to update his plans for unifying the German Empire. He could no longer sit idly by and wait until after the upcoming crusades against his people were resolved. However, before he could march his armies on the German world, he had much work to do. A thorough and brutal purge of all corrupt officials was about to be undertaken that would see the public execution of anyone involved in the assassination attempt. Outside of the corrupt aspects of his military and government, Berenger would spend significant effort hunting down the black market and killing anyone associated with it. Effectively, as of now, the Kingdom of Austria was under martial law and would remain that way until he had eliminated everyone even remotely responsible for Henrietta's fate. Chapter 524, Declaring Martial Law. Berenger stood at Henrietta's bedside. His white dressed shirt was stained in the blood of his most recent victim. His hands had practically been dyed red with the sanguine substance. Despite this gruesome appearance, he wore a stoic expression as he gazed lifelessly at his little sister. After staring in silence at the girl, who was in a comatose state, he kneeled beside her where he grabbed hold of her dainty hand and kissed it before turning away from her. He could no longer bear to see his little princess in such a state. He knew that the Kingdom of Austria did not yet have the technology to keep someone on life support for an extended period of time, and though she had an ample supply of IVs to sustain her fluids, if she did not wake up soon, then it would be a matter of weeks before she starved to death. Ewald, the court physician of the von Kufstein dynasty, had a solemn expression on his face as he gave his king a status update on his sister's condition. Your Highness, we have done everything we could. The projectile was removed and we have successfully stopped the bleeding. However, at this point, whether she lives is up for God to decide. Berenger scoffed when he heard the last words of the physician's statement. God? What did God have to do with this? If such a being really existed, then how could he stand by and allow such a sweet and innocent princess to be murdered in his place? No, God didn't exist. If he did, then he was either dead or simply did not give a shit about his creation. These were the thoughts that dwelled in Berengar's mind as he ignored his physician's words and merely nodded his head in silence before exiting the princess' room. Whether Henrietta would live or die, there was nothing Berenger could do now. Grief had become to overwhelm the young monarch's mind as he exited his sister's quarters and took a bath alone. Tears streamed down his eyes as he struggled to choke back his sorrow. Now that he had vented his wrath upon the assassin's body during his little torture session, despair had taken its hold over the king's heart. While Berenger was washing the blood from his body, Linda had taken control over the palace. Both the royal guard and royal intelligence were now under her command. The red-headed vixen entered the chamber where the assassin was being held. By now he had most of his fingers removed and the guards had worked on his toes. When she saw the two guards engaging in such brutality, the second Queen of Austria raised her hand and prevented any further harm to the assassin. Halt, this man is an important asset for royal intelligence. Though Berenger has gotten some vital information from this assassin, the king is an amateur at best in the art of interrogation. Have this man's wounds treated and send him to a black site for further interrogation. The guards immediately ceased their torture and swapped glances with one another before the senior of the two men began to speak his concerns. But the king himself has ordered for this man's execution. Before he could continue to interject, Linda glared at him with a murderous gaze, instantly causing his words to cut short. She crossed her arms beneath her hefty bosom before giving her orders once more in a voice filled with absolute authority. The king has left me in charge of his affairs while he spends what little time he can with his sister before she departs from this world. Whatever orders he may have given you before were done in a compromised state. You will obey my commands, or I will find someone who will. Do I make myself clear? The two men instantly snapped into attention as they saluted the second queen before responding. Yes, your majesty. After saying this, they immediately began to search for a medic to treat the man's grievous wounds. While the guards were gone, Linda smirked at the assassin with disdain. She grabbed a hold of his hair and pulled his drooping head up so he could look in her eyes. Whatever pain that Berenger has inflicted upon you, I assure you that my agents will increase by 1,000-fold. I promise you I will learn all the secrets that you hoard in that smooth brain of yours, and only after I have gained the information I need to redeem myself in the eyes of my master will I permit you to die. After saying this, the guards returned with a medic who treated the horrific acts of violence that were inflicted upon the assassin. As for Linda, she left the room and returned to the ballroom with a squad of royal guards towing behind her. The guests had panicked since the assassination attempt had occurred. The only thing keeping them from outright rioting was the threat of the royal guards, who kept a close watch over them to ensure that nobody acted against the crown during its investigation. When the second queen entered the room, a sense of relief washed away the fear and anxiety that had begun to sway the minds of the king's guests. They all remained silent and obediently waited for her to update them on the situation. Linda cleared her throat before gracefully informing the guests as to everything that had occurred. I will update you all on the situation at hand. Note that this information is subject to change as we gain more intelligence about this devious plot against our king and his family. I assure you that Berenger is safe and sound. He regrets his inability to inform you in person, but he is currently with his sister. Unfortunately, Princess Henrietta is in critical condition. At the moment, the court physicians are doing everything they can to save her life. The palace is secure, and the assassin is in the crown's captivity, where he will be interrogated for information involving his treasonous act. An investigation is ongoing as I speak into the background of this man, where he got the weapon he used in this attack. We are also looking into how he sneaked it past security to prevent further incidents like this in the future. I assure you we will find everyone related to this attack and punish them accordingly. For now, you may all return to your homes or wherever you may be staying within Kufstein at the moment. However, when you return, you will all be placed under house arrest, where Austrian intelligence will speak with every one of you regarding this incident. As of this moment, the king has declared martial law. In doing so, he has dissolved parliament for the foreseeable future. I want to make this clear: we have identified several high-ranking officials in the government and the military as being partially responsible for this assassination attempt. Thus, the crown will work tirelessly to arrest these traitors and castigate them for their crimes. Only after order has been restored to the Kingdom of Austria will the crown restore parliament. Until then, it is your duty as citizens of Austria to report any information you may know regarding this attack and its perpetrators to your nearest police station. We will brand anyone caught withholding information about this assassination attempt as an enemy of the state and punish them accordingly. That is all I have to say on the matter. After saying this, Linda turned away and exited the ballroom. The people gathered began to chant in discontent. However, she did not listen to a word they had to say. She had far more important matters to attend to. If she did not find and eliminate the corruption in Austria's society that had allowed this attack to take place, then Berenger was bound to hold her accountable for Henrietta's condition. For the first time in a long time, Linda genuinely prayed in her heart. She pleaded with God to allow Henrietta to live, as the red-headed beauty could not bear the thought of taking the blame for Henrietta's fate. After saying a silent prayer, Linda left the palace and entered the headquarters of Royal Intelligence, where she would work tirelessly for the next few days to identify her targets and eliminate them. As for Berenger, he spent a significant time in the bath by himself. Only after the guards had escorted all of his guests from the premises of the palace did he emerge from his solitude, where he quickly retrieved the rest of his family from the bunker beneath. They were all shocked to find out what had happened, and Berenger spent the rest of the night in bed cuddling with his wives. Only the warmth of their bodies could heal his wounded heart in any significant capacity. One thing was certain: Austria was about to enter a bloody period of its history. The extent of Berengar's cruelty towards his people would be determined by whether the Princess of Austria survived this ordeal. Chapter 525, Identifying the Enemy Within. A report sat on Lindy's desk as she rubbed her weary eyes and drank her sixth cup of coffee on this morning. Her usual lively and attractive appearance was marred from 3 days of hard work investigating the assassination attempt on her husband's life. She refused to face her husband until after she had identified all the conspirators, for the veteran spymaster knew the king would vent his wrath upon her, and not in the fun way she had come to love. After taking a sip from her coffee mug, Linda gazed over at the detailed report which, based upon the information received from interrogating the assassin who was currently located at a hidden government black site. While the Austrian government lauded itself for its forward-thinking justice system, the reality was there were certain criminals deemed too dangerous for a trial, and thus they would eventually find themselves missing. These dangerous criminals would wake up imprisoned at one of many secret internment camps where government agents would interrogate them for information regarding their criminal activities. After their usefulness was exhausted, these agents would dispose of the criminals and bury them behind the institution. For those few who were aware of these facilities' existence, they commonly referred to them as black sites. As Linda read through the report, which was conducted only after vetting the assassin's claims, she noticed several prominent figures in Austrian society who her agents had deemed as conspirators involved with the plot on Berengar's life. Not only were there high-ranking army officials who unlawfully sanctioned the sale of decommissioned arms to the black market, but there were even a few members of parliament who had invested in the black market that facilitated the sale of the pistol to the assassin. At the bottom of this report was a note by the agent in charge who detailed his thoughts on how royal intelligence should respond to these discoveries. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to arrest a member of parliament without extensive evidence and a warrant signed by a judge of a federal court. However, Linda had recently declared martial law and temporarily dissolved parliament, in doing so forsaking any rights the politicians of the Austrian federal government may have. Thus, with a smug smile on her face, Linda signed her approval for the agent's recommendations of mass arrest and public execution of the individuals on the list. There were 123 names on the list of targets, which included 3 members of parliament, a general in the Austrian Royal Army, and a variety of corrupt law enforcement officials. Although many of these people were only loosely associated with the unlawful trafficking of arms which resulted in this assassination attempt on the king's life, examples had to be made of all of them. Thus, Linda had immediately dispatched orders for their arrest. After handing off the documents to her deputy director of internal security, who was Hema's counterpart to intelligence affairs that took place inside the borders of the Kingdom of Austria and its domains, the woman named Maria Flecken looked at her boss with a hesitant expression before espousing her views on her orders. "Your Majesty, if we do this, it will surely cause civil unrest. The Constitution clearly dictates that there are certain rights afforded to the people. If we go through with these arrests, it will display the Crown's disregard for the rules it has set forth in our society." In response to this assertion, Linda merely scoffed before reminding the deputy director of who was really in charge of society. The Constitution exists solely because of the king's benevolence. In this time of crisis, he has declared martial law. In doing so, the Crown has temporarily dissolved Parliament and voided the rights of criminals. If we do not make an example out of these people, then I assure you the discontent of our citizens will be the least of our worries. There was a hint of worry in Lindy's voice as she spoke this last part. Evidently, Berengar's wrath was something she feared. After all, she had witnessed the brutality that her husband had inflicted on the would-be assassin and did not desire to find herself in a similar situation. Upon hearing these orders, Deputy Director Maria sighed heavily before nodding her head in agreement. "Very well. I will dispatch these orders to our agents and the local police immediately. I assure you that the men and women responsible for this attack will be arrested by the time the sun rises." Linda nodded her head before dismissing her deputy director. Now that she had dispatched orders for the immediate arrest of the 123 individuals involved in this conspiracy, she could return to her husband and check on his condition. Surely by now he spent all of his tears. Berenger kneeled at Henrietta's side while resting his head on the girl's bed. The princess had been in a coma for the past 3 days and nights. Aside from the first night where the king sulked with his wives, he had not his sister's side. The kingdom was under martial law, and rather than take matters into his own hands, he merely grieved by his dying sister's bedside. By now the young king had spent all the tears that he could physically cry and instead was resting his weary mind next to the poor girl who had taken a bullet for him. In his state of despair, Berenger spoke about matters that he had not revealed to anyone else in this world. Perhaps confessing his secrets was an act of solace for him. "You know, Henrietta, when I first regained my memories of my past life, you were the first thing I saw. Despite being in a state of confusion as I juggled the memories of 2 lives, I instinctively knew you were my precious little sister. It's funny, because of Lambert's attempt to assassinate me, I was dying just like you are now, but you stayed by my side and nursed me back to health. It was because of your efforts that I am here today. I just wish I could do the same for you." After saying this, Berenger sighed heavily as he held onto the girl's hand with a tender grip. It was at this moment he heard a knock on his door, though his first instinct was to turn away whoever dared to interrupt his precious moments with his dying sister. He knew it was likely something important, thus he wiped his crusty eyes as he regained his composure before answering the intruder. "Come in." The door opened to reveal Lindy's disheveled appearance as she entered the room. The bag she had under her eyes caught Berenger by surprise. He did not even think about who was managing his kingdom in his stead. Normally such a task would fall to his father-in-law, but apparently Linda had been hard at work for his sake. The red-headed vixen had an exhausted look on her face as she handed over a copy of the list of names of the people her agents were apprehending at that very moment. When Berenger gazed at the document, a look of confusion spread itself across his haggard face. "What is this?" Linda sighed heavily before answering her husband. "Those are the identities of everyone even remotely involved in the sale of the weapon that was used to harm the princess. It is a rather thorough list of 123 high-profile individuals. From the leaders of the gangs that operate the black market to the corrupt law enforcement agents on their take. There are even a few local and federal politicians who protected these gangs for one reason or another. However, the most dire of these criminals is the general in charge of storage, who not only was aware of his soldiers smuggling our obsolete weapons but received a cut of the profits. I must admit, I am surprised that we could not discover evidence of their activity until now. It would appear the criminal elements of Austria have done a good job of remaining hidden after you enacted laws permitting law enforcement agents to actively hunt and eliminate gangsters. It is my understanding that the reason they have been able to avoid attracting our attention is because of the support they have received from within the government. Thus, it is the recommendation of the agent in charge of this investigation that we use our current state of martial law to arrest and execute these offenders. I must say that I agree with the sentiment. Now is the time for the Crown to show the corrupt and criminal aspects of our society that we will not tolerate such behavior." Berenger listened to this report with his full attention. After he had heard all the details, he nodded his head in agreement. A cruel gaze appeared in his one good eye as he gave his decree to his director of intelligence. "I want you to arrest everyone responsible for this atrocity. After they are in our custody, I will have them publicly executed in the town square. Let this forever be a reminder to those who would dare act against me. There is a price to pay for treason." Linda had a bitter smile as she bowed her head in respect to her husband. Truthfully, she just wanted this nightmare to be over. If over 100 heads had to roll to appease the king's fury, then so be it. Thus, she responded in a tiresome tone. "I have already done so. My agents have assured me that the offenders will be in our hands by the time the sun rises. As for how you wish to execute these traitors, I will defer to your judgment." Berenger nodded his head as he heard this. He gazed over at his comatose sister one more time before grabbing hold of his wife's hand, where he led her out the door. There was much work to be done, and he could no longer afford to sit by Henrietta's side when those responsible for her condition ran free. Now was the time for action, and the king had a massive purge to undertake. It was only after the door shut behind him that the comatose princess opened her azure eyes in shock, a single phrase escaping her lips. "Big brother?" After noticing that Berenger was not present, Henrietta pouted before falling back to sleep. Chapter 526, Bloody Monday. Rienik Trossingen was a general in the ranks of the Austrian Royal Army, and he was not the greatest example of a field commander. His skills were much better set to task on managing logistics than it was strategy and tactics. It was because of this that the Crown had entrusted him to look after the warehouses which housed the various weapons of the Austrian army. Of course, when being in such a comfy position for so long, corruption was unavoidable. When one officer approached him roughly a year ago with the proposition to sell decommissioned arms to the black market, he was initially hesitant. After all, the Crown was very strict on organized crime. However, he also had thousands of old firearms lying around that were no longer in service and were kept as a strategic reserve. Surely if a few dozen of the guns went missing, nobody would notice, right? Or so he thought. Never in his wildest dreams would he imagine one of the pocket pistols in his warehouse would find its way into the hands of an assassin who mistakenly wounded the princess in an attempt to claim the king's life. It was because of this event that the general was sweating bullets as he wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. Though he had gone to great lengths to conceal his involvement in the black market, he was well aware of Austrian royal intelligence's ability to bring secrets to the light when they were determined. With the declaration of martial law by the second queen, who was the director of intelligence, he knew that his time in this world was limited. Thus, at the moment he was preparing to flee Austria, perhaps he could bring some of his expertise to one of the neutral nations. The relatively obese and bald man stuffed one of his coats into a suitcase as he barked orders at his house servants. "Fetch my stash of guldens quickly. I do not want to be here when the agents of the Crown show up." It was at this moment a knock resounded at the door. The moment the general heard this, the life faded from his eyes and he instinctively halted his actions. It was too late and he knew it. The Crown's agents had acted quicker than he expected. With a heavy sigh, the general approached the door to his mansion and opened it, revealing an entire company of the royal guard at his doorstep. These men were armed to the teeth and were prepared for conflict, the sight of which had practically caused the man to soil himself in fear. Rather than resist his fate, the general threw up his hands and surrendered himself to the authority of the royal guard. A group of soldiers quickly approached him and bound him with chains as they began to read him his charges. "General Rienik Trossingen, you are under arrest for the charges of high treason, arms trafficking, bribery, and extortion." As the general was loaded off into the prisoner wagon, his neighbors gazed in horror. While this arrest was being made, many more like it were occurring across the city, some of which were far from as peaceful as the general's case. On the other side of the city, a man wore a cloak concealing his identity as he sat in the back of a carriage with his family. The city had been completely sealed off since the assassination attempt on Berengar's life. Nobody was allowed in or out as martial law prevailed. This man was a member of parliament and was considered by the people to be a man of upstanding virtue and a true champion of the common man. However, in reality, he was as corrupt as a politician could get. Werner Goshane was not born a nobleman or even the son of a wealthy merchant. Instead, he had grown up as another peasant beneath the von Kufstein family. However, when Berenger came to power and began educating the public, the man's quick wit aided him in becoming among the first commoners capable of qualifying for office. He ran a campaign for the House of Commons on the principle that he would make the lives of commoners better, something that naturally occurred because of Berengar's reforms. Despite the reality, he had largely taken credit for many of Berengar's policies that benefited the average person, making him a popular candidate. However, vanity was not the only sin of this man. How could it be without wealth? What was the point of popularity? Thus, he quickly found himself accepting bribes by entrepreneurs wanting to open up businesses in his district without following the many regulations Berenger had put in place, which existed not only to protect the people but the environment as well. Bribery naturally turned into extortion as he forced new prospective businesses to pay a fee to his office in return for the right to operate in his district. When a few entrepreneurs found out this was illegal, they threatened to reveal his schemes, which resulted in him turning to murder to silence the voices of dissent. All of this had flown under the radar of Austrian intelligence. After all, they had been far more concerned with organized crime and external threats than the idea of corrupt politicians. Unfortunately for this man, one of his associates had ties to the black market, which was currently the target of the crown. Because of his relationship to the black market, Werner's crimes had come to light, and he was now a wanted man. Luckily, his contacts in law enforcement informed him of this reality before it was too late. Thus, he had used his ties to the black market to get in contact with a smuggler who promised to safely escort him and his family out of the city. From there, it was up to him to get them to a foreign nation. With all he knew about the government of Austria, it would be easy to secure himself a place as a prominent nobleman abroad. Of course, that was the plan. However, the moment his carriage pulled into the location where he was supposed to meet with the smuggler, he found himself surrounded by the royal guard who aimed their weapons at his carriage. The driver immediately raised his hands to show that he was unarmed, which was met with a thorough rebuking by his master. "Fool! Get me out of here. I will pay you 100-fold if you get me and my family to safety." Despite these words, the driver did not budge. Instead allowed the royal guard to search the carriage. Werner was quickly dragged from out of the carriage, as were his family, who looked in horror at the situation, completely unaware of the crimes that the head of their house had committed. Werner screamed at the royal guard who had apprehended him. "Get your filthy hands off of me. Do you have any idea who I am?" The guard in charge of his arrest merely responded by shovel punching him in the gut before reading him his charges. "Werner Goshane, you are under arrest for the crimes of high treason, bribery, extortion, and murder." The man's wife began to shriek as she heard these charges. She knew very well the penalty for such heinous crimes was death and could not believe that her seemingly good and noble husband had committed such acts. "You've got the wrong man. Werner is a champion of the people." Despite her protests, her words fell on deaf ears as the royal guard did not care about the woman's hysterical delusions. Instead, they began to wrap the bindings around the man's wrists. That is, until Werner broke away from their grasp and drew one of the guard's sidearms. The moment he did so, the rest of the guards raised their rifles and pointed them at the man while shouting their orders. "Drop the weapon. Right now." Werner did not do as he was instructed. In an act of desperation, he opened fire on the guards, narrowly missing the man he had stolen the sidearm from. The moment the gunshot resounded in the air, the other guardsman fired a volley into Werner's chest. Multiple projectiles riddled the man's torso and blasted his innards apart as blood sprayed forth from his body and onto the carriage behind him. His wife and children screamed in horror as they witnessed the man gunned down by the royal guard in the streets of Kufstein. The guard who had his sidearm stolen quickly motioned for the men to cease their fire as he walked forth and grabbed hold of his revolver from the corrupt politician's dying hand. After doing so, he pulled back the hammer and pointed it towards dying man's skull. "Good riddance." After saying this, the royal guard plugged a round through Werner's forehead, ending his life on the spot. With the execution committed ahead of schedule, the royal guard issued his orders to his soldiers. "Apprehend the family and interrogate them. I want to know what information they may have about Werner's criminal activities." With that said, the royal guard took away the sobbing family and brought them down to the police station for questioning. On this bloody night, Werner was the first of many to be gunned down by the royal guard as they resisted their arrests. This night, which marked the first time the Austrian crown used its authority to purge the criminal and corrupt from its society, would later be known as Bloody Monday. Chapter 527, A Public Display of Authority. General Réunique Trossingen kneeled in chains in the center of the Kufstein town square. By his side was a company of royal guards ensuring his protection from the enraged mob that surrounded him. He knelt alongside several dozen other prisoners who were guilty of various crimes, including high treason. Without a trial or even evidence presented before him, the royal guard had dragged the general out of his home the night before and ruthlessly interrogated him. Despite this unlawful abuse of authority, he knew his guilt well and thus hung his head low as he waited for his turn to be executed. While gazing upon the scene with an expression filled with despair, Rhaenyra witnessed the king take the stand and publicly declare the guilt of the gathered prisoners so that all who bore witness knew the depths of their sins. I know many of you have been wondering why my royal guard had invaded the homes of your neighbors and dragged them into the streets last night. I assure you that each person gathered here today is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Each citizen gathered here in chains today are guilty of a variety of criminal acts associated with the assassination attempt on my life, which you all know has resulted in the grievous injury of my little sister, your princess. For these most heinous of sins, I hereby sentence them to death. The enraged mob who had gathered to witness this event screamed at the prisoners as they heard this news while hurling objects at them. Death to the traitors. Burn in hell, you criminal scum. Although this sentencing was technically in violation of the Constitution, a large percentage of the city's population did not care in the slightest. From their perspective, this was quite a simple matter. The royal family was attacked at a peaceful event designed to honor the sacrifices of the kingdom's valiant heroes, and these prisoners were in part responsible. Only blood would sate the appetite of the mob. After raising his hands to silence the enraged mob, Berenger called out the first name on his list. Harthman Schmalbags, former member of parliament. I find you guilty of high treason. As a member of parliament, you have aided criminal elements that are in part responsible for the attack on my life. I, King Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name, sentence you to death by firing squad. After giving the formal sentence to the man, he was quickly dragged from his spot by the royal guard and placed before a stone wall. The man's appearance was haggard and bruised, much like the rest of the prisoners. Evidently, his interrogators had beaten him severely the night before. Despite this abuse of power, the mob did not care. Instead, they relished in it. After being placed against the wall, a squad of royal guards loaded their G22 rifles with .4570 Spitzer cartridges and slammed the bolts home. Having loading their weapons, the sergeant in charge issued his orders to the firing squad. Present arms. The moment he had issued this command, the royal guardsmen lowered their rifles and aimed them at the target, awaiting the next order that would seal the traitor's fate. Fire. Without hesitation, the squad of 10 men pulled their triggers, in doing so unleashing their projectiles downrange and into the target's torso. 10 bullets riddled the chest of the former member of parliament, ending his life at that very moment. As if like clockwork, the royal guardsmen pulled back their bolts, in doing so ejecting their empty cartridge before loading another into its place. Having done this, they shouldered their rifles in unison like a well-oiled machine. After reloading their weapons and pointing them in a safe direction, several other royal guards dragged the corpse away. The former parliament member's corpse made a bloody trail as the guards threw it into an empty cart. After disposing of the carcass, they lined the next prisoner up against the wall where the king declared his crimes for all to bear witness. Kurt Harder, I find you guilty of high treason. As a ringleader of the black market which provided the weapon to my would-be assassin, I sentence you to death by firing squad. The moment the gangster heard these words, he fell to his knees and sobbed as he pleaded for mercy. As a lowly criminal, he lacked the courage to face his death like a man. Mercy, my lord, mercy. I beg of you. However, such actions only further increased Berengar's hatred towards the man, forcing him to spit upon the ground in disgust. With the sentence provided, the sergeant began issuing a familiar order to the soldiers beneath his command. Present arms. However, before the soldiers could pull the trigger, another command echoed in the air with far more authority. Halt! When the prisoner heard this decree, he felt a sense of relief overwhelm him. Believing the king had granted him a stay of execution, he fell to his knees once more and pressed his head against the floor. Thank you, my lord. I promise. Yet, before he could finish his groveling, Berenger sneered in disgust as he gave a far more cruel decree, one that replaced the prisoner's relief with overwhelming dread. This worm's behavior sickens me. Clearly, he is not worthy of a quick and painless death. Sergeant, remove his head with a dull blade. The king's orders were absolute. As a sergeant of the royal guard, he had worked his way through the ranks of the royal army and proven his absolute loyalty to his monarch. Thus, the thought of rejecting this act of unnecessary cruelty did not even register in the man's head as he issued an order to his soldiers. Hold the man down and fetch me a dull blade. 2 men grabbed hold of the prisoner, who had broken out into a fit of tears once more. The cruel fate that awaited his man filled him with so much despair that he could not even curse out his executioners for their ruthlessness. Eventually, a member of the royal guard brought forth an old longsword. The blade of this weapon had not seen maintenance in many years. Not only was it dulled to an exceptional degree, but it was pitted with rust from years of neglect. When the soldier handed the sword over to his sergeant, the man did not hesitate to raise the blade in the air and swung it down with all his strength onto the neck of his target. The dulled blade cut through the man's flesh from sheer force, and despite this, he was not dead. Instead, he yelped in pain as another swing brought the cold, rusty steel down upon his bare neck once more. After half a dozen precise strikes, the man's head was severed and thrown into the cart with the rest of his body. Despite this unnecessary cruelty, the enraged mob shouted with joy as they witnessed the traitor who had provided the weapon to the assassin lose his head in a ruthless display of brutality. This acted as a deterrence for all the other prisoners. Not a single soul would dare to beg for mercy from the king after what had happened to Kurt. One by one, the royal guard gathered the prisoners against the wall where the king would declare the crimes they were guilty of. The sounds of gunfire repeatedly echoed in the air on this day as 102 men and women were lined against the wall and shot. As for the other 20 guilty individuals, they had perished the night before as they foolishly resisted the might of the Austrian crown. Eventually only one man remained, and that was the former General Réanique Trossingen. He had witnessed the deaths of everyone else before him and by now stared lifelessly at the crowd which cheered for his death. The king gazed upon him with a sense of utter disdain as he declared his guilt to the mob. This man is a former general of the Austrian army. Because of his talents, I had personally tasked him with overseeing the storage facilities which housed our obsolete weapons, specifically those which were kept as a reserve in the event that our enemies ever invade the fatherland. Not only did he personally sign off on the smuggling of these weapons into the hands of the black market, in doing so being guilty of supplying the assassin with the weapon he used to horrifically injure my sister. He is also guilty of the most heinous of crimes against you, the people of Austria. By selling our strategic reserve to our enemies, this man has greatly undermined our kingdom's national security and all of your lives in danger. I have already stripped him of his rank as general and seized his previous honors. Now I sentence Réanique Trossingen to death. Upon hearing his king speak to him in such a vicious regard, Réanique lowered his head before saying a silent prayer. After finishing, he gazed straight into the eyes of the firing squad as they lowered his weapons towards him. The last thing the man saw before gunfire echoed in the air and claimed his life was the sinister smile on Berengar's face as he mouthed the words, "Burn in hell." Chapter 528. The princess awakens from her slumber. Having completed the executions of the 103 individuals who were guilty of criminal acts that led to the assassination attempt on his life, Berenger returned to the royal palace. This past week he had been hard at work ensuring that he had purged the corrupt and criminal elements of his society. With a show of absolute authority, the Crown of Austria had made a thorough example of such behavior. What the people didn't know is that Royal Intelligence's Department of Internal Security had now turned its attention towards infiltrating the gangs hiding in the shadows and gathering evidence on crooked politicians. The era of martial law was far from over. Berenger was certain that there were more gangsters and corrupt officials hiding in the shadows of his society, and he would not relent on his stranglehold over the kingdom until after he had eliminated every last one of them. Despite this longing for justice, Berenger had far more pressing concerns at the moment. This action had to be met with an appropriate retaliation, and in Berengar's mind there was no more valid response to an assassination attempt than outright warfare. Thus, he was prepared to gather his generals and plot an invasion of northern Germany, that is, until he stepped foot into his palace. The moment he entered his home, Adela approached him with an excited expression. Before Berenger could ask what had happened, she blurted out the good news. "Henrietta is awake. It is a miracle." Upon hearing this piece of information, Berenger did not pay the slightest attention to his wife and instead sprinted towards Henrietta's quarters. When he opened the door, he saw the girl sitting up in her bed with the physician checking on her condition. The young monarch struggled to choke back the tears in his eyes as he rushed over to his sister and hugged her tightly. "My sweet little sister, I am so happy you are alive." The Princess of Austria was far from in the best condition and winced in pain as her big brother embraced her with every fiber of his being. "Big brother, you're hurting me." When Berenger heard this remark, he quickly released the girl and instead smiled as he petted her hair. "I'm so sorry, Henrietta, this is all my fault. I should have been more focused on internal security." Henrietta smiled bitterly as she saw her brother's worried expression. She could only imagine the difficulties he had gone through since her injury. Before they could fully reunite, Ewald dragged Berenger to the side and updated him on his sister's current condition. The princess is an incredibly lucky girl. The projectile missed all of her major arteries or organs and instead embedded itself in her muscle. It's almost as if God himself shielded this girl from death. Still, she will be weak for some time and need careful care if she wishes to fully recover from this injury. Though, I am sure that is not a problem for a man such as yourself. Berenger smiled as he heard this news. It was better than anything he could have hoped for. Thus, he placed a hand firmly on the physician's shoulder as he rewarded him for his efforts. "Ewald, you have served my family well all these years and you have saved my sister's life. Whatever you want in this world, so long as I can provide it, it is yours." The physician smiled softly as he removed the king's hand before responding to his generosity. "I thank you for your generosity, your majesty, but I was just doing my job. However, if you were truly insistent on rewarding me for my efforts, perhaps you could expand the funding for my department. As you know, this is the first surgery we have done within the Kingdom of Austria, and it turned out better than I expected. Imagine what we could achieve with hundreds of surgeons and thousands of researchers studying this field full-time." Berenger nodded his head in agreement as he heard these words. Truly, Ewald was a man dedicated to his craft. "Of course, I too look forward to the future of Austria's medicine. You have my full support. Whatever you and your team need, send an expense report to me and I will approve it. Just don't take advantage of my kindness." Ewald responded with a slight chuckle as he heard this remark. "I wouldn't dream of it, your majesty. Now if you will excuse me, I think you have some catching up to do with your sister." After saying this, the physician and his nurses left the room, leaving the two siblings alone. Berenger sat next to Henrietta's side on her mattress and held her hand. When Henrietta noticed this, she began to blush as she remembered the words she said when she was shot. "Big brother. I want you to know what I said back then." Before she could finish her sentence, Berenger raised his finger and pressed it against her lips, silencing her in the process. "Shoo. Don't speak, I understand everything, and I want you to know while you were on the verge of death, I had some time to think, and I have realized that I feel the same way. Besides, Father has told me something that helped me overcome the taboo of such a relationship." The princess was shocked when she heard this news and flushed red in embarrassment as she gripped the covers to her bed tightly in her dainty hands. Did her brother seriously just respond positively to her dying confession? However, in the next moment, she recalled the last words he spoke and quickly shifted her gaze to his one good eye with a curious expression on her face. "What did Father tell you?" A bitter smile formed on Berengar's lips as he kissed his sister's hand before revealing the big family secret to her. "That you're actually my aunt. You're not Father's child, but grandfather's. After my grandmother passed away, he had consoled himself in the arms of one of his servants. You were born from this union. Unfortunately, your mother passed away in childbirth and your father passed away shortly after, leaving my father to adopt you as his own daughter." This revelation was deeply shocking to the young princess. It took her a few moments to process it. After a brief silence, she raised her head with a quivering expression before asking the most important question on her mind. "So, does this mean that you are not my big brother?" Berenger chuckled when he saw his sister in tears over this. He responded by grabbing hold of her head and stuffing it into his chest while kissing her forehead. "Of course, I am your big brother. I always have been and always will be. However, it just so happens that I am also your nephew." Henrietta sulked as she felt her brother's loving embrace. She had a million questions on her mind and not enough answers. Eventually, the princess responded with a single comment. "That is so lewd." At this point, Berenger could no longer contain his laughter. He never expected his little sister to make such a response to his comments. Henrietta immediately pouted as she witnessed her big brother laughing at her remarks. She was about to chastise him when Berenger pressed his lips against her own, forcing his tongue into her mouth and entertaining it with hers. At first, Berengar's actions shocked Henrietta, but almost immediately after she lied back onto her bed and let her brother take control. It wasn't until the king began reaching through the covers and grabbed a hold of his sister's substantial breasts that the girl felt a slight tinge of pain and reacted with a cry. Noticing that he had hurt the girl, Berenger released his grip and noticed the stitches on her belly. Evidently, he had applied pressure to the wrong area. Seeing that he hurt the girl, Berenger let go of Henrietta entirely and laid down by her side before commenting on the situation with a smug grin. "It appears you're going to have to get better before I can formally make you my mistress." Henrietta broke out into a fit of giggles when she did so. However, she noticed this caused her severe pain, thus she calmed herself before latching a hold of her brother and dragging him under the covers. With a wide smirk on her face, she whispered something in his ears. "Well, at the very least, you can stay by me as I rest, can't you?" In response to this, Berenger smiled and nodded his head before disrobing himself while under the covers and tossing his clothes to the side. Though they couldn't make love, the least they could do was cuddle. Thus, the king began spooning with his sister while stroking her silky golden hair. Shortly thereafter, the couple fell to sleep. It would be a long road to recovery for the Princess of Austria, and Berenger intended to be there for her every step of the way. Chapter 529, An Unexpected Ultimatum. A week had passed since the fateful day where the Austrian royal guard executed over 100 individuals who were associated with the assassination attempt on King Berenger von Kufstein's life. Though the princess had awoken from her slumber and survived her wounds, she was far from the condition to alk around and enjoy life the way she used to. Berenger had taken extra care to ensure Henrietta's safety as her muscle healed from the bullet wound. He commissioned an elegant wheelchair to cart the girl around in and personally took care of her needs. By now the king's wives were becoming envious of the time he was spending with his sister. Despite this, they endured their jealousy as they were aware of the emotional turmoil their husband had gone through when he thought Henrietta was on the brink of death. However, a monarch's duties were to his realm and his people, and the attack on his life that had resulted in his sister's injury needed to be answered in kind. For without dignity, a monarch was nothing. Thus, he had spent some time preparing a major speech to be delivered to the Austrian people. After which, the kingdom's agents would then spread the message to the people that dwelled within those North German states who swore their allegiance to the bastard of Luxembourg. Finally, the day for the speech had arrived, and Berenger stood in the central plaza of the Kingdom of Kufstein, where just weeks before, 103 criminals were executed under his orders. By his side was the Princess of Austria, who was in a wheelchair. Aside from this fact, she looked as beautiful and lively as ever. The people gazed upon their king with curiosity. It was not every day that he would host such an event. They were curious about what he wanted to tell them. Clearly, it was an important matter. After enough citizens and foreign merchants had gathered in the town square, Berenger spoke in an authoritative tone. "I have gathered you all here today for an important matter. I speak not only to the people of Austria, but it is my intent for this message to be spread across Germany so that all of its people may understand what has transpired within my realm and hopefully empathize with my plight. Weeks ago, there was an attack on my life in the middle of a celebration. The intent of this event was to honor the men who have sacrificed so much in pursuit of Austrian victory against our enemies. Unfortunately, the assassin missed his target and instead harmed an innocent, nearly claiming her life in the process. It is a miracle of modern Austrian medicine that my sister sits here today before you all, both alive and well. Sadly, the attack has had serious consequences on her health, and for the time being, she requires assistance in the simplest matters of life. Luckily, we managed to capture the would-be assassin alive, and thanks to the thorough interrogation conducted by my agents, we were able to ascertain the identity of the man responsible for this terrorist attack. It is none other than the bastard of Luxembourg, Duke Hartmann von Luxembourg. This villain had conspired with hidden criminal elements of our society in an attempt to claim my life. In doing so, he nearly killed my precious little sister, who is completely innocent of the politics that have led to this unfortunate reality. Had my sister suffered such a tragic fate, I surely would have burned the northern German states to the ground in my fury and grief. Luckily for all of you, specifically the people of these lands, she has survived this ordeal thanks to the efforts of my physicians and their exemplary knowledge of medicine. Thus, I have decided to be merciful and give you all an option to redeem yourselves in the eyes of your Creator. Submit yourselves to my rule and rise in rebellion against this scoundrel who harms innocent little girls. Drag him before my court, and I promise I will absolve you of the sins of your masters. If you do this, you will avoid a war with the South German Confederation, one which will surely claim the lives of millions of innocents. For those of you who fear the might of your feudal overlords, fear not. I, as King of Austria, swear to arm those who submit to my crown with the tools needed to overthrow your masters. This is my ultimatum to you: bring me this villainous coward who declares himself King of Germany, or suffer the wrath of my armies. You have 3 months to decide on a course of action before I commit the forces of the South German Confederation to total invasion. Choose wisely, for the fate of you and your families hangs in the balance. Just know this: if I am forced to invade the north in pursuit of justice for the crimes committed against my family, I will be far from merciful. Having said the speech, Berenger grabbed a hold of Henrietta's wheelchair and escorted her back to the palace, leaving the Austrian people in a state of shock. They did not expect their bloodthirsty king to give the German people of the north a choice in the matter. Such a thing was indeed considered merciful when one took into consideration the brutality that their king had inflicted on other realms for far lesser charges. As for Berenger, he wheeled Henrietta into his office as he was too afraid to let her out of his sight in case some complications with her condition arrived. Though such a thing was unlikely at this point, he had become an exceptionally worrisome brother ever since the assassination attempt. Henrietta pouted as Berenger sat at his desk and began to draft plans. It confused her as to why he had brought her here. Ever the inquisitive young woman, Henrietta quickly asked the question on her mind. "What are you up to, big brother?" Berenger smiled. He would not hide his plots from his darling little sister. Instead, he placed down his pen and looked up from his work as he boldly declared his intentions to the girl. "It is rather simple. I plan to expand the Royal Guard into a self-sufficient army. Currently, there is a single battalion that acts as the personal protective force of the crown. However, after recent events, I have come to realize the need for a large and elite militant force that is unquestionably loyal to the royal family." Henrietta nodded her head in understanding. Though she wasn't one for military or even political matters, she trusted her brother's judgment. If expanding the Royal Guard aided in preventing another tragedy like what had happened to her, then she was all for it. As for Berengar's plans, he had devised the new and improved Royal Guard to be based upon Napoleon's Imperial Guard with a bit of influence from the Waffen-SS. Technically, the Royal Guard would be separate from the army and would exist as Berengar's personal shock troops. The king intended to split the Royal Guards into infantry, cavalry, artillery, sapper, and marine battalions. He also intended to follow Napoleon's model of splitting them into 3 sections based upon experience: the Young Guard, Middle Guard, and Old Guard. As far as their uniforms were concerned, Berenger designed a distinctive uniform for his Royal Guard. Rather than going with the route of a uniform based on the style that the Prussians used in the 1870s from his past life, Berenger took inspiration from the Bavarian cuirassiers of the same time period. Naturally, he shifted the colors from blue and red to black and gold, which were the colors that his armies used. Having finished drafting his plans for the restructure and expansion of the Royal Guards, Berenger walked over to his little sister and grabbed hold of her chin with his firm hand before kissing her on the forehead. After doing so, he made her a solemn vow. "I promise I will not allow anything like this to happen to you ever again." Henrietta rested her chin in her brother's hands as she closed her eyes. Despite being wounded so severely, she had finally gotten what she wanted deep down inside, and that was for her brother to spoil her. So what if they weren't blood-related siblings? In her eyes, Berenger would always be her precious big brother. With the actions that Berenger had taken on this day, he had forced the northern German states into a predicament. The people surely would not stand for an Austrian invasion, especially after all the success they had in wars these past few years. However, the proud lords of the north would never willingly bow their heads to the Austrian king, thus Germany was on the verge of war once more as 2 factions remained vying for the German crown: the Bastard of Luxembourg and the Tyrant of Steel. Chapter 530, A Villainous Bastard's Dilemma. After Berengar's rousing speech to his citizens, his agents quickly began dispatching the news of the Austrian king's ultimatum to the people of the northern German states. Unrest was inevitable when faced with the possibility of war against the mightiest army in the world, which had grown even stronger with the addition of southern German states. Renaud sat calmly as he sipped from his coffee while smoking a hemp cigarette. Even though the North German states were far more backwards than their southern counterparts, the elites still had access to many qualities of Austrian goods. A stoic expression was on his face as he lectured the bastard duke about his failures. So it appears that our attempt to assassinate the Austrian monarch has failed miserably. Not only did our assassin miss his mark, but he somehow managed to wound Austria's most beloved princess. If we stay here, I am afraid we are in for a rude awakening. After all, you know how Berenger is with his wrath. Hartmann had a horrified expression on his face as he sat across from his mentor. Ever since his assassin had failed to report to him on that fateful evening, he feared for the worst. It would appear that the situation was far more worrisome than he expected. It was one thing to attempt to assassinate the Austrian king and fail, but to harm his little sister in the process. If the bastard of Luxembourg wasn't such a coward, he would have ended his life then and there, just to prevent the torment that awaited him. However, while the young duke was contemplating the pros and cons of suicide, his advisor Renaud silently took a sip from his coffee before proposing an interesting idea. Though I must say, I did not expect him to rally the peasants against us. This has created a relatively unique opportunity, one that might allow us to escape the man's blind rage and live peacefully in exile. Hartmann scoffed when he heard these words, to abandon his people to the rule of his last remaining rival when he was so close to victory. It was truly an unthinkable prospect, nevertheless he could tell by the expression on Renaud's face that he was not joking. Thus the young duke took a small sip from his coffee. After doing so he sighed heavily before responding. "Enlighten me." Renaud did not immediately respond. Instead, he took a large puff of his hemp cigarette to calm his nerves and clear his mind. Though he may appear calm, the elderly knight was far from it. He was all too aware of the cruelty that Berenger engaged in towards his enemies, especially if they stepped on his bottom line. Harming the king of Austria's family was just about the worst thing one could do in this life. Berenger may act with a facade of righteousness, but when driven mad with rage, he was liable to raze entire cities to the ground. Thus, Renaud truly believed the man when he said that he would light the north ablaze to abate his fury if the princess had perished. Luckily for everyone involved, Henrietta had survived, and because of this the Austrian king had been merciful, and by merciful. However, Berengar's mercy still involved the demand for the gruesome death and torture of the men responsible for his sister's condition. Being entirely aware of all these factors, Renaud sighed heavily before revealing his plot to escape the Mad Ant's wrath. "If you are thinking of staying here in Luxembourg and defending your claim, I would advise against it. The Austrian army is more powerful than you can possibly imagine. It's so far advanced beyond our means that even if a simpleton were to lead it, they would still be victorious. Berenger may not be the general that Eckhard was, but he is still exceptionally capable. If we stay here, I assure you we will die horribly. We have an option to live well abroad. I suggest you commit your forces to fighting the insurrection that is bound to take place. When the enemy is distracted by supplying the rebels, we charter a ship to England. The English king is the last monarch in this world that is foolish enough to invoke the ire of his Austrian counterpart. He will grant us a safe haven for a time. We will use this borrowed time to charter a voyage to the lands in the Far East. Only by crossing the Indus will we be able to escape the eyes and ears of Austrian agents. I won't lie to you. The journey will be difficult and we will lose most of our wealth in the process. Austrian intelligence will also hunt us throughout every step of the way, but if we succeed, we can escape to a life of wealth and stability." Hartmann did not take this suggestion lightly. In fact, the very notion offended him. However, rather than bursting out into a tantrum like a child, he merely drank the rest of his coffee in silence before choosing to respond to his mentor. "Renaud, I understand your fear. Truly I do. The very thought of being captured alive fills my very bones with dread. Yet I will not abandon my lands to this tyrant from the south, nor will I give up on everything I have worked for throughout my entire life. You know as well as I do that technology is advancing at a rapid rate, especially in terms of firearms, and though we cannot compete with Austria on a level playing field, our weapons can allow our soldiers to fight back. We just need to get creative in how we do so. As for the rabble who takes up arms against me, they will find that I am not so different from Berenger when it comes to my wrath. When thoroughly provoked, I can be just as vicious as that man, and rebelling against my rule is my bottom line. No, we will put down this rebellion, and then we will resist Austria's advances until the bitter end. You are free to leave if you wish. I wouldn't expect less from a man of your heritage. However, I will not raise the white flag and surrender everything that I have worked so hard to achieve. I will either be victorious or I will die on my own terms. I refuse to give Berenger the satisfaction of torturing me to death." Renaud was not happy with the implication that because he was a Frenchman that he was naturally a coward at heart. However, he let the snide remark slide. He knew the boy well. After all, he had been his mentor for many years. Clearly, the young duke was lashing out because he was afraid. He may put on an act of courage, but the old French knight was unsure whether Hartmann would truly stay and fight until the bitter end. After all, though he had not personally witnessed the destructive power of the Austria's military, Renaud was aware of how many cities they had laid to waste simply with the power of their artillery. After living in exile within Luxembourg for so long, the veteran knight had grown attached to its people and did not wish to see so many of them die simply because of Hartmann's stubbornness and his refusal to let go of his ambitions. At a certain point, one must admit defeat in life and move on. Clearly the boy had not lived long enough to live this lesson, and at this point it was unlikely that he would. Renaud was at a crossroads. Either he could flee now and live his twilight years in exile once more, most likely in regret about leaving the young master behind. Or he could fight and die in one last stand against his master's enemies. Ultimately, he had to decide on whether he wanted a peaceful or glorious end to his long life that was filled with conflict. Silence prevailed in the room as the old knight reflected on his choices. It was only after he had finished his coffee that he came to a thorough conclusion. Very well. If you wish to fight until the very end, then allow this old fool to pledge his sword in service to you once more. Though I know this will end poorly for all of us, I would rather die by the side of my protégé than live out my final years in remorse. A haughty smirk appeared on Hartmann's face as he clasped the elderly knight on the shoulder. I see you have chosen well. So be it. If we are to make our last stand here in the home of my ancestors, then let it as such an end that our heroism resounds throughout history as an inspiration for future generations. Renaud smiled bitterly as he heard these words. Would this bastard boy really be the last Luxembourg? He never thought he would see the day where two great dynasties perished in the same decade. If Berenger von Kufstein could truly annihilate the main Habsburg and Luxembourg lines, then he was truly a conqueror worth uniting the German people. Of course, the old man would never say this aloud to his protégé. Such a thing would only act as discomfort in their last days. Thus, while Berenger began reforming his royal guard into an elite militant force loyal to the crown of Austria, his rivals in the north began making preparations to squash the rebellion and resist Austria's invasion until the bitter end. Chapter 531, Reforming the Royal Guard. Currently, King Berenger von Kufstein stood in his office. The man firmly clasped his hands behind his back as he stared out the window, gazing upon the sun setting over the Austrian Alps. For several moments there was silence, that is until the king finally spoke with a voice filled with authority and intimidation. So, you believe that you are ready to act as the field marshal over the royal guard? A young man, even younger than Berenger himself, stood on the opposing side of the desk that stood between them. He gulped the saliva that pooled within his throat as he quickly nodded his head with a severe expression in his eyes. This man was none other than the king's cousin and brother-in-law. Yes, Kausarm, your majesty. It had been years since Berenger had last associated with Heimeric other than in passing. A few years back, Heimeric's elder brother Gerhard assumed the position of regent over what they then knew as the county of Steiermark. The reason for this was simply because of Lothar's rebellion. However, rather than prove his competency as the heir to the county, his first act as regent was a poor attempt to dissolve the betrothal between his youngest sister Adela and his cousin Berenger. When his father Otto got wind of this notion, he castigated the boy and replaced him with his younger brother Heinrich. Years had passed since then, and a fierce conflict between the two brothers had emerged as they fought for the succession of their father's position. In the eyes of their father, who was now not only a duke but also the Chancellor of Austria, Gerhard had since redeemed himself. Despite this, Berenger was not fond of the man. After all this time, Heinrich had come groveling to his cousin, the King of Austria, for a position that would allow him to excel in the eyes of his father and hopefully one day succeed him. However, despite this plea, Berenger was hesitant. He was not one known for tolerating nepotism. In fact, such an act was a criminal offense in Austria, thus he wanted proof of the young man's capabilities as a military leader. With this in mind, a cruel smile formed on Berengar's lips as he walked over to his desk and sat down. He read over the report on his younger cousin's accomplishments on the battlefield as an officer in the Royal Army. It says here that you were awarded with a Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross for your heroism in battle. Having fought in the Iberian Campaign and the war against the Eastern Coalition, your superiors speak highly of your abilities as not only a soldier but also as a commander. You served with the Grenadier Guards. Is that correct? The young man nodded his head without hesitation before responding to his king's comments. That is correct, your majesty. Berenger smiled when he heard this enthusiasm. The Grenadier Guards was an infantry regiment renowned for extensive service record. Since the earliest of Berengar's campaigns, the Grenadiers acted as both his personal guard and as his shock troops. Over time, they expanded into a dedicated regiment of the most battle-hardened infantry. For a long time, it was considered a great honor to join their ranks. However, nowadays, this specialized unit was just another form of infantry. With the invention of stick grenades, such weapons had become standard issue to all infantry units, and thus the Grenadiers lost that which made them unique. Despite this redundancy, Berenger wanted to pay homage to the Grenadier Guard's lineage as his original bodyguard. Thus, he selected an officer from this prestigious regiment's ranks as the field marshal in charge of his newly reformed Royal Guard. Interestingly enough, his cousin just so happened to be the man he was looking for. While Berenger was going over his cousin's file, he was carefully studying the man who was dressed in his full-service uniform. After a while, the king placed down the dossier and sighed heavily before revealing the thoughts he had on the biggest issue at hand. I have some concerns about appointing you to such a lofty position. For starters, you are young, and though you have fought in 2 wars, there are plenty of officers more experienced than you. Though you have an outstanding reputation among your peers and superior officers alike, I fear some will see that your appointment to Field Marshal of the Royal Guard will be an act of nepotism on my part. It is because of this that I want you to prove yourself in a military exercise. I will not lie to you. The task I will appoint to you will be one that few men can succeed in. I will hold this excursion in northern Lombardy, where you will be tasked with leading a brigade of Royal Guard conscripts against the Kingdom of Lombardy's defense forces. Your aim is simple: invade northern Lombardy with your brigade and seize control over a single county. After you and your men have established control over this county, I will dispatch my JAG commandos to act as rebels, where they will engage in guerrilla warfare against your forces. With your army of conscripts, it is your job to identify and eliminate these rebels without a single civilian casualty. If you can succeed in this endeavor, then you will not only prove to me but to everyone else in the Kingdom of Austria, including your father, that you are fit to lead the Royal Guard into battle against all of my enemies, whether they be foreign or domestic. So, what do you say? Are you up to the challenge? Himeric struggled to cope with this task. What his cousin was asking of him was beyond most field commanders' capabilities. Not only was he given a single infantry brigade of fresh recruits to fight a mock battle against the entire Kingdom of Lombardy's defense force, which numbered over 10,000 men, but he was also then supposed to fight against a guerrilla force composed of Austrian JAG commandos. The JAG commandos were Austria's elite special forces. Not only were they experts at direct action, but they were also masters of covert operations and unconventional warfare. To fight against such elite soldiers with an army of conscripts fresh out of training was not something any sane individual would want to do. Despite the difficulty in the task set for him, Himeric knew well why Berenger was imposing such restrictions. If he truly wanted to lead the Royal Guard as its field marshal, he would need to be a capable enough leader to overcome conventional armies and guerrilla rebels alike. After all, the Royal Guard was being reformed into the king's personal militant force, and they would most likely be dealing with rebellions from within the realm at some point in the future. With a heavy sigh and careful consideration, the king's cousin nodded his head before responding with his answer. Very well. I will undertake this task, and after I have achieved total victory, I will expect you to honor your words and grant me with this position. Berenger merely smiled as he heard his cousin's words. If the young man was truly such an exceptional leader to be successful in this nigh impossible task, then he was indeed worthy of leading his royal guard. Of course, if Himeric failed, then Berenger would find someone more suited for the position. Either way, the crown was victorious in this scheme. I like your confidence. Prove to me you are the right man for the job, and I swear it will be yours. As you know, I always fulfill my promises. Upon hearing the king's commitment to his terms, Himeric sighed in relief before saluting his monarch. For king and fatherland. In response to this action, Berenger raised from his seat and returned the man's salute. Hail victory! After saying this, the grenadier officer was dismissed from the monarch's office, where he prepared himself for the mock invasion he would have to endure. As for Berenger, he dispatched news to the puppet king of Lombardy to alert him to this military excursion, giving him ample time to prepare for the Austrian invasion. While rebellion occurred within the lands of northern Germany, the South German Confederation was taking time to prepare for their inevitable conquest of the region. Whether the local population would view the Austrian invaders as saviors or ruthless conquerors entirely depended on Berengar's efforts of intrigue. Thus, much work had to be done, and there was little time to do it. However, Berenger was never one to shy away from a challenge, thus he quickly got to work drafting the necessary documents for the approval of his plans, both internally and abroad. The reach of the Austrian crown knew no bounds in this feudal world, and he would not rest until those who were responsible for his sister's injury met justice. Though it may seem like Berenger was being merciful by not outright invading the North German states, his cruelty in response to his sister's injury would forever remain in the minds of monarchs throughout the Western world. A permanent reminder of what happens when one targets the royal family of Austria. Chapter 532, Berenger, you sly bastard. Eckhard sat back on his leather sofa, drinking wine from a gilded chalice. His years of service to the von Kufstein dynasty had finally paid off. He was now the Grand Duke of Prussia and had a sizable estate within the boundaries of Marienburg. The former headquarters of the Teutonic Order was now his personal abode, and he very much enjoyed it. At his side was a young woman no older than 18. This woman was blonde-haired and blue-eyed, with fair skin and natural curves. She was quite beautiful. So much so that perhaps her appearance could even rival that of Berengar's many brides. This 18-year-old girl was Martha von Hohenzollern, and she was the eldest daughter of the Margrave of Brandenburg. In Berengar's past life, the House of Hohenzollern unified Prussia and later the German Empire, acting as its imperial dynasty until its collapse in 1918. However, in this life, the family's destiny to become a mighty imperial dynasty was stolen by Berenger, and instead they were now subordinated to Eckhard, who had renamed his surname and dynasty to von Marienburg after the Teutonic castle, which now acted as his home. After becoming the Grand Duke of Prussia, Eckhard immediately sought a wife. This was an opportunity he did not have as a vagrant knight, nor was he able to fulfill this desire while in service to Berenger. Now that he was finally free from a lifetime of war and had established his own royal dynasty, it was time to marry a good young wife. Though Eckhard may be a middle-aged man, he still had a few good years left to sire a proper successor. Naturally, the Margraves of Brandenburg were more than willing to marry off one of their daughters to the royal family of the newfound Prussian state, even if there was a massive age gap between the two. Thus the young woman sat loyally by her fiancé's side as she met the man for the first time. Her father, Johannes von Hohenzollern, had an excited facade as he introduced his daughter to his newfound liege. Your Grace, I must say I have long since admired your military record. You truly understand the warrior spirit of the German people. It is the highest honor for me to marry my daughter off to such an esteemed general as yourself. Despite saying such pleasantries, Johannes was far from cordial in his heart. In fact, he despised Eckhard. In truth, the Margrave of Brandenburg had been plotting for some time to take advantage of the Teutonic states' collapse and annex their territory. Unfortunately for him, Berenger acted first and after being victorious against the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth gave the ownership of the region to his greatest general. Because of this, the man was now subordinate to a foreigner of low birth. Eckhard nodded his head in silence as he drank from his cup, carefully eyeing the Margrave and his beautiful daughter. A single phrase filled with disdain entered his mind. What a couple of vipers you two are. After a lifetime of experience, it took the veteran field marshal one glance to tell that this dynamic duo inwardly despised him. To think that he had found himself such a beautiful young woman to marry, it was such a shame that she was a two-faced bitch. As if he could read minds, the woman put on a loving facade as she grabbed a hold of his hand and flattered him with needless pleasantries. My father is not alone in his thinking. I too have greatly admired your meritorious service to the Austrian crown over the past few years. It is a dream come true to marry a man as strong and capable as yourself. Despite knowing what these two were up to, Eckhard had no choice but to engage in their little masquerade, thus he placed down his cup and wore a warm smile as he grasped a hold of his fiancée's hand with both of his own. I assure you, my lady, war is not as admirable as you think it is. Still, it warms my heart to know that such a young and delicate flower like yourself cares so much for an old man like me. The young woman smiled gracefully as she accepted Eckhard's compliment. You flatter me, your grace. I know I am not as beautiful as the King of Austria's brides, but I will make up for it in loyalty, I assure you. Besides, though it may not be appropriate to say, I have a thing for older men. If Eckhard was a less experienced man, he may have scoffed at that very moment. Such a conniving vixen not only declared her loyalty to him but also claimed she was attracted to him as well. It was truly laughable. Luckily for Eckhard, he had spent many years in the Austrian court by Berengar's side. After all this time, lying was second nature to the man, thus rather than sneering in disdain, his smile lightened to a caring and kind expression. You honor me, my lady. I promise to be a good husband to you. Johannes gazed upon the couple with contempt concealed within his eyes. Truthfully, if he felt he could contend with Berengar's armies, then he wouldn't have bothered wedding his daughter off to this upjumped knight. However, he was wiser than others. After learning about Berengar's many victories and the capabilities of his armies, he knew conflict was not a viable option to get what he wanted. Thus, if he wanted his dynasty to rule over this newfound Prussian state, he would have to play the long con, no matter how much he despised it. Of course, that did not mean he would simply sit by and watch his daughter pretend to flirt with this lowly knight. Instead, he intervened and shifted the subject to a more pertinent conversation. Your Grace, I will have you know I am having a bit of a difficult time convincing the local noblemen to surrender their rights and privileges as lords. There are many of them who are too stubborn to accept your political, economic, and military reforms. They assert that they have the right to rule their lands as they see fit. Once more, Eckhard had to prevent himself from scoffing. He knew full well that the noblemen in Brandenburg were all united behind the will of the Hohenzollern dynasty, especially now that Eckhard had come to power in the region. In the eyes of the noblemen of Brandenburg, he was a foreigner of low birth and was an illegitimate ruler placed on his seat of power by a foreign occupier. If the noblemen of Brandenburg were resisting Berengar's reforms, then there was only one man responsible, and that was Johannes von Hohenzollern. Thus, by raising this point, the Margrave hoped to use it as leverage to gain some further benefits from the newly appointed Grand Duke of Prussia, or perhaps he was simply testing Eckhard's resolve. This was a foolish move on Johannes' part. He was messing with a man who had, for the past 30 years, led men into battle. To Eckhard, the solution to this problem was simple, and thus he finished the wine in his chalice before slamming it down onto the glass table next to him. As the glass shattered, so too did his kind facade. You tell those incompetent fools that the age of knights and chivalry has long since passed. You have all been living on borrowed time in your primitive ways. I am in charge now, and I assure you I will not tolerate such insubordination. You tell your bannermen that they have a choice. They can either die in the ancient world or live in the modern one. There is no third option. After saying this, Martha gazed at Eckhard in genuine shock. Her father had assured her that the old man would be an easy to manipulate. As for Johannes, he glared at Eckhard with fury in his eyes. He had truly underestimated the Austrian general. He never expected after retiring Eckhard would so quickly resort to violence as a means to solve his political disputes. Martha immediately tried to placate her fiancé. Sweetheart, there is no reason to be so brash, I am sure that. However, before she could finish her sentence, Eckhard slapped away her hand and stood up before chastising the father and daughter. Be gone, both of you. I do not want to see either of you until you have decided whose side you belong to. The future, or the past, because I assure you, whether you like it or not, these reforms are going to happen. After saying this, the Margrave and his daughter left the room in silence. They were completely outraged by the humiliation they had suffered on this day. It was only after they were alone in their carriage did either of them speak up. Father, what are we going to do now? It appears he is not as easy to manipulate as you thought. Johannes frowned as he glared out the window of his carriage onto Marienburg Castle where Eckhard still stood. After several moments of silence, he revealed his plans to his eldest daughter. I won't lie to you. This definitely complicates things. His violent response to our ploy was not within my calculations. I genuinely believed he would try to maintain peace in his life now that he had finally achieved it. It would appear that this old dog still has some bite left in him. Apparently, my informant provided me some misinformation about the old field marshal's mental state. I believe he suspects I am responsible for this little insurrection, and rightfully so. We have no choice but to tread lightly from now on if we wish to accomplish our goals. Make no mistake, my baby girl, one day we will rule this land. Martha remained silent, gazing out the window of the carriage towards her old fiancé. She thought he would be a feeble old man on his last limb in life. Yet, despite her father's probing, he so quickly resorted with a show of force. Perhaps marrying this old geezer wouldn't be so boring after all. As for Eckhard, he stood on his balcony gazing at the departing carriage. A single thought crossed his mind as the Hohenzollerns vanished from his sight. Berenger, you sly bastard. You promised me a retirement and instead you threw me into a nest of vipers. Very well, if this is a test of my loyalty, then you shall have a satisfactory result. This I swear to you. Chapter 533, Tractors, Potatoes, and Revenge. Anuria sat within the confines of the king's office within the royal palace. The Byzantine princess rested her chin on her palm, with her legs crossed as she gazed across the desk to see the handsome visage of her husband, the King of Austria. She was visiting the man as he was hard at work to report some information she had received from her family that she believed to be of dire importance to the national security of her husband's kingdom. Palladius says that Decentius has found the book you gifted to my father and copied its contents. Supposedly, he is responsible for its leak to the papacy. I'm curious how you intend to respond to these actions. Berenger merely smirked as he heard these words. In his hands was a golden letter opener which he was twirling on the top of his desk. He responded to his third wife with a coy tone in his voice. Oh, I am well aware that your brother is responsible for leaking my technology, however any further attack on his being would be considered an act of aggression and I would rather avoid conflict with your family. There are other ways to deal with his insolence, and trust me, the leaking of agricultural technology is not as big as a threat as you might believe it to be. It will still be years before my enemies are able to fully implement such technology, and by then our people will have a serious advantage in agriculture that they won't have. Anuria was surprised to hear this remark. She thought for sure Berenger would be more concerned. Just what technology had he invented now that was such a huge invented? She could not help but ask. What exactly would that be? Berenger smiled as he raised two fingers in response to his wife's question. Firstly, there are the potatoes you brought back from the New World. You may not know this, but after some thorough research by our botanists, this wonder food is a hearty vegetable that has excellent nutritional value. Should we grow potatoes en masse and use it as our staple crop, it will have serious health benefits to our people. As for the second reason, there is another technological innovation that I have drafted. After saying this, the Austrian king pulled out a diagram of a steam-powered tractor and began to explain its use to the Byzantine princess. This device will replace the need for horses in the fields. It can be used for many agricultural purposes, including the pulling of combine harvesters. No longer will we need to raise 20 horses or mules for the purpose of pulling these massive devices. With our current technological capabilities, the steam tractor can be produced relatively cheaply and sold to farmers across our kingdom. With the lack of resources going towards caring for the animals who currently act as our primary power source for agriculture, we will be able to lessen the cost of food, making it even more affordable than it currently is. Naturally, I intend to subsidize these tractors so they are even more affordable for farmers to get hold of. This will ensure they are able to be rapidly employed in our fields, decreasing the cost of labor substantially. It shocked Anuria to see how much effort Berenger put into increasing agricultural yields and decreasing the cost of food. After all, as far as Berenger was concerned, food should be plentiful and readily available to his citizens. Ultimately, Anuria realized Berenger was about to ask a favor of her, and thus she wore a pretty smile as she cut to the chase. So I'm guessing that you have a favor to ask of me? Berenger chuckled when he heard this before making his request. You understand me so well. Yes, I need you to lead an expedition of my marines into the region to secure a foothold in the mountains and establish trade with the less hostile natives. I want a massive influx of potatoes into the fatherland so we can begin growing them across the realm. Also, I am certain that potatoes are not the only valuable item in the region, so make sure that you bring back anything else you believe could be of value. It's a bold new world, filled with discoveries and resources we could only imagine, and I want it all to belong to Germany. The Byzantine princess sighed as she heard this request. However, in the end, she nodded her head in agreement. Very well. I will do as you ask. However, after helping your men establish a colony in the region, I want your permission to do something that we should have done a long time ago. It surprised Berenger to hear that Honoria was making a demand of him, especially in such a cryptic way. He needed more information before he could agree to her request, thus he had no choice but to inquire further about the subject. What exactly did you have in mind? Honoria's expression turned grim as she stared at her husband in silence. One could tell there was a certain amount of fury in the woman's pupils as her brows narrowed and her fists clenched. Whatever she was about to say was something of significant importance to the Byzantine princess. I want you to allow me to pursue justice for my godfather's murder. It has been years since my brother betrayed Arethusa and slayed him in cold blood, and yet despite your promises, his death remains unanswered. Every day that Decentius still breathes is an insult to my godfather's memory, and I must avenge him. Berenger frowned when he heard this, while he had promised to dig up evidence of Decentius' crimes. In truth, Austrian intelligence and Palladius spy network were more concerned with the war for the Byzantine throne than they were with avenging the fallen general. However, a promise was a promise, and Berenger was not the type of man to break such a sacred agreement. Thus, after careful consideration, he sighed heavily before nodding his head in approval. Very well, after you have ensured the establishment of my colony in the New World, I will permit you to seek justice for your murdered godfather. However, if you were to do so, you must do it in accordance with Byzantine law. I cannot afford to have you disrupt the balance of power in the East out of a thirst for vengeance. Promise me you will reveal Decentius' crimes and leave his punishment for the crown to decide, and I will allow you to go back to your homeland to pursue your justice. Honoria bit her lip as she heard her husband's restrictions. She wanted nothing more than to behead her brother herself, however she also knew the consequences such actions would have on international diplomacy. The Byzantine princess forced herself to calm her inner fury as she sighed in defeat. Very well. If those are your conditions, then I will follow them. Just know that if my brother tries to claim my life once more while I investigate his crimes, then I will be forced to act in reprisal. Berenger nodded his head with a bitter smile on his face. He could agree to such terms and thus sighed as he responded to his wife's contention. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. With this agreement made, Honoria had nothing left to say. Instead, she swiftly departed from the office and began preparations for her next voyage to the New World. As for Berenger, he collapsed back in his leather office chair and pulled out a gilded chalice. He carefully filled the cup with fortified wine before taking a long swig as he gazed at the map on his desk. A smile spread itself across his face as he thought about the future. He already had a colony that was stable in North America on the coastline of New York. Now all he needed was one in Venezuela, and he could secure his foothold in both North and South America. As for his future colonial exploits, he would have to establish strongholds in the Caribbean and Central America. However, it would not be so easy to make his way into the latter of the two mighty empires ruled the regions, and some of them were quite bloodthirsty. If he were to contact the Aztec Empire, he would like to do so in person, thus he would have to do so at a later date as he was much too busy preparing for his unification war at the moment. With the expansion of his first colonies to the New World underway and the wars to unite Germany on the horizon, it would appear that his plans for his future German empire were progressing smoothly. While he was overlooking these details, a knock resounded on his door and a voice called out from the other side. It was a feminine voice that belonged to his second wife, Linda. She called out to her husband to ensure that he was not otherwise occupied. Master, are you busy? There are some things that I wish to discuss with you. When Berenger heard this, he rolled up his maps before stashing them away within his desk's drawers. After doing so, he called out to the woman with an excited tone in his voice. I'm free. You may enter. Upon hearing this, Linda smiled as she entered the room, shutting the door behind her. She gracefully walked over to the seat across from Berenger before sitting down. After doing this, she voiced her concerns over an important matter. Our agents have contacted the rebellious factions in northern Germany. There are plenty of people willing to fight against their feudal overlords and swear fealty to the Austrian crown. Though in all honesty, the sentiment is one out of fear rather than respect for your position. How should we proceed? Berenger tapped his desk repeatedly as he thought deeply about this question. After a few moments, he finally revealed his plan of action. Arm the rebels with muskets and cannons and dispatch our agents to rally loyalists against them. I want this conflict to be fierce so that when I finally enter northern Germany with my armies, the people will see me as a savior rather than a conqueror. The German people will forever know the name Berenger von Kufstein as the father of Germany. Upon hearing these orders, Linda simply bowed her head with respect before responding. It will be done, Your Majesty. Having given his spy master her orders, Berenger quickly dismissed the woman and turned his chair around to face the rising sun. A new dawn was rising in the west, and in the coming days, Berenger would lay the foundations for the German Empire. Chapter 534, A Crisis of Faith. Adela kneeled within the pews of the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein. Though the church was empty at the moment beside the High Queen herself, the girl did not mind. Currently, the devout young woman was having a severe spiritual crisis, and only meditation in the cathedral granted her some peace of mind. Her husband, while the public face of the German Reformation, was in fact an amoral atheist, and she had known this for quite some time. Despite her attempts to save his soul, he seemed to drift further away from God with each passing day. If it wasn't the copious amounts of alcohol and cannabis, then it was the debauchery that came with polygamy. Worst yet, Berenger had taken up a Muslim wife. Not only did he tolerate her religious beliefs, but lately he seemed to spend an unfair degree of time alone with the woman. Despite Adela's incessant preaching, Berenger only drifted further away from the light of God's will and into utter darkness. She did not know if she had the heart to see the man she loved damn himself for eternity. Thus, she had turned to the church for reflection. While the woman was praying in silence, she overheard a familiar voice call out to her from across the cathedral. "Your Majesty, I thought that was you. It would appear you are visiting more frequently these days. Tell me, is there something troubling your mind?" Adela looked over towards the direction of the voice and noticed Ludolf staring at her with a gentle smile. As the head of the German Reformation, this man led the congregation of the Grand Cathedral and mostly spent his days fulfilling his duties as a priest. As for the governance of the church, that was left to the many German cardinals who had flocked to the Reformation after enduring the madness of 2 separate popes. When Adela saw the man largely responsible for the creation of the reformist movement, a smile appeared across her troubled lips. She sighed heavily as she nodded her head before revealing the core of her troubles. "Father, I believe that I am experiencing a crisis of faith. I don't know what to do, I feel so lost." Ludolf further approached the High Queen before sitting down in the pews in the row behind her. After doing so, he began to further inquire about her difficulties. "What is troubling you, my child? Perhaps I can be of service?" Adela remained silent as she bit her lower lip. She did not want to reveal that Berenger was, in fact, an atheist to the man who helped him break away from the Catholic Church. However, if she could not talk to the leader of the Reformation about this issue, then who could she? Thus, with a heavy sigh, Adela began to speak of the difficulties she faced as the only religious member of the king's harem. "I fear that my husband is faithless. Though he helped you found the German Reformation, I know in my heart that it was built upon a lie and is only a weapon for him to use against the Catholic Church." Berenger continues to act in debauchery. Not only is he an alcoholic, but he abuses certain substances that are quite harmful to the soul frequently. He has taken a Muslim wife and lies with her more than any of the others. He not only tolerates her heretical views, but even desires to learn more about them. "I have concluded that my husband is a godless heathen who does not care for the Creator. In fact, I am quite certain that he despises the Lord God Almighty. No matter how much I try to save his soul from damnation, he only turns further into depravity and in doing so distances himself from me." Ludolf sighed heavily as he heard these words. He knew all too well that Berenger was not the religious man that he pretended to be in the public eye. In fact, he had a suspicion for quite some time that Berenger was a man using religion as a tool to control the masses. It was one of the reasons that the two men had not spoken to each other in some time. After hearing Adela's confession, the young priest felt his heart ache for the girl. Unlike any of Berengar's other wives, she was a devout Christian and could not easily accept Berengar's hedonistic lifestyle. Thus, he revealed his thoughts on the matter. "I have known your husband for many years, and I have also known for quite some time that he has been lying to me about his goals. He is not a moral or a righteous man. However, I wouldn't outright call him wicked either. He does what he deems necessary to achieve his goals, and at the very least, his goals are not evil. If there is one thing I know about Berenger, it's that he is an incredibly stubborn man. When he believes he is correct about something, he will not relent until he is forced to do so. After all, he is a man who respects strength and power above all else. Currently, your husband wields more power than any other man in the world, and thus if you preach to him about the power of the Lord God Almighty, he will not believe it because he does not see it in the world the way you and I do. Instead, he uses his science and reason to explain the forces of nature, and rather than kneel before these vestiges of God's power, he seeks to tame them for his own will. Berenger is fundamentally a logical man at heart, and you will never win him over to your side with a spiritual argument. He is not the kind of man to operate on faith alone. He needs empirical evidence to support his beliefs. Unless you can provide him with proof of God's existence, he will not believe it. My heart bleeds for you. If you truly have made the goal of saving Berengar's soul your quest in life, then you have your work cut out for you. While I may not be able to directly assist you in your efforts, as the last thing Berenger wants is for a priest like me to lecture him about morality and God's divine will. However, I might be able to offer you some useful advice." Adela listened to this speech with varying emotions throughout its length. When Ludolf spoke this last part, she was instantly curious. With a pleading expression, she grabbed hold of the priest's hands and begged him for assistance. "Please, I will appreciate anything you can do to help me save my husband from eternal damnation." Ludolf sighed heavily as he gathered his thoughts. After several moments of silence, he gave Adela the advice that he believed would aid her in her arduous journey. "If what you say is true and Berenger is not only faithless but actively despises our Creator, perhaps you should look into his past and find out what traumatic event caused him to behave in such a way towards God. One does not simply hate the Lord without having a reason to do so. Surely there is something that happened in his past that caused him to so vehemently detest the Lord God Almighty. If you want to change his mind about religion, you must first find out how he came to have such views in the first place. Once you understand the man, only then can you reason with him. I won't lie to you. It will be a difficult thing to do, as the king hides his secrets well. However, if you truly wish to redeem him in the eyes of the Creator, then that should be your starting point. Or you could give up on Berenger entirely and focus your efforts on raising your children correctly so that they may be an inspiration for the people to follow." A pious king would be much welcome departure from the current king's cruelty. Just know that with the system Berenger has in place, you will have to fight with Linda over securing your son's position as Berengar's successor, and such conflict could prove to be quite overwhelming. Adela heard these two options in life and questioned what she truly desired. Did she wish to save her husband's soul, or focus her efforts on raising her son to be a righteous and pious king? That was a question she could only answer after thorough mediation and enlightenment. Whatever she chose would surely have major consequences for the future. Thus, she decided she would wait until she had properly reflected on herself and her desires before she pursued either of the two routes. As for the moment, the High Queen collected her thoughts before raising from her seat. She gazed down upon the priest with a warm smile as she thanked him for his help. "Thank you, Father. You have given me much to think about, and I believe I will need to take some time to meditate on this before I come to a proper conclusion." Ludolf smiled in response to his queen's gratitude before giving her one last bit of aid. "Whatever you decide to do, you have my unconditional support. If you need anything at all, you know where to find me." With that said, Adela departed from the cathedral and returned to the palace. She had much to think about and plenty of time to do it. Chapter 535, Mock Battle Part 1. On a hill overlooking the city of Milan and its boundaries were two men of rather striking appearance. Both men dressed in regal fashion in the colors of their houses. On the left was none other than the King of Austria, Berenger von Kufstein. As per usual, he had slicked back golden hair in an elegant style befitting of his handsome appearance. The only detraction from his otherwise stunning figure was the scar across his right eye, which was concealed by a rich black leather eye patch which had a golden iron cross embedded in its center. His standard black and gold kingly attire displayed the wealth and power of his royal dynasty as he rested his hand upon his Damascus steel cavalry saber, whose gilded sword knot hung gracefully from its hilt. Standing next to this imposing figure was none other than the King of Lombardy. This was a man slightly older than Berenger, at roughly 30 years of age. Surprisingly, he was nearly as handsome as his Austrian counterpart. With flaxen blonde hair and baby blue eyes, his Germanic heritage shone itself on his regal features. The man gazed upon the King of Austria, who was his suzerain, and pouted slightly. Inwardly he could not help but admit defeat in terms of glamour when compared to Berenger. He now understood why, despite the Austrian king's brutal reputation, people still adored the man, and women from all over desired to be with him. When Berenger noticed this expression, he chuckled slightly before placing a hand on the man's shoulder to console him in his defeat. "Do not pout, Bruno. Few men can compare to me in terms of handsomeness. I am quite certain that your wife has no complaints about your appearance." The man named Bruno simply scoffed when he heard such a shameless comment from his Austrian counterpart. Instead, he shifted his attention to the soldiers gathered below before switching the topic. "You have invested quite a bit of coin and effort into training and supplying this defense force. Are they up to your standards?" Berenger gazed upon the Lombardic soldiers who had taken up defensive positions while waiting for the Austrian infantry brigade to descend from the Alps. Their attire appeared to be reminiscent of the Italian bersaglieri from the unification wars of his past life. For this exercise, they were issued needle rifles and equipped with special paper cartridges that used wax bullets intending to be non-lethal in combat. When compared with the Austrian Royal Army, these men were severely lacking in defensive equipment, but that was not a concern of Berengar's. After all, the entire purpose of this defense force was to deter the Kingdom of Naples and buy enough time for Austrian reinforcements to arrive in the event that they were invaded. All in all, Berenger had no complaints and thus made his thoughts known to the puppet king by his side. They appear to be sufficiently armed and trained for their task. In the end, that is all I can ask for. Upon hearing his suzerain's approval, the Lombardic king nodded his head in silence. After a few moments of observing the soldiers prepare their defenses, he began to ask the question on his mind. "I must ask, your majesty. Though my soldiers are not the most efficient fighting force in this world, there are 10,000 of them and they have received ample training from your advisors. Do you honestly believe that this infantry brigade of recruits you are dispatching to my lands has the capabilities to defeat my forces?" Berenger shook his head before responding to this question. There was a slight smirk on his face as he gave his answer. "Not at all, only a truly capable general could rally such an inexperienced unit to victory against such overwhelming odds. This is an impossible task that I have given my field marshal candidate. If he manages to defeat your forces with his limited means, then I will already consider this exercise a success. As for fighting the rebels afterwards, I merely intend to give him a brutal experience that he can learn from and hopefully improve upon in the future. There is only man in this world who I think could truly succeed in this test that I have designed, and sadly, he is retired." Bruno understood very well who Berenger was talking about. Eckhard's prowess as a general was well known across the Western world. The fact that Berenger would speak so highly of the man proved further in the Lombardic king's mind that perhaps some of the more exaggerated stories he had heard about Eckhard were in fact true. The Austrian king was about to further comment on the situation at hand when he gazed into the distance and saw the field of black and gold gathering. A smug smirk appeared on his face as he saw this before confidently responding to the event. "Let the games begin." Heinrich loaded his wax bullet into the chamber of his G22 rifle. He and his soldiers hard marched from Tyrol into Lombardy and were now expected to engage in fierce combat against an enemy that held a fortified position. Despite this, he did not plan to attack such an overwhelming force head-on. Such a thing would be suicide. Unfortunately for him, he was severely lacking in artillery and could not batter their defenses before charging. After all, he had a single infantry brigade of new recruits beneath his command. Even the officers were fresh out of the academy. The only veterans among his ranks were the non-commissioned officers selected for this exercise. He could hardly believe he was given such an impossible task by his cousin. Could he not show him a bit of favoritism? Apparently not, because this was the barrier between him and the esteemed position of Field Marshal of the Royal Guard. Between him and the enemy was about 300 yards of open ground without a shred of cover to protect themselves from the enemy fire. To march into such an area would only result in disastrous casualties. However, if he wished to flank the enemy's position, he would need to draw their fire. Thus, the man had no choice but to send a unit to their deaths. Luckily, this was an exercise, or else such a thing would weigh heavily on his conscience. After gazing upon the soldiers in his army, he randomly selected one of his units to act as the forlorn hope and gave their commands. 1st Battalion, 3rd Battalion, your orders are simple. Draw the enemy's fire while 2nd and 4th Battalions flank their positions. Remember, anyone shot by the wax projectiles is considered dead and will no longer be able to participate in this exercise. So I expect you to treat this as if it were a real battle and do your best to survive. The soldiers beneath his command threw up their salutes and yelled their battle cries as they prepared to charge into the line of fire. Hail victory! After saying this, roughly 2,000 men split off from the main army and charged towards the enemy's fortified positions, unleashing a storm of wax bullets as they ran into the enemy's fire. When Berenger gazed upon this act from the hill above, he sighed heavily before placing his head into the palm of his hand. It would appear my officers have become used to fighting technologically inferior foes. I will have to reprimand my cousin for such a pointless sacrifice when this is over. As Berenger said this, Bruno continued to watch the battle unfold. The sound of gunfire echoed in the air as wax bullets flew out from both sides and into each other's ranks. Those who were hit collapsed to the ground, faking their deaths. It quickly became apparent that the Lombardic defenders had the advantage. With weapons capable of a similar rate of fire as the G-22 rifles, hundreds of Austrian soldiers were pelted by the wax bullets and fell to the ground in defeat. If this was a real battle, it would be the most casualties that the Austrians had suffered since 2,500 men were wiped out defending the Granadon borders. Luckily, this was merely an exercise. However, as the Lombardic defenders paid attention to the 2,000 men charging down their lines, they completely neglected their flanks, where Heimeric and his men had used the cover of hills to get within striking distance. While the Lombardic defense forces rapidly cut down the ranks of the charging Austrians, Heimeric prepared his counterattack. This mock battle was far from finished. Whether the Austrian field marshal candidate would prove successful relied entirely on the next phase of his attack. Thus, in the fields outside Milan, the forces of the Kingdom of Austria and the Kingdom of Lombardy faced off against each other in order to determine whether a single man was fit to lead the Austrian Royal Guard. Chapter 536, Mock Battle Part 2. The echo of gunfire resounded in the air of northern Italy as the Lombardic defenders protected their lines against the charging Austrian soldiers. Despite being entrenched in the earth, they could not fully prevent casualties. Whenever an Austrian soldier had hit their target with a wax bullet, the defeated soldiers would fall to the ground and act as if they were dead. Though the casualties were high, the Austrians continued to press forward through the gunfire and into the trenches that lie in front of them. As for Heimeric, he was in command of one of the flanking battalions, which under his orders had revealed their position as they poured into the relatively undefended sides of the trench line. The King of Lombardy stood atop a hill overlooking the chaotic battlefield, witnessing his defenses being overrun on three fronts by the Austrian soldiers. Despite having overwhelming numbers, his forces could not repel the suicide charge completely, resulting in several hundred men pouring into the trenches and stabbing at the Italian soldiers with their wooden training bayonets. Bruno frowned as he saw his soldiers' defenses collapse under the weight of the Austrian onslaught. He knew that even if this were an actual battle, the Austrian soldiers would gladly charge into gunfire with the same sense of fervor. Such resolve in the face of death was something his inexperienced soldiers were lacking. Thus, he could not help but sigh before commenting on the situation. It would appear that I have gravely underestimated the resolve of your recruits. Tell me, Berenger, how do you install such loyalty in the hearts of your men? The Austrian king had a smug smile on his face as he gazed through his binoculars to witness the mock battle in all its glory. After seeing victory was at hand, he put his device aside before answering his puppet's questions. The answer to that is quite simple. Through serious efforts by my propaganda machine, the men in my army believe that giving your life in pursuit of the fatherland's victory is the most noble endeavor. Nationalism is a powerful tool, and I have conditioned the people of Austria to believe the three most important things in this world are family, folk, and the fatherland. Berenger reflected on his past life as he said these words. In many ways, the reverence the Austrian people had for their king and fatherland was reminiscent of that which the Japanese people held towards their emperor and homeland during the imperial era. Such reverence displayed itself on the battlefield in acts of valor. So much so that it was not uncommon in the last days of the Pacific Theater to see Japanese soldiers charge at machine gun fire with swords and bayonets. Entire divisions died in battle rather than surrender to the enemy. Such unwavering loyalty was a rarity throughout the entirety of human history, and it was a goal that Berenger sought to make a reality for his empire in this world. Bruno reflected on Berengar's words as the two men stood in silence watching the last vestige of the Lombardic army's surrender to their Austrian counterparts. Only after the mock battle was over and victory was achieved did Berenger declare his side victorious. It would appear that, although Heimerich's tactics were flawed and he was willing to dispose of so many valuable lives in the pursuit of victory, he still achieved a favorable result. I will consider this a pass. However, what awaits him next will be far more troublesome. You have informed the villagers in the mountains about the military exercise. Is that correct? Bruno nodded his head in silence as he gazed at the mock battlefield. Though his soldiers were well equipped and were decently trained in the use of their weapons, they lacked one major component which was required to be an effective armed force: the resolve to kill and die for their homeland. After all, when faced with actual combat, who would want to risk their life for a puppet state? The Lombardic king gazed over at his suzerain with a complicated expression. On the one hand, his current life of luxury and power had resulted from Berengar's war against the Holy Roman Emperor. However, despite the benefits that came with being a puppet king, there was a complete and total lack of honor and prestige that plagued his conscience. Still, the amount of wealth and resources that Austria had invested in rebuilding Lombardy after its destruction was no small amount. Berenger did not create this protectorate just so it could become a failed state. Rather, he sought to make Lombardy prosperous. After all, the greater their wealth, the more they could pay in tribute to their suzerain. This newfound prosperity that resulted from Austria's investment had caused Bruno to obediently follow Berengar's will rather than foolishly attempt to undermine his authority. Lombardy may never become a great power, but under Austria's protection they would at the very least be very wealthy and perhaps free from the chaos of warfare. Berenger did not notice the glance that Bruno was giving him. He was far more interested in the state of the Lombardic defense force. After gazing upon the equipment in use by the army, he came up with a simple plan to expand their capabilities. If I'm not mistaken, your defense force comprises 10,000 men, all of which are infantry. Correct? Upon hearing this question, the Lombardic king awoke from his daze and quickly nodded his head in response. Yes, your majesty. The Austrian king scratched his chin as he thought about the upcoming crusade against his lands. Without a doubt, Naples would invade Lombardy with a large army. 10,000 riflemen were not enough to halt the enemy's advance for long. Perhaps Milan would fall before Berenger could deploy his forces in its defense. After all, he would have to focus on securing his own borders during the initial invasion. It was with this in mind that the Austrian monarch expanded his protectorate's capabilities. Very well. I permit you to raise your forces to a full division of 25,000 men. I expect you to model it after a standard Austrian field division. 3 infantry brigades, 1 cavalry brigade, and 1 artillery brigade, as well as a few supports battalions. You can purchase any equipment you may require from Austria. As for the horses necessary to establish the cavalry, do not worry about that. Soon I will have more horses available than I know what to do with. When Bruno heard the statement, he frowned. If Berenger was permitting him to raise an entire division, it meant that the upcoming crusade was going to be more fierce than he had initially estimated. Thus, he could not help but inquire about what is valuable intelligence Berenger may have that could help him secure his borders. Is there something I should be aware of? Berenger shook his head before placing a hand on the man's shoulder. With a calm gaze in his eyes, he assured the man that everything was under control. You don't need to be so worried. As part of our pact, I will respond to any aggression into your lands with sufficient military force. However, recent events have caused me to act on my ambitions earlier than I expected. I do not know what my borders will be like 4 years from now, nor my army's capabilities. I am simply preparing for an unlikely possibility that I may not be able to deploy my troops to your borders quick enough to halt the enemy's advance. After hearing his suzerain's reasoning for the expansion of the Lombardic defense forces, Bruno sighed in relief. For a moment there, he feared that Berenger was going to abandon his oath. However, if what the man said was true, then it did not hurt to prepare for the upcoming conflict well in advance. With that out of the way, Berenger gazed upon the army in the field once more. The thousands of Austrian soldiers were preparing to march into the mountains for the next phase of their military exercise. With a wide grin on his handsome face, Berenger made a friendly wager with his puppet king. So tell me, Bruno, how long do you think Heimerich's forces will endure against the Jag Commando's onslaught? Care to make a bet? Bruno thought about this question for several moments in silence before giving his answer. They'll place 1,000 guldens on them, lasting a grand total of 3 months in these mountains. How about you? The Austrian king did not hesitate to give his answer to this question. A fortnight is all my jagged commandos need to completely annihilate this infantry brigade composed entirely of recruits. When Bruno heard this, he was quite shocked. Did Berenger really have so little faith in his own soldiers? He knew little about the jagged commandos, but he knew Berenger had only chosen 24 of them to participate in this exercise. No matter how elite they may be, he could not believe such a small number of soldiers could defeat an entire infantry brigade so quickly. Of course, Bruno did not know what training the jagged commandos went through or where their specialties lied. Though there were only 24 of them dispatched on this mission, there were thousands of villagers in these mountains who could be trained to use a rifle against the Austrian invaders. If Berenger had chosen correctly for the commander of his special forces, then the man would most likely make use of these locals to expand their forces and quickly defeat the Austrian brigade. Thus, Berenger was quite confident about his wager. Luckily for him, Bruno was ignorant of this strategy and easily fell into the trap that Berenger had laid for him. With a smug expression on his lips, the Lombardic king agreed to Berengar's terms. Very well. If your jagged commandos can actually repel the infantry brigade in 2 weeks, I will pay you double. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before shaking the man's hand, sealing the bet in a gentleman's agreement. I look forward to taking your coin, Bruno. After this was said, the two monarchs prepared to ride off into the mountains to witness the rest of the military exercise take place. Chapter 537, Mountain Insurgency. Captain Andreas Jaeger stood within the mountains of Lombardy. By his side were roughly a dozen rebels that he had recruited since the beginning of the military exercise 2 weeks prior. Currently, he was dressed in the newest equipment that had been produced because of the Kufstein Chemistry Department's efforts with synthetic materials. He wore a Gorka-style uniform made from a blend of nylon and polyester that was colored in the camouflaged pattern known as Blumentarn. Over his uniform was an olive drab green plate carrier loosely based upon the design of the Defender II, equipped with Russian forces from Berengar's past life. Inside this armored vest were ceramic plates capable of protecting its user from arrows, bolts, and bullets alike. Atop this vest was a design of web gear based upon the Smersh vest that Russian soldiers had used in the Austrian king's past life. Rather than wear a helmet, the captain had painted his face in a woodland pattern and wore a Blumentarn pattern headband. In his hands was a G22 bolt action rifle which, when contrasted with his otherwise modern loadout, would give the viewer an anachronistic feeling. As for the rebels themselves, they had been outfitted in surplus splinter pattern camouflaged smocks and uniforms that were previously issued to the Jaeger Corps before the introduction of the new uniforms. Much like their surplus uniforms, these men also wielded a variety of weapons ranging from the more modern needle rifles to the older muskets. For the sake of the operation, they had been equipped with non-lethal munitions such as wax projectiles. Currently, Andreas and his rebels were gathered outside of a local village which was occupied by the Austrian army for the sake of this military exercise. Though the people within were alerted by their king as to the nature of this occupation, tensions were far from low. On the contrary, the proud people of Lombardy remembered quite well what the Austrian army had done during its brutal campaign just a few years prior. Seeking to take advantage of this conflict between the occupying forces and the local villagers, Andreas had recruited several hot-headed youths from the village and dragged them out into the mountains to undergo combat training. Weeks had passed since the beginning of this operation, and by now, the rebel forces had grown from 24 jagged commandos to a small army of 200 men. Meanwhile, Heimeric was completely unaware of this reality and instead focused his efforts on controlling the region. While the Austrians were maintaining peacekeeping operations, there was a growing insurgent force in their occupied territory preparing to strike at this very moment. On this fateful day, the rain was pouring and the villagers huddled within their homes, seeking the warmth of the open fire within. The only people outside their homes were the Austrian soldiers who maintained the peace. Dressed in their signature greatcoats, the black and gold-clad Austrian army proudly strode through the streets, ensuring that no rebels were present. These men did not know that an armed force had gathered in the fields outside the village and were preparing to sabotage their food supply. With a silent wave of his hand, Andreas communicated his orders to his guerrillas to sneak through the fertile fields and enter the vicinity of their target. As for the Special Forces captain, he was the first to rush through the fields towards his target. Entirely aware that while his unit closed in on the objective, another jagged commando was leading his personal war band to distract the enemy. Private Girk Biderman exhaled a plume of smoke from his lungs as he finished his drag on his last cigarette. The rain poured down upon him and his unit as they stood in a small mountain village within Lombardy. He, like everyone else in this ragtag brigade, had only recently graduated from infantry school and despite this was thrust into a joint military exercise within the neighboring kingdom of Lombardy. While initially he was excited to get some experience in the field, as the days passed he only grew more tiresome with his appointment. Not a single instance of mock combat had occurred since this operation began, and he was not the only one who felt this way. The soldier next to him chuckled as he gazed upon the pouring rain, getting his face soaked in the process. God kill me now. If this is what our 4 years in the army are going to be like, then I'd rather get struck by lightning. Girk chuckled when he heard this. However, in the next moment, thunder crackled in the air and a wax bullet slammed into the side of the soldier's steel helmet, knocking him to the ground. The man who was just complaining about the lack of action was the first to fall under the attack of the rebels. Immediately, the youth cursed at his cruel fate. Just when things were about to get interesting, he had to be Kia. He could not believe the cruelty of the world. All he could do now was sit back and smoke as his comrades defended their position against the rebel attack. The sound of combat echoed from the northern position. In doing so, it successfully drew the attention of the sentries gathered around the village. When Andreas saw this, he quickly gave the command to his soldiers to rush towards the objective. Go now! The coast is clear. Without hesitation, the young rebels rushed towards the position of the storehouse where they pulled out a few bottles of distilled spirit from their rucksacks. These bottles had camouflaged bandanas embedded in their openings, which were quickly lit by the guerrillas who then chucked them into the storehouse. The moment these Molotov cocktails hit their target, they lit it aflame. Quickly, the fire spread to the food stored within. By the time the Austrians were able to put out the fire, their food supply would be ashes. After succeeding in their mission, Andreas whistled, signaling his troops to withdraw. The rebels quickly began to run away from the scene of their crime. As they did so, a squad of Austrian soldiers spotted them in their escape and charged after them. The Austrians quickly formed a firing line where they shot at the Lombardic rebels. A few young men were struck in the back with the wax bullets and fell down to the ground in agony. Though they weren't lethal, such bullets were still incredibly painful. As far as this operation was concerned, these rebels were Kia, and thus Andreas and the other guerrillas did not spare them a second glance as they dashed through the fields and attempted to escape the conflict. As for the group of guerrillas who acted as a diversion, they had long since been overrun by most of the occupying forces and, as a result, retreated from their position. When the Austrian officer who was tasked with leading the company in charge of this village saw his food stores lit aflame, he immediately threw his helmet onto the ground in a fit of fury and stomped on it before cursing out the nearest soldier. Just why wasn't this building protected? Our food is gone. What are we supposed to eat now? The soldier who was rebuked bowed his head in silence. He had nothing to say. After all, he was not responsible for monitoring the food supplies. Despite his internal complaints, ultimately this fool was still an officer, and though this was a military exercise, the chain of command was still in full effect. The officer in command continued to rant and rave for some time before he was finally able to come up with a coherent thought. Inform the other companies in our battalion, the enemy has finally showed themselves and they are engaging in sabotage. We need to be prepared for their next attack. Having finally received a reasonable order, the soldier immediately saluted his officer and responded in the affirmative. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, this entire sabotage mission was witnessed by Berenger and Bruno, who gazed upon the inflamed storehouse with varying expressions. A smug smile was on the King of Austria's lips as he made a snide remark towards his Lombardic counterpart. So, have you prepared those guldens yet? Bruno felt as if he had eaten an entire plate filled with human waste. He gazed over at his Austrian counterpart as he bit his bottom lip in consternation. You knew the Jag commandos would recruit and train my villagers all along, didn't you? Was this part of your plan the whole time? Berenger scoffed at this suggestion before denying the allegations. I did not order them to do such a thing. I simply suspected it was what they would do. After all, I trained my Jag commandos with the skills necessary to topple other governments. Forming a small insurgency is well within their capabilities. Now we will see how Hymeric takes to the challenge presented to him. Only time will tell who is the winner of our little wager, but I have a feeling this is just the first of many attacks that will occur in the coming days. Chapter 538, A Necessary Evil. Nearly a week had passed since the start of the conflict between the Lombardic rebels and the Austrian occupiers. Several hundred attacks had been committed during this brief insurgency. Austrian supplies were dwindling quickly, and many of the officers within the brigade were assassinated during this time frame. Currently, Hymeric stood within the confines of his stronghold, which existed in the form of a small castle in the largest of the mountainous settlements. The young man gazed at the map with a bitter expression as he tossed it to the side in rage. These rebels had wiped half of his unit out either via attrition caused by their sabotage efforts or outright deaths in combat. Just how did Berenger expect him to defeat the Jag commandos and their band of rebels when they blended into the local population seamlessly? With the villagers protecting the rebels and their identities, it was almost impossible to locate and eliminate these guerrillas. It was at this moment that the Austrian field marshal candidate suddenly realized something of significant importance. Austrian rules of engagement dictated that harming unarmed civilians was a criminal offense, but there were exemptions to this rule. For example, under certain circumstances, such as attacking an enemy position built around civilians, it was permissible to shell the target even if it resulted in civilian casualties. The rules were deliberately vague regarding exemptions, but the guiding principle was whether the excessive use of force was necessary to prevent needless casualties of Allied soldiers. Under such a rule, a new opportunity for putting down this rebellion within his occupied territory came to mind. Luckily for him, this was a mock battle, or else the blood of thousands of innocents would be on his hands. However, for the glory of Austria and absolute victory, such a bloody price was well worth it. With a new plan of action in mind, Hymeric summoned his remaining officers. After all of them were present, he updated them on the current situation. Gentlemen, things are looking bleak. I won't lie to you with our current supplies. It is only a matter of time before our entire brigade will succumb to attrition. The insurgents have bested us in every encounter and remain hidden from our scouts. Now, I don't know about all of you, but I refuse to concede defeat to the Jag commandos and their band of rebels. One officer scoffed at this last remark. In the eyes of all the men gathered in this room, this conflict was unwinnable. They were simply counting down the days until they were defeated and could return from this military exercise and get some much-needed rest. When Hymeric heard this, he glared at the man before scolding him. Oh? Do you have a thought on this matter? Well, go ahead, enlighten us. The officer looked from his commander to his comrades with a pleading expression. However, he had dug a hole for himself and nobody else was willing to jump into it with him. Thus, he was forced to speak his thoughts on the matter. Sir, there's no way to win this. I believe that the king has designed this operation so you would fail. Just how are we supposed to identify and eliminate the rebels when they have the support of the people? Now it was Heimerich's turn to scoff. He gazed at the officer with contempt as a cruel smile etched itself upon his lips. It is simple. If there is nobody left to fight against us, then we have achieved victory, have we not? All the officers gazed up at their commander with a look of horror as they realized what they were about to be ordered to do. This may be a military exercise, but they would still have to act out a slaughter if the command was given. However, before they could protest this decision, Heimerich made his orders clear to everyone within the room. Gather your remaining soldiers. I want you to go from village to village and drag every last man, woman, and child out of their homes and execute them. As far as I am concerned, they are all guilty of treason at this point. By harboring the rebels, they have shown who they support, and thus they shall share the same fate. The various officers looked around at each other, expecting someone else to refuse this command, yet not a single one of them voiced their discontent. Silence prevailed for a while before Heimerich screamed at them all. Now, having received their commander's fury, the young men who had just graduated from the academy rushed towards their units and relayed their commands. Meanwhile, Heimerich pulled out his flask and drank from its contents as he gazed up at the hill above where he knew Berenger was located. You think you are smart, cousin? Giving me an impossible task to fulfill? Well, let me show you how I handle this little task of yours. Within the hour, the Austrian soldiers were kicking down doors and dragging the villagers out into the streets against their will. While they had refrained from burning down the homes, after all, this was only an exercise, the soldiers fulfilled their duty to the letter. In one village, Andreas Jaeger was hiding inside a small hovel when he heard a commotion from the other room. The family that had taken kindness on him and hidden him from the authorities were screaming as they fought against the Austrian soldiers. The Special Forces captain grabbed hold of his revolver and burst through the door into the room where the conflict was ongoing. However, before he could fire a shot, he was wrestled to the ground by an Austrian soldier who pinned his gun to the floor. As for the other members of the squad, they bound up Andreas and the family before dragging them into the center of the city. To his shock, Andreas witnessed the entire town, including the rebellious youths and his JAG commandos, all gathered before a battalion of soldiers who brandished their weapons towards them. The officer in charge of this battalion spoke towards the villagers as he sentenced them to their deaths. By the authority of the Crown's personal representative, Field Marshal Candidate Heimerich von Graz, you are all found guilty of harboring rebels and are hereby sentenced to death for the crimes of treason. Andreas gazed in horror as the Austrian soldiers loaded their weapons with wax bullets and aimed down their bores at the gathered villagers. He could not believe that such a senseless slaughter, even if it was all an act, was about to occur under the orders of the man who would lead the royal guard. He immediately stood up to protest this injustice, but was quickly gunned down by one of the riflemen. A wax bullet splattered against his chest and caused a significant welt to form. Andreas fell to the ground as he watched the rest of the battalion unleash their volley of non-lethal bullets onto the unarmed villagers. Though this was all an act, the fact that the Austrian soldiers were willing to engage in such a wicked act to ensure that the insurgents were eliminated proved to all the villagers who had been so ruthlessly pelted with non-lethal bullets just what lengths Austria would go to in order to ensure their victory. Until now, this entire exercise had been a minor inconvenience, but now it was a horrific reminder of the brutality of King Berenger von Kufstein towards those he deemed to be his enemies. Across all the other villages in the mountains of Lombardy, a similar scene unfolded. In the end, the villagers were released and allowed to return to their homes, though a deep-seated fear and hatred towards the Austrians formed in their minds. As for Berenger, he and Bruno witnessed at least one of the massacres unfold and were stunned into silence. After several moments of gawking at the scene, the Lombardic king finally collected his thoughts before voicing them. Can he do that? If those were real bullets, thousands of my people would be dead right now. Surely they all suffer some form of emotional turmoil after being ripped from their homes and pelted with wax bullets? You never told me this was permitted. Berenger shook his head in disbelief as he gazed at the scene. Perhaps even he wouldn't be willing to engage in such cruelty. Even for a military exercise with non-lethal weapons, this was going a bit too far. However, he could not deny the fact of the matter was, Heimerich and his brigade of recruits had just achieved victory. As he reflected on this brief insurgency and how in the end only a massacre could ensure the victory of the Austrian army, a demonic smirk etched itself upon Berengar's lips as he unknowingly said the words on his mind. Well played, Heimerich. When Bruno heard this, he could no longer hold back his fury and scolded Berenger for his choice of words. Well played? Had this been an actual battle, your general would have committed an act of pure evil. You realize that, right? Berenger simply smirked in response to the statement before correcting the puppet king by his side. Unnecessary evil. In the end, Heimerich's orders allowed his soldiers to achieve victory against overwhelming odds. Besides, it is not as if the villagers are blameless. Throughout the entire campaign, your people aided and abetted the rebels. By doing this, they are just as guilty of treason. Honestly, it is difficult to fight an insurgency of the people. Few men have ever achieved success against such an enemy. Though this may be simply an exercise, Heimerich can hold his head high as one of the proud few to have successfully defeated a guerrilla force. I must say that my cousin's actions have given me much to think about, and he has proven himself capable enough to lead my royal guard. After all, he has many years to improve upon his flaws as a military commander. Since neither of us won the wager, I suppose you should use the coin to compensate your people for the difficulties they have suffered throughout these past few weeks. After saying this, Berenger departed from the scene. Now that Hymeric had proven himself befitting of the position, there were plenty of other things to prepare for. As for Bruno, he gazed in awe at Berengar's lack of concern about his officer's sense of morality. Was victory really the only thing that mattered? In the end, Hymeric's orders acted as a permanent reminder of loyalty to the Lombardic king. Chapter 539, An Awkward Confession. With the military exercise completed, Berenger now found himself back in the city of Kufstein, within his royal palace. He was currently within his study approving expense reports and signing bills into laws. While he was going through these documents, a knock resounded on his door and a meek voice could be heard on the other side. This young, feminine voice was one he was all too familiar with as it belonged to his ward Veronica. As per usual, she spoke with a hint of fear in her voice as she tried to gain the Austrian king's permission to enter. "Your Majesty? It is me, Veronica. If you aren't busy, I would like you to listen to a request of mine." Truthfully, Berenger had been so dreadfully busy that he rarely found the time to speak to the girl. He left the parenting of his children mostly up to their mothers, and the wards were no exception. Despite this, the young princess of Bohemia had deliberately sought him out rather than Linda, which meant she had a request that only the king could grant. Thus, the young monarch rose from his leather-bound seat and walked over to the entrance to his study, where he opened the door to reveal the doll-like appearance of the young princess of Bohemia. Her mismatched eyes were always a stunning sight to behold and immediately stole Berengar's glance. As he awkwardly looked into the girl's eyes, she felt uncomfortable and lowered her sight towards the ground. After realizing that Berenger had gawked at her condition like an idiot, he scratched the back of his head before moving to the side and allowing the girl to enter his office. "Please, come in. I have little time to spare, but I can move some things around to speak with you, princess." When Veronica heard these words, she nodded her head in silence before following Berenger over towards his desk where she sat across from him. The Austrian king poured 2 chalices of wine and handed one over to the girl before taking a sip from his own. The girl stared at the red substance for some time before drinking delicately from the gilded chalice. After several large gulps, she sighed heavily before revealing the thoughts on her mind. "I wanted to ask you about your plans for my future." Berenger looked up from his chalice and nodded his head before inquiring further about the specific item of interest the girl sought an answer to. "What about it, in particular, are you interested in?" The young princess of Bohemia fiddled with her long blonde hair for a few moments, struggling to find the words to speak her mind. After several seconds of silence, she finally found the courage to ask for the answer to the question that had plagued her mind for some time now. "Do you plan to marry me off to Hans?" Berenger did not answer this question right away. Instead, he took a sip from his chalice before swiveling his chair around to gaze out the window for a few moments. As he saw the sun set behind the Alps, he closed his eyes and entered a state of mental clarity. "That was my intent. Why do you ask? Perhaps you were displeased with this arrangement?" When Veronica heard that Berenger truly intended to engage her with his eldest son, she felt rather conflicted. Though the boy was intelligent beyond his years and was the prodigal son of the King of Austria, he was still substantially younger than herself. The young princess of Bohemia became quite restless as she thought about the consequences such a distant age gap would have, which caused her to shift in her seat. This did not escape Berengar's sight, and he immediately moved to defend his position. "The boy may be a bit of a brat. I can resolve such personality issues in time. As the Princess of Bohemia, you have to think about your position. There is no better match for you than my son. Hans has a bright future ahead of him. If for whatever reason he proves incapable of succeeding me, he still has the intelligence to become quite the influential figure in both economic and political affairs. You will live a life of wealth and power that few other women in this world will be capable of. If instead I were to wed you off to some foreign prince, I can assure you that your life will be far less luxurious." Which begs the question, is there something in particular that bothers you about the prospect of marrying my son? Perhaps I can remedy such a thing. Veronica knew that Berengar's reasoning was valid, and there was one thing in particular that was bothering her about marrying Hans, especially when there was a much better prospective candidate for that position sitting in front of her. Thus, she could not help but speak her mind. "I like Hans. Despite being so young, he is unbelievably intelligent, and I am certain that his future will be one of great success, and whoever ends up marrying him will definitely be a lucky lady. However, I feel that perhaps he is a bit too young for me. By the time he is of age, I will be in my 20s, which means I will have to wait 11 more years to fulfill my obligations. What if he thinks I am too old by then and chooses not to go through with the betrothal you have set for him? After all, he is only allowed up to 5 wives, and I'm certain he would prefer them to be younger than me. Where, in contrast, I would only have to wait 4 more years if I were to marry someone else, perhaps someone old enough to be Hans' father. A man has proven himself to be the most capable military leader in all of Christendom." Berenger listened to Veronica's words carefully and completely misunderstood her intent. A scowl formed on his face as he questioned if he was hearing her words properly. "You want to marry Eckhard? How did you even get into communication with that old bastard? I give him the title of Grand Duke, and now he seeks to undermine my efforts?" Veronica immediately felt embarrassed when she remembered the haggard appearance of the retired field marshal. She could hardly believe Berenger could be so dense at times. Thus, she ended up blurting out her true intentions to the father of her unofficial fiancé. "I'm talking about you." Just when Berenger was about to curse Eckhard's dynasty, she heard the girl's confession and immediately felt awkward. He remained silent for a few moments as the young princess flushed red with embarrassment. She could hardly believe she had said such a thing to Berenger. Unbeknownst to the girl, Hans was on the other side of the door, listening to the entire conversation. When she came out and asked Berenger to marry her, the young prince gritted his teeth in rage. He may be young, but he had already understood his father's intent to marry the girl to him, thus he had in a way already considered Veronica to be his woman. Despite this, the girl was pining after his father so shamelessly. He refused to sit by and listen to such betrayal any longer and returned to his room before he could hear his father's response. No matter what Berenger said, the prince knew his father wasn't likely to accept such a proposition. After all, he had one slot open for marriage, and it would be best to use it to build a lasting alliance with a powerful kingdom. Berenger remained silent for several moments before revealing his thoughts to the girl. During this period of silence, the atmosphere became ever more awkward until finally the king's voice resounded throughout the study. "Veronica, I am afraid that I am going to have to decline your request. Such a thing would put me in an awkward situation as I already consider you akin to one of my daughters. I know you are impatient. It has already been some time since you have come to my kingdom and things are changing so rapidly. However, you must remain patient. In the long run, my son is a better fit for your affections. Besides, by the time he is my age, I am sure he will be better looking and more accomplished than me. After all, he is his mother's son and has inherited both her looks and her cunning mind." The young princess of Bohemia had a downcast expression on her doll-like face as she was so thoroughly rejected. When she first conceived of this plan, she did not expect Berenger to deny her request. Now she just felt awkward and embarrassed for even suggesting such a thing. With a heavy heart, she sighed before rising from her seat and bowing to the Austrian king. "I thank you for sparing the time to listen to my foolish request. I will return to my quarters for the time being." After saying this, the girl fled the scene, and Berenger sighed in relief. However, when he saw the tears on the ground, he felt as if he was an asshole as he gazed towards the entrance of his study to witness the sight of his stunning bride Linda standing with her arms crossed and a smirk on her face. "You always were popular with the ladies. This isn't the first time a 12-year-old girl has fallen head over heels for you, is it, my king?" Berenger felt wounded when he heard the snide remark. He poured himself something stronger than wine into his chalice as he hurriedly drank its contents. After doing so, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve before responding to his second wife's taunts. "Just how did you come to know this so quickly?" Linda sat down at the seat from across from her husband before revealing how she had come to know of this private conversation so soon. "I saw Hans crying as he ran back to his room earlier. While you were speaking with Veronica, I had words for him. Evidently he heard what the girl said about him and her awkward confession to you. Do you think this little incident will complicate their relationship?" Berenger took another swig from his chalice before responding to his wife's question. "Undoubtedly, but they are still young. I am sure they will sulk for a time before becoming closer than ever. Besides, I can use this as fuel to light a fire in the boy's heart so that he strives to surpass me in life. So I would say that even though things might be difficult for a while, ultimately it will be a good thing." Linda merely nodded her head in response while murmuring. After all, she could not argue with Berengar's logic. With this said, Berenger had much work to get to and Linda had plenty of children to babysit. Thus, they parted ways for the time being. Chapter 540, Physical Therapy. Berenger stood by Henrietta's side as he helped her walk on her own 2 feet since she had first taken a bullet to her abdomen on that fateful night. Though there was no serious harm done to either the girl's spine or her major internal organs, some muscle was damaged and required time and effort to heal. The two siblings grasped onto each other's hands tightly as the girl struggled to make her steps. With each movement, her abdomen felt sore, causing her to wince in pain. However, as time passed, the pain left her body and she strode forward with confidence. Towards the end of the session, she relied only a bit on her brother for support. After helping Henrietta take her first steps since her injury, Berenger carried her to her room like a princess where he laid her back down on her bed. Just when he was about to walk away and get to the work that needed to be done, he felt the girl grasp onto his hand and refused to let go. "Big brother, stay with me for a bit." A satisfied grin appeared on Berengar's face. He never could deny one of his darling little sister's request. Thus, he sat down on the mattress next to her and stroked the girl's silky golden hair. As he gazed into her light azure eyes while holding her ivory cheek with his palm, he could not help but comment on the princess' beauty. "My sweet sister, you have grown so beautiful over the years. I must admit I am ashamed to have not noticed it until now." Henrietta blushed when she heard this word and attempting to conceal her embarrassment with the covers that she lay underneath. Such a meek action brought a smile to Berengar's face as he kissed the girl on the forehead. However, such a gentle action was not satisfying enough for the young princess, and thus she revealed her luscious pink lips as she pressed them against her brother's mouth, entangling her tongue with his as she dragged him on top of her. For some time now, ever since Henrietta first awoke, Berenger had wanted to be intimate with Henrietta. However, she had been too wounded to attempt anything. However, by enticing him in such a manner, he could no longer restrain himself. He quickly slipped his fingers beneath the covers and into the girl's soaked panties, revealing just how much she wanted this. Berenger kissed his sister passionately as he played with the entrance to her cave of wonders, causing her to pant between gasps of air. After she was well prepared, he disrobed, where she followed suit. For the first time in a long time, the two stared at each other's naked bodies with differing expressions. Henrietta gazed upon her brother's bountiful muscle and massive shaft with shock, covering her mouth as she could hardly believe how much he had grown since he was the sickly boy she had grown up with. She could not help herself but to reach out and grab hold of the large stick that was standing erect as its owner stared at her naked body with a famished expression. It equally surprised Berenger to see how much Henrietta had grown in the last 6 years. She was taller and thicker than both Adela and Anuria, but smaller than Linda and Yasmin. It was almost as if she was the perfect middle between his 4 brides. Seeing such an unspoiled meal before him, Berenger could not help but partake. He pushed Henrietta down onto the bed as she stroked his cock and suckled at her pastel-pink nipples as if he was trying to drink from them. Unfortunately for him, the girl could not yet produce milk, still that did not stop his relentless attack on her twin peaks. After several moments, a brilliant idea formed in Berengar's mind as she shifted their positions, dragging his sister on top of him as he hovered her rear over his head. He instantly licking at her lower lips, which caused the girl to cry out in shock. "Big brother." Despite her protests, he did not relent, and before long Henrietta responded in kind, licking at Berengar's mighty shaft as if it were the tastiest lollipop before trying to insert its length into her mouth. As someone who had no experience with such amorous activity, the princess failed to achieve her aim. Despite this, Berenger did not care. He was a simple man to please. Seeing that she could not deep-throat the entire length of her brother's rod, Henrietta elected to wrap her sizable breasts around its girth and please her man with a tittifuck. It became a race between the 2 adopted siblings to see who could make the other climax first. In the end, Berenger, with his enormous experience, forced Henrietta to squirt all over his face before she could even come close to making her brother come. The princess breathed heavily as she collapsed on top of her brother. She had never felt such pleasure before and mistakenly believed it was over, that is until Berenger got up from under her and positioned himself on top of her with his cock lined up towards the entrance of her pussy. Before Henrietta could react, Berenger had pressed his lips against her own before thrusting his length inside of her, claiming her virtue and causing her to bleed onto the sheets. She did not have the time to expect the pain such a thing would cause. However, she did not yelp in agony. Instead, she focused on the sensation of her brother's tongue twirling against her own. Before long, the pain was replaced with pleasure, and Berenger moved his hips with much greater force, causing the girl to repeatedly cry out in pleasure. "Big brother! Big brother! Don't stop, big brother!" Berenger felt a multitude of emotions as he ravaged away at his sister's insides. Though they were not siblings by blood, the fact remained that they had grown up together in such a manner. And because of this, there was a hint of guilt in his mind about doing such a thing with his own sister. Without warning, he released a large load of his thick white substance inside Henrietta's womb, causing her to squirt all over him. After doing so, he collapsed on top of her with his shaft still inside of the girl. Normally such an intense workout would cause his wives to quit, but Berenger had awoken something inside of Henrietta that did not exist in his other wives. Perhaps it was because they were related, but she had a libido to match her brother's. Thus, she quickly ground her hips against Berengar's, causing him to do the same. With a smug expression on her face, Henrietta began to whisper in her brother's ear something that invoked the competitive spirit in his heart. "Don't tell me you're finished so soon. Your wives told me you had great stamina. I guess they were wrong." Berenger would not take such an insult to his manhood lying down. Instead, he nibbled on the girl's ear in response before whispering to her his own words of enticement. "Challenge accepted, my sweet little sister. I am not letting you go until you are once more unable to walk." Henrietta moaned in pleasure as Berenger once more thrust into her with fervor. She joked at her brother as she accepted his length with excitement in her eyes. "Then it looks like we're going to have to continue our little physical therapy sessions for some time." In response to this, Berenger flipped the girl around and took her from behind as he pushed her head into the pillow while yelling his commands to her. "Arch your back more, there you go, that's a good girl." As if the duo could not be satisfied, they kept at their physical therapy for some time. When it was finally, they were both so exhausted that they fell asleep in each other's arms. Berenger had finally taken the first step of making his sister his mistress. It would not take long for his wives to become aware of this reality, and when they did, there would be hell to pay. As for Henrietta, she had finally gotten what she always wanted, for her precious big brother to spoil her like nobody else, and all it took was getting shot. She supposed she had the assassin to thank for this. If such a thing had never happened, she likely never would have confessed her feelings to Berenger, and he never would have realized he shared them. Still, she hoped deep within the depths of her heart that everyone who was responsible for her injury would get a cruel and unusual death sentence for their crimes against the royal family of Austria. After all, nobody loved or supported her big brother more than the princess, and she would do everything in her power to ensure that anyone who made the man she loved most cry would be thoroughly punished. Chapter 541, Aiding the German Rebels. While Berenger was making preparations for his armies to invade the northern German states should it become necessary, Lindy's vast network of spies, assassins, and saboteurs was already behind enemy lines fanning the flames of war. Currently, an agent of the Austrian crown was undercover in Luxembourg in a local tavern where a group of disgruntled peasants were gathered. The spy was clothed in a hooded cloak and stood at the back of the gathering, leaning against the wall listening in silence as he sipped the watered-down beer that was served in these feudal realms. After drinking high-quality alcohol produced in alcohol for so long, this swill was simply piss water in the agent's eyes. Nevertheless, he needed to maintain the appearance of a lone traveler, and thus he continued to drink from the poor beverage as he watched a man preach to the local citizens about the need to rise against their sovereign. A large bald man with calluses on his hands and a blacksmith's apron boldly took the stand in the tavern to declare his beliefs to those who paid patronage to the establishment. With each passing word, he worked up the local peasantry into a state of fury. The bastard of Luxembourg who proclaims himself to be our rightful sovereign has without provocation attacked the royal family of Austria. In doing so, he has failed to eliminate the target of his ire and instead gravely wounded the innocent princess of our neighbor's realm. This is the same royal family of Austria that has opened their doors to citizens of our realm and the other German states when the war for the German crown was at its fiercest. Many of you have siblings and cousins who have moved to the southern kingdom and prosper beyond measure. Some of you are still alive because those same family members have sent back silver and gold to help support your families. Not only has Austria shown its benevolence towards us, the common people of the German states, but they are also the homeland of the German Reformation. Most of us here are die-hard reformists, and yet our Duke has spilled blood in the holy city of Kufstein. Are we supposed to stand by and allow him to invoke a conflict with our own brothers, sisters, and cousins? Are we supposed to march to our deaths against the most powerful army in Christendom? For what reason? Because the bastard of Luxembourg seeks to establish himself as king over us all. Tell me, why should we follow a man who seeks to appease the corruptions of the Catholic Church? A church which is responsible for expelling all the German cardinals. Why should we kneel before a man who seeks to oppress the common people, wishes to force us to fight against a kingdom of honor and nobility whose only goal is to unite the German people and uplift us commoners to a better state of living? Do any of you desire to spill the blood of your families who have long since immigrated to Austria and helped build that kingdom to its current state of prosperity? Or be killed by your kin as a response to our Duke's actions? When the man asked this question, the crowd of surly drunks immediately jeered in response. Fuck no. Down with the Duke. To hell with the von Luxembourgs and their bastard. The entire room was filled with angry shouts as the men and women gathered vented their anger in the open. When the agent standing in the corner heard this, a smile curved upon his lips. Now is the time to present himself to these enraged masses. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that I have a solution to your problems. When the agent spoke these words, all eyes shifted onto him. Not a single soul uttered a word as they waited for this man to finish voicing his intent. I represent the crown of Austria, and our benevolent monarch understands your plight and knows full well that the people aren't his enemy. Rather than send an army into your lands and risk killing the common people who were drafted into a suicide unit by their sovereign, he has decided to give you all the options to overthrow your wicked Duke. I come bearing gifts. Weapons and munitions straight from the Austrian arsenals. Enough to make the bastard of Luxembourg tuck tail and run in fear for his life. It is all free, of course you need only take your destiny into your own hands and march against the Duke. The only other alternative is an outright Austrian invasion. The choice is up to you, the people of Germany. The people listened to every word that the Austrian agent said with equal parts respect and trepidation. It was one thing to speak of treason in the confines of a tavern while drunk, but to actually be given the opportunity to rise against their sovereign, such a thing required a different breed of drunk. Ultimately, one man rose from the crowd and questioned the Austrian agent. If you will provide arms, does that also mean you will provide the training and tactics to defeat the Duke and his armies? The Austrian agent silently nodded his head as he took a swig from his beer mug before responding to the question. Of course, we already have operators embedded within the northern German states training local militias to fight against the lords who oppose the people's will. Swear your allegiance to the Austrian crown and I promise you that you will all be well trained and equipped to eliminate your enemies. There was a moment of hesitation in the hearts and minds of those gathered. If they truly swore allegiance to Austria and rose against the Duke, then bloodshed could no longer be avoided. However, if what the agent said was true and Austria was preparing to invade the north, they knew it would be far more bloody to stand in their way. Thus, the man who asked about training was the first to kneel before the agent and profess his loyalty to the Austrian crown. I will fight for Berenger. After saying this, he pulled out a knife and cut his hand, spilling his sanguine liquid onto the floor and declaring a blood oath for all to bear witness. After he had said this one by one, the people gathered within the tavern kneeled before the agent and swore their allegiance to the King of Austria. The agent merely finished his drink in silence. After doing so, he placed the mug on the bar counter and addressed the crowd once more. Come, we have much work to do and little time to do it. In a matter of weeks, my operators will make you an efficient fighting force capable of contending against your former masters. After saying this, the agent departed from the tavern, and so too did the men and women who had sworn loyalty. The man representing the interests of the Austrian crown led them to a secluded area in the woods where a cabin lay in wait. Gathered outside the cabin were several men dressed in Blumentarn uniforms. These were Austria's JAG commandos who had deployed to the northern states ahead of the Austrian invasion to train the common people into a guerrilla rebel force. The man in charge of this unit gazed upon the peasant rabble and sneered in disdain before making a speech to the gathered masses. Over the next few weeks, my soldiers and I will make you the most efficient fighting force that you can be. After you have completed your training, you will begin conducting guerrilla operations throughout this sector. Infiltration, sabotage, assassination, and ambush are your goals. Our agents will provide intelligence on your objectives. As for the man who brought you all here, you may call him Agent Shadow. He will be your liaison to Austrian Royal Intelligence. You do not need to know any of our identities and will simply refer to us by code names. Is that understood? After saying this, the group of volunteers nodded their heads in unison before the JAG commando in charge dispatched their orders. All right, you may refer to me as Sarge and I will be responsible for your training. Go gather your equipment. We will begin basic firearms training immediately. Having received their orders, these rebellious recruits did as instructed. This was just one of many guerrilla groups that Austria was supporting behind the scenes across all of northern Germany. As for Austrian Royal Intelligence, the Department of Covert Operations was busy with two primary objectives: aid the rebels in northern Germany and recruit the local nobility to their cause. After all, if Berenger wanted to conquer northern Germany with the least resistance, then he needed not only the support of the common people but that of the lower nobility as well. Thus, while Agent Shadow and his JAG commandos were busy training a group of rebels, other agents of the crown had been dispatched to the castles of the nobility to gain their support. Chapter 542, Recruiting the Nobles of Luxembourg. A mature and beautiful lady was sitting across from a handsome lord within the Duchy of Luxembourg, this man by the name of Hilmer von Senheim, and was a prominent count within the ducal court of Luxembourg. The lady across from him was an agent of Austrian intelligence and had approached the count to gain his support for the various rebels that were being trained in his territory. Hilmer was a cautious man, and he knew the winds of change were blowing. Berenger von Kufstein had risen through bloody conquest to become king over half of the German states. The armies of Austria were indomitable, and unfortunately for the count, his liege had provoked the Tyranny of Steel. He was looking for a way out from the violence that he knew was about to occur. Thus, when an agent of the Austrian crown approached him, he was more than happy to entertain her in his home. At the moment, they were eating some rather bland mutton with a side of watered-down ale. Despite his wealth and power, it had become incredibly difficult to get his hands on Austrian ingredients. After all, Austria held a stranglehold over trade with the East via their Byzantine connections, and with the attack on his life, he had moved to isolate Luxembourg from many facets of trade that had once made their lands wealthy. Hilmer was no fool. He could tell by the displeased expression on the Austrian bowtie's face that she was rather displeased with the bland food and thus apologized for the lack of spice. "My lady, I must apologize for the lack of taste in this food. As you should be aware, Berenger has set up several embargoes against us after my liege's foolish attempt to claim the man's life. With your master shutting down his black market and calling on his allies to sanction us, it has become rather difficult to get my hands on the spices necessary to make a good meal." Despite the bland mutton, the woman did not stop eating it. A free meal was a free meal, and even if it failed to meet her tastes, it would at the very least fill her stomach. Thus she sighed heavily before expressing her thoughts on the matter. "Your master is a fool for attacking my king. If you think Berenger is being merciful by not invading the north, guess again. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but since you have taken pity on little old me, I guess I will give you a hint about what is going on behind the scenes. As we speak, Austria's special forces are training the common people to rise against your master. They are being equipped with sufficient arms, munitions, and the tactics necessary to bring your transportation and logistics to complete and total halt. Assassinations of nobility and ambushes on your troops are about to become a common occurrence. If I were you, I would think well about where your loyalties lie. I understand you to be a man of refined taste, and I can promise you that so long as your loyalty lies with the bastard of Luxembourg, you will not be able to get your hands on the luxuries that you have taken for granted." Hilmer halted, frozen in his tracks as he heard this comment. He was already having a hard enough time getting by without salt, pepper, and any other number of spices from the east. Now he was being told that all the other luxuries he enjoyed from trade with Austria and its allies, such as coffee, fine wine, beer, glass, textiles, and any other number of items that made his life more glamorous, were all about to be taken away. On top of this, Austria was raising an army composed of his own people in his backyard. Such a thing concerned. If he were any other lord, he would have the woman sitting across from him taken to the dungeon and interrogated on what she knew. However, Hilmer was not so naive. The detainment of an Austrian agent was something that would easily provoke Berenger, especially since she had been so open about her position. In anything, this woman was acting as a delegate rather than a spy, and thus Austria would argue that the rules of diplomacy protected her. Thus, attacking her in any way was an attack on Austria itself, and that could only end badly. The gears turned in the count's head as he considered his options. When he suddenly realized about the reason for this woman's visit, he placed his fork down and took a deep breath to calm his nerves before responding. "I understand. What does the king request of me?" When the female agent heard this positive response, a sultry smile appeared on her face as she took a sip from her wine chalice before teasing the man. "Good boy." She did not immediately respond to his question with the answer he was looking for. Instead, this beautiful mature woman took her time eating her meal before relaying the orders Linda had given her. The Austrian crown knows the Duke favors you. Contrary to what you might believe, it is not as easy as you might think for us to infiltrate his inner circle and spy on him. The man is more careful around his servants than other noblemen. It is because of this that we need you to be our eyes and ears within the ducal court. I want to know everything that the bastard of Luxembourg says and does regarding anything remotely associated with the upcoming war, his allies, and most importantly, the Kingdom of Austria. Hilmer gulped the saliva that had been pooling in his mouth as he listened to every word the woman spoke. After several seconds of silence, he nodded his head before responding. I understand. How will I contact you when I come across such information? At this point, the beautiful mature spy's brow raised and her expression shifted to one that feigned confusion. What do you mean? I will stay right here with you, in your castle, as your personal liaison with the Austrian crown? I am sure such a thing would please you, would it not? A smile formed upon the count's face as he heard this. Such a rare beauty would stay in his castle and be his contact? This was like a dream come true. However, the next statement she said nearly made him pass out from excitement. As long as you behave yourself like a good little boy, I am sure I can find some way to reward you for your efforts. So, what do you say? Will you do this for me? Without hesitation, the count nodded his head like a trained puppy. Yes, of course, my lady. I would be more than happy to host you in my home for as long as you need. Anything you desire, so long as it is in my capabilities, you need only ask. Upon receiving such a loyal response from her newest pet, the Austrian spy giggled before revealing her thoughts. Good boy, now tell your servants to open the gates so that my people can bring in some much-needed materials. This mutton is truly horrific. Hilmer did not hesitate to do as he was instructed. He immediately ordered the gates to be opened, and when they were several merchants from Austria brought in spices, wine, beer, and distilled spirits so that the lady could enjoy a proper meal. The sight of these luxuries practically made the count burst into tears. He was now fully prepared to sell himself to this woman so long as she pampered him. If there was one thing Austrian intelligence was good at, it was identifying those who could be made use of and fulfilling their desires in order to gain their loyalty. This agent was a specialist in dealing with pampered masochists and had been deliberately sent to this count because of her skills in that regard. Everybody had a price for their loyalty, and Wilmar's was to be pampered and abused by a beautiful older woman. True loyalty was a rare quality in humanity, and the agents of the Austrian crown knew how to make use of human greed better than anyone. While this spy gained the loyalty of one of the favored counts within the ducal court of Luxembourg, others were dispatched to secure similar loyalties across the northern German states. By the time Austria launched its invasion, Berenger would have compromised his enemies within every facet of their societies. Commoners, nobles, merchants, and the church alike would fall prey to the whims of Austrian intelligence. Future generations would learn about the extensive campaign of subterfuge that Austrian royal intelligence undertook in coordination with the royal military. In doing so, historians would later dub the German unification wars as the first instance of hybrid warfare in human history and attribute it as an act of brilliance on Berenger von Kufstein's behalf. Chapter 543, The Shot Heard Around the World. Within the city of Luxembourg, the young Duke of the Duchy stood at a podium in the middle of the streets. By his side was none other than his mentor and advisor Renaud de la Roche, who acted as moral support to the Duke. Behind these two men were a retinue of knights whose purpose was to protect their liege from any potential dangers. Gathered at the sides of the street were a variety of citizens who bore witness to the young Duke's speech. There was a stark contrast between the Duke and his citizens, which was exemplified by the condition of their appearances. On the one hand, Hartmann appeared perfectly healthy with a regal and proud appearance, finely groomed hair, and clean clothes in the Renaissance fashion style that had died out in the southern German kingdoms yet still prospered in the north. As for the citizens gathered in the streets, they were visibly famished while dressed in homespun clothing that was tattered and patched after years of abuse. Dirt and grime speckled their attire, as they were likely one of the few sets these peasants possessed. Despite these visual signs of destitution, the common people had no choice but to gather in the streets and listen to their sovereign's speech about unity and prosperity in the face of adversity. Hartmann gazed upon his people with a hint of disdain in his eyes as he boldly responded to Berengar's ultimatum that he had spoken a few weeks prior to his people. Since then, the speech of the Austrian king calling upon the people of the northern German states to rise in rebellion against the bastard of Luxembourg had caught on like wildfire. Though Hartmann and his allies were unaware, Austria had already made a play to arm and train those with rebellious thoughts, and by now, these men and women had completed their training. In fact, there were a few of them gathered in the crowd today as they gazed upon their sovereign with an equal sense of disdain. However, ultimately, their sights fell upon a different individual. I have gathered you all here today to remind you where your loyalties lie. This pretender from the south is a wicked man who has enacted all kinds of heresies in his lands that have put our entire faith in danger. However, I will not speak from a religious perspective on this matter, as I am certain that you are all wary of such propaganda. Instead, I will comment on the horrible crimes Berenger von Kufstein has committed in pursuit of his ambitions. If you think he is some saint sent by God to liberate you from the Church's corruption, guess again. Though we know little of his early wars of expansion that led to him becoming a prominent figure in European politics, we know that he murdered a small child in cold blood to obtain the position of Duke of Austria. This vicious cunt, who proclaims himself to be the King of Austria, ruthlessly murdered Conrad von Habsburg, the rightful heir to the late Duke Wilmar von Habsburg, by tossing the boy out a window before he could even become an adult, and for what? To satisfy a madman's ambitions. Officially, the late Duke Conrad committed suicide after the tragedy against his family, which was caused by my long-term rival Duke Dieter von Wittelsbach, a man who now swears his allegiance to the man who murdered the rightful heir of Austria. After usurping the ducal throne of Austria, this man waged an unlawful war against our sovereign Emperor Balsamo Corsini in an attempt to declare himself king. As a result of this illegal war, the Austrian war machine brought the once proud city of Florence to ruin, killing all of its inhabitants in the process. It is a miracle that the emperor survived this ordeal. Our emperor was given an ultimatum to recognize Austria's independence or face further bloodshed. How could a human being even think of claiming more innocent lives in pursuit of their goal? When faced with such overwhelming evil, the emperor caved to this devil's demands and recognized Austria's independence. Despite now being free to rule as a monarch, Berenger von Kufstein has continued to build up his armies, an act of provocation to all of his neighbors. He claims that I have made an attempt on his life and in doing so wrongly injured his sister, but he has no proof of these allegations. It is far more likely that Berenger himself is responsible for the attack on his life so that he can justify a war against us all. Now he seeks to undermine my authority, as granted by God, and invoke all of you to act in rebellion on his behalf. Despite this public condemnation filled with partial truths against Berenger, the people were unfazed by their liege's words. They merely stood silent as they waited for the man to finish his speech so they could get back to work. When Hartmann saw this, it filled him with scorn towards his own people. Shouldn't his speech have roused them to act in defiance of Berengar's wishes? Instead, it was as if they were staring at him with pity. Such a thing did nothing but invoke his ire. He was about to give them a command to show him some respect when Renaud stepped forward to scold the people. Is this the respect you show your liege? If I did not know any better, I would assume that you were all influenced by Austria's propaganda and are traitors to the Duchy of Luxembourg. Have you nothing to say for yourselves? It was at this very moment something unexpected occurred. A peasant in the second row pulled out a revolver and pointed it towards Renaud's head before screaming the words aloud for all to hear. Rule Germania. After saying this, he squeezed the trigger, sending the .38 special cartridge down range and into the veteran knight's skull, leaving a bloody hole in his head. A look of shock appeared on the man's face as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Immediately, the assassin ran through the crowd, who were in a state of panic. Meanwhile, the knights beneath Renaud's command aimed their arquebuses towards the fleeing suspect and fired them. However, by the time they could light the matches and take a shot, he was at such a distance that they missed him entirely. While this chaos was occurring, Hartmann approached his fallen advisor and grabbed hold of his lifeless corpse, sobbing as his tears streamed down upon the man's lifeless face. In between his cries, the bastard of Luxembourg spoke the words. You can't die. I can't do this without you. Despite this, there was no resurrection in this world and Renaud's soul had faded away. As the knights chased after the man responsible for this attack, grief turned to anger as Hartmann gritted his teeth and issued orders to his soldiers. Lock down the city. I don't care if you have to butcher everyone in this crowd, bring me the man responsible for this atrocity. He must pay for his sins. The assassination of the Duke of Luxembourg's mentor marked the beginning of a brutal civil war in northern Germany. Shortly after this attack, the local insurgency would publicly declare their rebellion and the hundreds of other cells across the northern German states would instantly rise alongside them. The bastard of Luxembourg had sought to unify his people against Berenger and his goals, and yet the Austrian king was already 10 steps ahead of his rival to the north. While the Duke was preparing for war with Austria, his enemy had emboldened his own citizens to strike against him. With Renaud dead, Hartmann's greatest form of support had been cut off. After all, the man was not only his mentor but also his greatest general and his closest confidant. As more of his lords and peasants turned against him, the young Duke would grow increasingly isolated and paranoid, especially in regards to what Berenger had planned for him. History would later remember this assassination as the shot heard around the world, a single instance of gunfire that sparked the German unification wars. How much bloodshed would northern Germany have to endure before Austrian intervention? That had yet to be seen. Chapter 544, Papal Supper. The bastard of Luxembourg sat upon his ducal throne with a pitiful expression on his face. His closest friend and ally lay dead, and he had not had a proper moment to grieve. Days had passed since Renaud's assassination, and a group claiming to represent the people of Germany had declared open rebellion. As far as Hartmann was aware, insurgency cells had instantly appeared in every corner of his realm and that of his allies. It became immediately apparent to the man that Berenger had been secretly training and funding these groups without him being any the wiser. Unfortunately for Hartmann, this meant he could not even attend the funeral of his late mentor. With an ongoing rebellion in full effect, he didn't have the time for such a thing. Because of Renaud's untimely demise, the bastard of Luxembourg was forced to seek counsel from an old friend and had thus dragged the count out of isolation and into his court. The young duke remained entirely unaware that this friend had already sworn his service to Austria. More specifically, its beautiful and mature female spy. Count Hilmar von Saheim stood at his liege's side as an emissary from the church stood before them. This cardinal was a man of great prestige within the Catholic world and hailed from the Kingdom of France. Though he did not kneel before Duke Hartmann, the crimson-clad cleric showed his generosity with gifts which his servants brought forth. Hartmann responded with a warm smile as he welcomed the representative of the Holy Father into his home. Despite the defection of the German cardinals towards the Reformation, there were still plenty of Catholics in the German world, mostly centralized within the northern states. After all, the south and eastern portions of Germany were under direct influence of the Kingdom of Austria, and Berenger would never allow the Catholic Church to thrive within his lands. Still, in the north, many German noblemen still clung to the old traditions of the Catholic Church and looked towards Rome and not Kufstein as the capital of their religion. Hartmann was one of these men, and his conflict with Berenger was not simply one of ambition but religious duty. With a graceful expression, the bastard of Luxembourg greeted the French cardinal with all the civility he could muster. Cardinal Mieux, it is a great honor for a man of such piety to visit me in my humble abode, let alone provide me with such generous gifts. Though I am a bit confused about your reasoning for visiting Luxembourg, especially during this time of crisis I am facing, surely the journey to my realm is a perilous one, what with the ongoing rebellion I am currently facing. The cardinal wore a sinister smile as he bowed his head gracefully before revealing his true intentions for traveling all the way from Avignon. But of course, this heretical rebellion is the reason for my visit. The Holy Father would like to extend his generosity towards your realm in the form of some much-needed weapons. According to our intelligence, these are no mere peasants that your armies find themselves in conflict with. Rather, they are a legion of the damned, armed, supplied, and trained by the deviled minions. Surely you know who I speak of? Hilmar, who stood at his master's side, scoffed when he heard this remark. The Catholic Church would stop at nothing in their efforts to paint Berenger as the physical incarnation of Satan himself. In many parts of Christendom, such superstitious propaganda worked wondrously. However, in Germany, the average person viewed the Austrian king in a better light. If that were not the case, then why would so many thousands of rebels appear in northern Germany at the behest of their southern master? Meanwhile, Hartmann was more concerned over the weapons the Catholic Church was providing. Surely, whatever they brought forth could not compete with the overwhelming firepower the Austrians had at their disposal. Despite these internal thoughts, the bastard of Luxembourg was far from condescending as he investigated the gifts further. The papacy's support is most welcome, but I am curious. Just what sort of weapons have you brought to me which I cannot manufacture on my own? Cardinal Mieux smirked sadistically before whistling to his servants. Once this was done, they pried the crates open to reveal the hidden contents. Inside were several crudely manufactured matchlock muskets. These weapons were the product of the Catholic Church's years of research into reverse engineering those captured muskets that the Italians had scavenged from their battles with Austria during the War for Independence. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, the papacy could not figure out how to replicate the rifling, nor did they discover how to manufacture the springs used within the flintlock mechanism. Thus, despite many efforts, the Catholic Church had resorted to replacing the superior flintlock system with the earlier matchlock mechanism, which was used by the arquebus firearm that was now commonly found throughout the Mediterranean as a result of Austria's massive arms trade. Still, these weapons were better than anything the North German states had at their disposal and could penetrate through Austrian armor at close distances. Of course, Hartmann had no way of knowing this, thus he had a look of disdain on his lips as he gazed at the primitive firearms. Just what am I looking at here? It looks like it is just a longer, heavier arquebus? When the cardinal heard this, he frowned before lecturing the young duke on his errors. This is no mere arquebus, it is a musket, or at least that's what the Austrians call it. I am ashamed to admit, these weapons are not as effective as the ones Austria sells to its allies, but its range and penetrative power is superior to the arquebus. I have little doubt that at close range, your soldiers will punch straight through the average Austrian soldier's armor. Granted, you may have to rethink your tactics, as we both know the Austrian army has superior range and firepower over your armies, but at least with these weapons you will have a fighting chance against your enemy. Assuming you can find a way to fire upon them at close range, that is. There was a hint of worry in Hilmar's eyes as he heard these words, though it would be difficult to pull off. If they could succeed in their endeavors, they could fight a war of attrition with Austria, using every soldier and every villager to fire upon the invaders within the streets of the northern cities. Such a thing filled the young count with endless dread. He was well aware of Berengar's reputation. The Austrian king had destroyed more than one city to prevent injury and death among the men beneath his command and would surely do such a vicious thing once more if put into such a situation. As for Hartmann, he was thinking the best way to utilize such weapons in the field, regardless as to how he made use of these muskets, it was surely better than equipping their soldiers with arquebuses. After a while, the bastard of Luxembourg broke his silence and asked the question in his mind. How many of these muskets are there in total? When the cardinal heard this question, his expression sank. Unfortunately, the papacy's manufacturing capability was not nearly as efficient as Austria's, and they had many kingdoms to equip with these weapons over the coming years. Thus, he lowered his voice as he responded with a hint of shame. Roughly 1,500. When Hartmann heard these words, he curled his fists in rage, so much so that he practically broke the skin on the palm of his hands. He could not help but lash out at the cardinal at this moment. 1,500. You think that will make a difference when the armies of Austria number in the hundreds of thousands? That's not even enough to wipe out a single contingent of Austria's infantry. You might as well not have visited in the first place. The cardinal was about to retort to the bastard of Luxembourg with an equally hostile tone when Hilmer interjected in the conversation. Your Grace, surely such weapons can at the very least be used to bolster your personal guard. With these so-called muskets, your protection is greatly enhanced. You should be thanking the cardinal and the Holy Father for their efforts to aid you. Upon hearing this advice, Hartmann sighed heavily before nodding his head in silence. After a few moments, he apologized for his harsh words. I am sorry, Cardinal Miu. The death of a close friend and the ongoing rebellion have put me under a lot of stress. I understand your intentions and thank you for the help you have provided. Please stay in Luxembourg and enjoy yourself for the time being. When you finally feel it is time to return to Rome, bring my regards to the Holy Father. The cardinal's anger subsided momentarily as he too sighed in exhaustion. He had no choice but to accept the young duke's apology, thus he forced a smile as he responded to the man. Apology accepted. I understand you are going through a difficult time and I absolve you of your sins. I will relay your kind words to the Pope when I finally return to Rome and thank you for your hospitality. After saying this, the cardinal departed from the room with some of the duke's servants leading him to his quarters. When Hilmer and Hartmann were finally alone, they discussed their options in hushed voices. The bastard of Luxembourg was the first to voice his concerns. You think these muskets will help in the slightest? Hilmer scoffed when he heard this question before shaking his head. Not in the slightest, at most they might be able to protect you from the Austrians at close distance, but judging from the cardinal's words, these things are practically useless against the enemy's armor at longer ranges. And we all know how capable the Austrian army's rifles are. My guess is the Pope is merely showing you respect and doing what little he can to help against his greatest adversary. If things continue as they are, we will lose this war before the Austrians even invade. I think it is time to call your counts back to Luxembourg. We will need all the help we can get. Hartmann sighed heavily as he heard these words. However, ultimately he could not help but agree with Hilmer's sentiment. Very well. We will have to make do with the weapons we have. Bolster the border defenses. The last thing we need is Austria's armies intervening while we fight against this rebellion. Hilmer nodded his head as he responded in affirmation to the Duke's orders. Of course, Your Grace. After saying this, he left the room. His next task would be to coordinate with the Austrian spy and see what the best course of action in the future would be. Chapter 545, A Mad Ant's Massacre. Hartmann stood at the forefront of his soldiers who had gathered in a small woodland town within the Duchy of Luxembourg. Reports of rebels coming and going from the city had reached the ears of his spies, and though the information could not be confirmed, the bastard of Luxembourg did not care. The assassin of his mentor had escaped, and the Catholic Church had given him some much-needed firepower. Despite Hilmer's best efforts to console the Duke, the moment his grief disappeared, it was replaced with an insatiable wrath. Thus, in his state of fury, the Duke had given the village an ultimatum: hand over the rebels or die with them. Currently, there was a standoff between the Knights of Luxembourg and the poor peasants who struggled to live their lives in this unforgiving feudal landscape. The chief of the village was an elderly man who had many years of experience speaking on behalf of his people to the local lordship. He peacefully negotiated with the enraged Duke as the soldiers huddled his people into the center of the village. Your Grace, I do not know what you heard, but I can speak on behalf of the people of this town. There are no rebels here, nor have we aided them. We are simple farming folk who enjoy a peaceful and secluded life. We have no desire to get caught up in this conflict between the nobility. If there were rebels here, we would surely hand them over, but there simply aren't any. Hilmer stood by Hartmann's side. Since Renault's death, he had assumed the position as the Duke's right hand. More importantly, he was working with an Austrian spy in secret to overthrow his liege, and thus he knew well that this village was innocent of the charges laid against them by the Duke. It was because of this that he was more than happy to intervene on their behalf. Your Grace, with all due respect, we have searched the village for weapons and supplies and have found nothing. I believe your spies' reports are inaccurate. There is no evidence to support the claims that this village is associated with the rebels in any capacity. It is in our best interest to leave them be and resume our quest to find the men actually responsible for Renault's death. Despite hearing such a logical argument, Hartmann was not in a state of reasoning. Instead, there was only bitter hatred in his eyes as he unleashed his dagger from its scabbard and grabbed a hold of a small village girl, placing his blade to her neck before screaming at the local villagers in fury. If you do not hand over the rebels this instant, I will cut this girl's throat, and then I will order my men to raze this town to the ground. You have 5 seconds to comply. The parents of the little girl fell to their knees and pleaded with the Duke to see reason. My lord, let our baby girl go. She is innocent. How could such a small child bear the sins of the traitors? Despite this valid reasoning, the Duke was too outraged to listen to it and instead began to count down while the villagers protested his ruthless actions. 5. The village chief tugged at the Duke's bracers as he pleaded with the man to show mercy. Your Grace, please, she is but a small child. Despite these protests, Hartmann did not give in and instead continued to count down. 4. More villagers called out to the Lord to rethink his actions. My lord, you're being unreasonable. Despite this call for a reason, Hartmann continued to count down further. 3. With the girl's death fastly approaching, several villagers began to panic and attempted to wrest control of the innocent child from the vicious duke. However, they were met with a firm kick from the surrounding knights and were easily repelled. 2. With only 2 seconds remaining, the father of the girl fell to his knees and grasped a hold of Hartman's hand, begging for mercy with tears in his eyes. "My lord, let me take my daughter's place. If you must punish someone for the rebels, punish me." A sneer of disdain formed on Hartman's lips as he counted the final number. 1. After saying this, he dragged the sharpened steel blade across the girl's throat, severing her arteries and causing a fountain of sanguine liquid to spill forth. The look of panic in the girl's eyes as her life faded away would forever etch itself upon the mind of Hilmer, who gazed in horror at his liege's actions. When the girl fell to the ground, lifeless Hartman issued a decree to his soldiers. "Time is up. Kill all of these traitors and burn this village to the ground. I want their bodies to serve as a permanent reminder to my people what happens to them when they aid the rebels." The knights beneath the duke's command did not hesitate. They immediately lowered their matchlock muskets and fired upon the villagers. As the thunder spewed forth from the weapons, their lead projectiles flew into the bodies of their victims, spilling blood across the field. Hundreds of villagers lay lifeless from the initial attack, and the survivors began to panic and flee for their lives. Despite this, those mounted horsemen rode them down with their lances, skewering them into the fields they once tended to, leaving behind a ghastly scene of an unnecessary massacre. The blades of the knights slashed into the torsos of their victims and severed the heads of the fallen as Hilmer gazed at the crime against humanity with horror in his eyes. In a fit of fury, he latched onto Hilmer's blood-stained gauntlet and screamed at him. "What have you done? These people were innocent." However, despite these protests by his most senior advisor, Hartman merely shook off the man's grip and stared at him with hate-filled eyes before issuing a threat. "You will do as I command, or you can join these filthy peasants in the afterlife." Hilmer could hardly believe that the man he once called a friend had turned into such a heartless monster. Witnessing such a ruthless slaughter and gazing into Hartman's hate-filled eyes had hardened Hilmer's resolve. He swallowed the saliva pooled up in his throat and nodded his head in obedience. "As you command, your grace?" After saying this, he gazed upon the sight of the knights desecrating the bodies of the slain villagers and hanging their corpses from the trees while lighting the village and its fertile fields ablaze. Such a gruesome scene ingrained itself within his mind as he swore he would do whatever it took to avenge these poor, innocent villagers who were so brutally killed for no reason. Shortly after the massacre took place, the retinue of knights and its commanders returned to the castle of Luxembourg, where Hilmer quickly approached his resident spy, who was struggling to enjoy a bath in the primitive wooden tub that existed in this backwards realm. When he intruded upon the scene, the woman held a chalice in her hand as she soaked naked in the tub. She frowned upon seeing that her servant had interrupted her before declaring her displeasure. "This better be important, Hilmer. You are interrupting one of few things I can enjoy in this filthy backwater you call a home." Hilmer had no time to maintain pleasantries. Instead, he spoke of what he had witnessed only after closing the door and ensuring nobody was listening to their conversation. "You must get into contact with your superior as quickly as possible and inform them that Hartman has begun to massacre innocent villages in retaliation for the rebels' activities. If King Berenger and his army do not intervene soon, there won't be a Luxembourg left to conquer." When the mature beauty heard these words, she dropped the chalice in her hands into the pool of water she was soaking in. She immediately reacted by stepping out of the bath and displaying her curvy naked body to the count before wrapping a silk robe around herself. If it was under any other circumstances, Hilmer would have enjoyed the sight, but after witnessing such brutality, he had no stomach for the desires of the flesh. The spy patted Hilmer on the shoulder as she whispered something in his ear. "You have been a good little soldier. I will report what you have said to my superiors. It is up to them how Austria responds to this news. I will reward you for your efforts later." After saying this, the woman quickly absconded from the scene, eager to get in contact with her handler who would relay the news to the Department of Intelligence. Only after such a thing was confirmed would the news be reported to the director, who in turn would inform the king of such grave news. One thing was certain: Hartman's crimes against his own people would speed up Berengar's timetables, forcing the man to react. Chapter 546, The Calm Before the Storm. Berenger stood on the balcony of his royal palace, gazing off into the distance towards his enemies who lie in northern Germany. In his hand was a hemp cigarette which helped calm his nerves. Though the lands surrounding Kufstein were calm, in the distance he could see a large storm gathering. It was rare for him to get a peaceful moment where he could simply enjoy the gentle breeze of the Austrian Alps. After all, he spent most of his time either within his office or in a meeting with people from various branches of government. As time passed, the cigarette contained between Berengar's lips degraded away into nothing, causing him to flick away its remains onto the ground before stomping out the flame. Despite having just smoked a whole cigarette, he immediately reached into his coat pocket and grabbed a hold of his packet, where he secured another such device and lit it. Unbeknownst to the Austrian king, his wife, Yasmin, stood within the doorway observing his actions. The Moorish beauty could tell something was troubling her husband but didn't want to intervene in the quiet tranquility he had surrounded himself with. After all, she knew well that sometimes a man needed to be alone, thus she kept watch to prevent any of the other meddlesome little girls that the man surrounded himself from interrupting his brief yet much-needed respite. It was only after Berenger had finished his second cigarette did he turn away from the ledge whose view gazed upon the natural beauty of the alpine landscape. When he saw his bride standing there, protecting his serenity like a guardian angel, he could not help himself but to smile. As he gazed lovingly at the woman who was quickly becoming his favorite wife, he spoke softly. "How long have you been standing there?" A beautiful smile curved itself upon Yasmin's full lips as she bashfully tossed her bangs to the side before responding. "Long enough to know that something is troubling you. Do you want to talk about it?" Upon hearing such a statement, the young king's smile turned bitter as he gazed off into the direction of his enemies once more before conversing about the conflict within his own mind. "It is not much. I just know that I will have to march to war soon. Though intelligence has reported the rebels have successfully assassinated the right-hand man of the bastard of Luxembourg, the man has resorted to unnecessary cruelty in his attempts to root out his enemies. It would appear that I do not have the 3 months I initially gave myself to prepare for this invasion." Yasmin frowned when she heard that her man would march into danger so soon after achieving peace. Despite her fervent belief in her deity, she did not preach the words of her faith to her husband. Unlike Adela, who hijacked every conversation to talk about God's will, Yasmin knew better than to preach about divine plans to Berenger, for such things would only irritate the man she loved. Instead, she offered the comforting words Berenger needed to throw himself into the fray once more. "You once told me you think of the entire German people as your own, despite ruling over a small portion of them. Right now, those same people need you and your armies to deliver them from the evil of their masters. If intelligence reports are accurate, then intervention in this civil war is the only way to save the lives of so many people who believe in you and your cause. You must remember that you did not start this conflict. The bastard of Luxembourg did so the moment he tried to claim your life and injured your sister." Upon hearing such words of wisdom, Berenger grabbed hold of his pregnant wife's hand and kissed it intimately. After doing so, he dragged her into his embrace and whispered in her ears the words she longed to hear. "You always know just what to say to comfort me when I am feeling troubled. Where did you acquire this skill?" Yasmin merely giggled before kissing her husband on the lips. After doing so, she responded to his question with a vague answer. "You can consider it one of my many gifts." Though such an answer did not wholly satisfy Berengar's curiosity, it was enough for the time being. Berenger sighed heavily as he let go of his bride before walking over the edge of his balcony and gripping its railing firmly. "It would appear that bloodshed is unavoidable. I had thought that with my support, the rebels could quickly conclude this war, but I never expected the mad Ant to actually massacre his own people in retaliation. There is no choice. I must march to war as swiftly as possible, or else there may be nothing left when I finally march into his lands." Yasmin approached Berengar's backside and wrapped her arms around the back of his neck before whispering in his ear. "Try to end the war as quickly as possible. From what your other wives have told me, you have a tendency to be absent when they give birth to your children. I'd hate for our son to be brought into this world without gazing upon his mighty father." Berenger chuckled when he heard this. He grasped a hold of Yasmin's loving hands and nuzzled his head into her chest before responding. "How do you know it is a boy?" "As far as I am aware, we do not yet have the technology to determine such a thing." The Granadon princess giggled in response to Berengar's question before responding with a confident tone. "I just know." The Austrian king gazed into his wife's amber eyes and nodded his head before responding to her claims. "Well, I will do my best to return home before our son enters this world, but I give you no promises." It was now Yasmin's turn to rest her head on her husband's chest. As she did so, Berenger stroked her dark hair before. The Moorish princess enjoyed the moment in silence for some time before responding. "That is enough, I suppose." The couple stayed in this position for some time before the eldest princess of Austria intruded upon them. Henrietta gazed at the affectionate scene with a bit of jealousy in her cute, azure eyes. She puffed out her cheeks out as she pouted. The look on her face would be adorable if Berenger had seen it, but he was too busy enjoying the comfort that Yasmin provided. Eventually, Henrietta had crossed her arms before calling out to her precious elder brother. "Big brother, there is something I want to talk to you about." When Berenger heard his little sister call out to him, he sighed before dismissing his bride. "Thank you for your support, Yasmin, but it would appear duty calls. I want to speak to my sister alone for a bit." Yasmin nodded her head and bowed respectfully to her husband before giving the two siblings some space. "Of course, husband, whatever you desire." After saying this, she walked past Henrietta and gave her a frightening glare before disappearing back into the palace. When the two siblings were finally alone, Henrietta rushed into Berengar's arms and planted a passionate kiss on his lips before hugging him tightly, resting her head on his broad and muscular chest. "You're going back to war so soon? It seems like you just got back from one. Why must you always put yourself in danger?" Berenger petted the girl's silky golden hair before wrapping his arms around her and hugging her tightly. "Henrietta, it is a king's duty to lead his soldiers onto the battlefield. Besides, my role is not as dangerous as it once was. I seldom see actual battle these days. If anything, I have become the physical incarnation of my soldiers' morale as I guide them to victory. I promise you that I will return unharmed as I always do." When Henrietta heard this, she frowned at her brother before grabbing a hold of his eye patch and stretching it out. Upon releasing it, the thick leather snapped against Berengar's eyelids, causing a brief sense of pain. Tears formed in the Austrian princess' light azure eyes as she scolded her brother for his inaccurate statement. You call this coming home unharmed? I'm not an idiot. I hear stories from the siblings of my friends who have served with you. You are always the first man into the fray, usually leading the cavalry into battle. When you aren't cutting men down with your sword on horseback, you are in the front lines firing upon the enemies with your rifle. You always put yourself in harm's way for no reason. It slightly surprised Berenger to see his sister was so well informed about how he usually conducted warfare. What she said was true to some degree, though he was certain that the soldiers beneath his command may be exaggerating on some details of his heroism. Still, it would appear that he could not easily abate the girl's fears. Thus, all he could do was kiss her forehead gently and wipe the tears from his eyes. I promise nothing bad will happen to me this time. Besides, it has been a while since someone injured me on the battlefield. I swear I have learned from my youthful mistakes and won't put myself into a position of unnecessary danger. Henrietta sniffled as she heard her brother's comforting words. The two siblings would stay in each other's arms for some time before the king had to get back to work. Chapter 547, Landing in South Vinland. Anuria sat within the confines of her ironclad sloop of war. Flanking its sides were 4 ironclad frigates which carried the military personnel necessary to begin the construction of Austria's second colony in the New World. For the past couple of weeks, she and her crew had been at sea sailing towards their objective, and by her count it would not be long before the steep mountains of the Andes revealed themselves above the South American coastline. Truthfully, she had not even come up with a name for this territory yet, nor had her husband, the King of Austria. While North America was currently being referred to by the ancient term of Vinland, and the area that was once known as New York in Berengar's previous life was now called New Vienna. The Austrian government still had not created an official name for the New World, let alone a largely undiscovered region in the south. Thus, for now, the Austrians simply referred to this territory as South Vinland until an official name could be approved by the king. Unlike the last time the Byzantine princess visited this place, Anuria now had a proper understanding of the layout of the land, as well as the hostility of the locals. It was because of this that a sizable force of Marines were tasked to follow the privateers to this region, and act as guardians of the settlers who were chosen by the crown to construct the port colony. Currently, Arnulf acted as the Grand Duke of New Vienna, and status reports between the colony and the fatherland were a regular occurrence. The land was thriving with the support of Austrian technology, and the labor of the local tribes who surrendered to the strangers from the east. It was because of this success that Berenger had asked Anuria to return to what was once called Venezuela in his past life, and establish the first southern colony. The young woman had a frown on her face as she closely observed the charts they had made from their initial contact with this foreign land. While Anuria was studying this, a knock resounded on her door before a familiar voice resounded from the other side. "Captain, we've reached our destination. We are awaiting your orders." When Anuria heard this, she hopped out of her seat and opened the door, which revealed the petite figure of her explosives expert Elfrun. The first thing that Anuria noticed was that the cute girl had a grand total of 12 grenades strapped across her torso. Despite this, Anuria was not the slightest bit concerned, as Elfrun had shown repeatedly that she could fully wield such destructive weapons safely. A single phrase escaped Anuria's lips as she climbed the stairs out of her captain's quarters and onto the deck above. Very well. After standing on the deck of her ship, the privateer captain found that her small fleet was in the bay outside the area where they had landed previously. With the Andes in the background, it truly made her feel tiny and insignificant. However, she quickly snapped back to reality as she issued orders to her troops. "Prepare the landing craft. I want proper fortifications and shelter built by nightfall. Remember, we are in hostile territory with limited supplies. Make every shot count." Soon enough her orders were relayed across the fleet, and the crew lowered the rowboats where Anuria was the first to step aboard. Perhaps she had been around Berenger for too long, but she, too, liked to be the first one into the fray. After a while, the rowboats which contained the Marines and engineers landed on the shores, where they quickly got to task. As for Anuria and her privateers, they worked alongside the Marines to secure the area. Eventually Anuria pulled out her binoculars, where she gazed off into the mountains above. Though she did not see any of the locals, she suspected they were already aware of her return, and were preparing for conflict. She did not know that the limited contact she had made with the locals had already spread disease throughout the land, and in the last few months since she had journeyed back to the fatherland, pestilence had claimed the lives of thousands of people. Much like in New Vienna, the crew spent their first night under primitive lintel structures. The second day was rather peaceful, as the Marines secured the area and the construction crews worked on establishing a proper camp. Trouble only reared its ugly head when night fell upon the land. Currently Anuria was standing side by side with her close friends Elfrun and Melissa. In her right hand was her revolver, and in the left was an oil lantern. The three of them acted as sentries around the northern portion of the camp, directly beneath the mountains. On this particular night, a dense fog filled the air, and seeing 5 meters in front was a challenge, even with the lantern. It was because of this fog that the Marines had not detected the native warband approaching in silence. In the minds of these warriors, these pale foreigners from across the Great Sea were directly responsible for the plague that had struck the land, and they wanted to get their payback for the losses they had suffered these past few months. No matter how much they prayed to their gods, the sickness would not abate, and claimed the lives of the young and old with each passing day. There was only one way to end it, or so they thought, and that was to spill the blood of those responsible. Thus, they quietly approached the glowing lights, as they hid in the darkness. Each light represented a squad of Austrians, and though they could not discern this, they recognized them as targets. These warriors raised their bows as they pointed towards the lights and fired blindly, hoping they would hit something. While this was happening, Anuria and her squad were completely unaware that they had been surrounded, and it wasn't until an arrow pierced through the fog and hit the ground in front of her did she realize they were under attack. She quickly took action and screamed to the other patrols as to what she had encountered. "We are under attack." With this said, she raised her revolver towards the area where the arrow had been fired and pulled the trigger, causing a loud bang to resound in the air as the .38 special projectile tumbled downrange and towards its target. After firing this shot, Anuria and her girls ran to a different location, fearing the retaliation that would surely take place. However, just like the native warrior, she had utterly missed her target, as she, too, fired blindly into the fog. In response to this gunshot, a rain of arrows fell upon their previous position. If it were not for the fact that Anuria had wisely shifted her unit's location, perhaps she would have been skewered then and there. Elfrun frowned as she realized there was no reasonable way to hit their targets without expending a pointless amount of ammo. Instead, she slung her rifle over her shoulder and grabbed one of the grenades pinned to her webgear. The girl held the stick grenade in her hand and pulled the pin before tossing it in the general direction of where the arrows had been fired from. The little girl screamed as she did so, "Frag out." Shortly after saying that, an explosive blast tore away the fog, and a giant flame engulfed the area of attack. Evidently, the girl was accurate with her throw, because various screams resounded in the air, and a few chunks of flesh flew in her direction. Although the girl was splashed with blood and bile, she did not frown. Instead, a vicious smirk filled her face as she pulled out another grenade and tossed it wildly into the night. Another thunderous explosion rocked the area, as the seemingly innocent girl claimed the lives of the native warriors with her grenades. Despite the fun she was having, Anuria quickly grabbed a hold of the girl and halted her from tossing another. With a stern look in the princess' mint-green eyes, she scolded the girl. "Don't waste your grenades. Quickly fall back to the camp. We must hold our ground." As a response, Elfrun merely pouted as she nodded her head in agreement. Thus Anuria and her squad fell back to the small camp her troops had made, in order to properly defend it from the natives' ambush. Despite the initial shock after witnessing the grenades, the warriors were still determined to make these invaders bleed for their sins, and thus they pursued the privateers and the Marines who fought their way back to the camp. Thus, on the second night of Austria's second attempt to colonize the New World, a blood battle had begun. One thing was certain, this conflict was far from over. Chapter 548. Stumbling upon an important discovery. Anuria stood side by side with her crew of privateers and the Austrian Marines who had secured the beachhead, as well as the campsite. Behind the makeshift defenses, a group of rifles with bayonets attached pointed in the fog's direction, where they knew the enemy waited. The Byzantine princess gazed over at the crew, who handled one of the few Schmidt guns they had brought with them on this journey, and nodded her head silently. This was the signal to open fire. While she had initially wanted to conserve ammo as much as possible, Anuria did not expect for her crew to be attacked so soon after landing, and under such debilitating circumstances. This was quite the different scenario from when she and Berenger had landed in New Vienna. Upon seeing the commander of this operation give the signal, the man in charge of operating the Schmidt gun rotated its crank. After a few seconds, thunder echoed in the air repeatedly. With each rotation of the weapon's crank, lead flew out of its 10 barrels, piercing through the thick fog. Though the operators of the mechanical firearm could not see what they were aiming at, the wailing and wheezing that resounded in the shadows was enough to signal that they were in fact hitting something living. As the Marines gazed in awe at the massive volume of fire spit out of the crew-manned weapon, Anuria caught their attention by lifting her revolver into the air and firing blindly into the fog. As she did this, the Marines and privateers snapped back to reality and followed her actions. With each shot, a flash of light filled the foggy night sky, and thunder echoed. The sailors stationed on board the fleet's vessels could not see the situation on the beaches below, but they could hear the sounds of conflict. If only this dense fog did not exist, they could provide support in the form of a coastal bombardment onto whatever hostile forces the landing party had encountered. Thus, they could only gaze on in silence as they waited for the battle to subside, and prayed that their comrades were all right. By Anuria's side, Elfrun pulled out yet another one of her stick grenades and tossed it into the fog. Though she did not know whether it would kill or maim a native warrior, She truly did not care. The young woman only cared about the explosive blast that would occur. Eventually, the wailing of the enemy and the fire of their arrows ceased. When Honoria noticed this, she quickly issued orders to the landing party. Cease fire! Cease fire! As these orders were reported throughout the Austrian soldiers' ranks, they quickly halted their defensive actions and gazed into the fog, shuddering at the thought that perhaps the enemy was lying in wait for them. Honoria holstered her revolver before unleashing her naval cutlass. After doing so, she motioned for a squad of her girls and 2 squads of Marines to follow her into the thick fog to investigate the situation. There was no hesitation in the eyes of the Marines and privateers alike as they followed their commander into the thick fog. If not for the light provided by the oil lanterns, these brave souls were liable to get lost. However, they could see a few feet in front of them, and when they finally approached the area where the enemy ranks had formed, they witnessed a ghastly scene. Dozens of native warriors lie dead on the ground with their torsos and skulls blown apart. Others were missing limbs or outright turned into mincemeat from the explosive blasts of the grenades. There was not a single living soul, nor was there an intact corpse. More often than not, one could see fractured rib cages protruding through the shredded chests. Despite such ungodly carnage, Honoria was unfazed. Instead, she spit on the ground in disgust at the native warriors who had so boldly attacked her crew, and the men beneath her command. She silently followed the trail of bodies. Each corpse she passed by was in worse condition than the last. If there was one thing she was certain of, the power of these .4570 Spitzer cartridges were truly overkill. Eventually the Byzantine princess had seen enough of the blood that was shed under her orders and returned to the encampment, where she issued further orders to the men and women who lie in wait, prepared for an enemy attack at any moment. Tonight we shall stay on guard. When the sun rises and the fog disperses, we will clean up the battlefield. From what I have seen, not a single body of the enemy remains intact. However, we are far away from home and surrounded by hostile natives with plenty of unknown variables. It is best to act with caution. After saying this, the soldiers quickly switched their safeties on their rifles and stayed at their positions behind the makeshift palisades. It would be a long and dreadful watch on this night. Luckily, they had enough adrenaline and endorphins pumping in their blood to keep their minds active. After several hours, the sun rose in the air, and like Honoria had claimed, the fog dispersed to reveal the brutal carnage of the previous night's skirmish to all the soldiers who dwelled within the encampment. They could hardly believe how effective the Schmidt guns were. After all, these improved models had seldom seen service outside of New Vienna and Egypt. It was a massacre the likes that few men had ever witnessed, and unfortunately, these men and women had to clean it up. While Honoria issued orders to several units to begin sanitation operations, she gathered the builders and issued orders to begin construction on the settlement. It was only the 3rd day since they had landed, and she wanted to establish a permanent colony in as little time as possible. After all, there were matters at hand that needed her attention. While Honoria was working with the engineers to ensure that they could establish a port colony in the region, Elfrun approached her captain with a shocking discovery. "Captain, look what I have found." The young women held onto a few pieces of intricately carved gold scraps that the Austrian Marines had scavenged from the native warriors they slew the night before. When Honoria gazed upon the gold, she suddenly expressed her thoughts. "Are you telling me there is gold here?" Elfrun nodded her head with a radiant smile as she tossed the golden scraps over to her captain so that she could more inspect them. "It appears so. In my opinion, we should capture some of these natives and interrogate them about the origins of this jewelry." Honoria sighed when she heard this. Though it would be a good idea to find out just how much gold was in this foreign land, and where such deposits were located, the girl's suggestion was simply not feasible at the moment. Not only were the natives inherently hostile to their arrival, but they didn't even speak the same language. It had taken months for Berenger to train a translator in New Vienna, and that was a woman who was gifted with languages. Honoria simply did not have such time to waste. Still, the investigation of the origins of this golden jewelry had now become a priority for the Byzantine princess. If this land was actually rich with gold, then she was certain that her husband would reward her for stumbling upon such an important discovery. Thus, Honoria issued her orders to Elfrun. "For now, we will secure this area and establish our defenses. After we have done this, I will dispatch scouts to search for the gold deposits. It is simply unfeasible at the moment to communicate effectively with these savages." Elfrun pouted when she heard her ideas dismissed so quickly, but nonetheless she obeyed her orders and nodded her head in agreement. "As you command, Captain." After saying this, the girl departed from the area, leaving Honoria by her lonesome to ponder upon this discovery in silence. If there really was a massive gold deposit in this territory, then Austria could stimulate its stagnating economy with it. In truth, there simply was not enough gold in Europe to sustain the rapid growth of the kingdom's economy. When Honoria reflected on this, she immediately became suspicious of Berenger. For quite some time now, the woman had the feeling that her husband knew more than he was letting on, especially about the existence, size, and value of the lands within this new world. In fact, he had even explicitly dispatched her to this region, giving her the proper sailing routes to arrive. Was he aware that there were gold deposits here? If so, how could he possibly know such a thing? Before Berenger had insisted that Vinland was real, and manned an expedition to find it, Honoria had not heard a single person speak of it. Not only did the Austrian king prove that his madness was reality, but he seemed to know about important information regarding valuable resources and where to find him. Just what sorcery had he conjured to know about such things? Perhaps the Catholics were right, and he had struck a bargain with the devil to gain unlimited knowledge about the world and its many mysteries? After entertaining this thought for a mere second, Honoria giggled before a fierce look of determination formed in her eyes. She doubted such a scenario was reality, but she was now determined to learn the secrets that her husband was hiding from her. Chapter 549. Preparing to invade the North. Nearly 3 months had passed since the civil war in Luxembourg began, and news of Hartmann's brutality in hunting down the insurgents had spread across all of Europe. Berenger, while sympathizing with the plight of the rebels, refused to directly involve himself in the war until his rival's reputation was at such a level that the world at large would consider military intervention into this conflict a humanitarian necessity. However, this did not mean he sat idly by and watched during this time. Quite the contrary. He expanded the South German Confederation's military capabilities by arming and training entire divisions of its member states with the best weapons available. He also spent considerable effort replacing his personal army's needle rifles with the new G-22 bolt-action rifles. However, most importantly, the Austrian king had spent a small fortune ensuring that a railway stretched from the city of Kufstein to the northern borders of Bavaria. After all, this was critical to the rapid invasion of Luxembourg that he had planned, as well as crucial to the success of his logistics network. Now Berenger was merely counting down the days until this network was complete and he could deploy forces and equipment to Bavaria's northern borders. At the moment, the Grand Duke of Bavaria, Dieter von Wittelsbach, stood within Berengar's office. Along his side were the other leaders of the South German Confederation, including Eckhard von Marienburg, who wore his various military honors with pride. Though the middle-aged man was no longer a military official, he was still an important political figure in the union of the South and Eastern German states. For some time, Eckhard had been dealing with the nobles of his realm, attempting to coerce them into obeying the laws he had implemented under Berengar's authority. However, resistance was inevitable and thus he had taken Austria's military aid with much enthusiasm, rising an army from the peasants in his personal territory. Currently, he was outlining the delicate balance that existed in the newly formed Grand Duchy of Prussia. I understand your need for troops, Your Majesty. However, as you may be aware, Prussia is currently amid its own internal conflict, and moving my forces from Marienburg to Luxembourg will surely embolden my vassals to rise against me. They are not exactly happy with losing their power. I simply cannot afford to spare the troops without risking civil war within my domain. You will simply have to do without my forces. Berenger sighed heavily when he heard this troublesome news. He desperately wanted Eckhard's support in this campaign of German unification, but the man was adamant in refusing to partake in warfare. Hell, if he really wanted to, he could have crushed this rebellion of the nobles ages ago. After retiring from the Austrian army, Eckhard was more determined than ever to resolve things peacefully. Unfortunately, negotiations had reached a stalemate. The Austrian king was well aware of the difficulties his vassal faced. Thus he placed the palm of his hand on his forehead as he responded to Eckhard's worries with sympathy. Very well. Prussia will be exempt from this campaign. You need not send your forces to the battlefield. However, I will require you to contribute to the war effort via additional material aid. After all, we are all unified together against the Northern Alliance, and I do not plan to let a single one of my vassals escape from their duties. Eckhard had a stoic expression as he nodded his head in response to his liege's demands. Very well. I am sure I can satisfy your request. Send a report to me on everything you will need to ensure our Confederation's victory, and I will do my best to supply it. With the matter of Prussia's participation settled, Berenger gazed upon the map sprawled out across the table in his war room, and pointed towards the railway that now stretched to the northern borders of Bavaria. It will be at most a fortnight before the railway through Bavaria is complete. When it is, I will send the first 3 divisions of my Royal Army and the 1st Division of Bohemia's army through the vast network that we have established to the northern border. I expect Bavaria's troops to already be gathered within the region, and provide support for my army, who will act as the spearhead towards the Northern Alliance. As for the rest of you, it is unfortunate, but we simply did not have the time to connect your lands via the rail network. So I would advise you to march your forces as soon as possible towards the enemy's borders. Hopefully, within the next few weeks, we can all be gathered and ready to strike at our enemies, who so boldly massacre their civilians in retaliation for the rebels' actions. I want to make this clear to everyone gathered here. We will conduct this invasion in the most civil manner possible. That means outright bombarding civilian targets, even if there are hostiles stationed within, is a criminal act. We are not fighting foreigners, but our own German brothers, and unnecessary bloodshed is not only explicitly forbidden, but also a tragedy of the highest order. Remember, we are here to liberate the German people from their corrupt masters, and are most certainly not going to add to their suffering. The various Grand Dukes who surrounded Berenger nodded their heads in silence as they agreed to these terms. After all, none of them wanted to get on their liege's bad side. Thus, they kept quiet, all except for one. Dieker was rather concerned that his realm would act as the staging ground for the invasion, and thus he spoke up on his views. What will happen when the bastard of Luxembourg realizes I am amassing an army on my northern border? Do you think he will simply allow us to prepare for an invasion without incident? Surely, he will strike the moment he becomes concerned with the possibility of our intervention into his civil war. Berenger scoffed at this concern before lecturing his vassal on the power that his troops possessed. If Hartmann is foolish enough to attack you, then you have my permission to annihilate his forces. I equipped your men with needle rifles, breech-loading cannons, and even a few Schmidt guns. They possess firepower that is more than capable of annihilating any hostile force in this world. It is my honest belief that the bastard of Luxembourg will be hesitant to march on your borders should he discover our plot. After all, he simply does not have the men to spare. However, should he rear his ugly head, do whatever is necessary to repel his army. Dieker nodded his head in response to this answer, though he did not want to provoke a conflict with his neighbors before the Austrian army arrived to support him. With Berengar's confirmation of Bavaria's current military capabilities, he was far less fearful of such a prospect than he was moments ago. With these concerns addressed, Berenger gazed up from his map, and towards the men who had gathered before him, before asking the question that was on his mind. Does anyone have any other concerns they wish to discuss before we enact our plans? Despite saying this, nobody raised their voice. Rather, they shook their heads, silently confirming that all was understood. Thus, the King of Austria sighed heavily before dismissing his vassals. Very well. Then this meeting is adjourned. I look forward to seeing you all, or your representatives on the battlefield, soon enough. Remember, this war will determine the future of not only our realms, but the entirety of Germany. We have the opportunity to unite our people into a single empire, so do not fail me. With this said, the various Grand Dukes of the South German Confederation fled the scene, leaving Berenger by his lonesome as he sighed and took a sip from his wine chalice. Soon enough, he would be back in the fields of battle, engaging in the carnage of war. His hands trembled with fury as he dwelled on such a thought. Only the savory taste of his fortified wine could calm his nerves. After settling down by drinking the entirety of his chalice's contents, he sighed heavily once more before speaking to himself, in doing so affirming his resolve towards this upcoming conflict. Hartmann von Luxembourg, I will make you pay dearly for what you have done to my precious little sister. Thus, the Kingdom of Austria and its subordinate states had enacted a plot to invade their northern neighbors. A war for the future of Germany was about to take place. Whether it would be united under the rule of Austria, or forever remained fractured, had yet to be seen. However, Berenger von Kufstein was confident that he and his dynasty would rule over this German empire for years to come. Perhaps his actions in this second life of his could prevent the fate that Germany and its people had suffered in his past life. As he reflected on recent events that had occurred in this timeline, another thought escaped his lips. Never again. What exactly he was referring to when he said these words, only the young King of Austria himself knew the answer. Chapter 550. Discovery of a major resource deposit. Arnulf von Thierse had spent the last few months overseeing the colony of New Vienna as its Grand Duke. A reward the King of Austria had given him for his years of loyal service. During this time, the small military stronghold on the coast of the New World had flourished greatly. With the advanced agricultural techniques that Austria had available to it, the fields outside of the fortress's walls had grown vast and fertile, with mechanized agriculture at their disposal. The Austrians needed very little in terms of labor to operate their farms. Because of this, they used native workers, who had come to the settlement of New Vienna after plague and warfare decimated their tribes. Unlike Anuria, who currently was struggling to establish a colony in a hostile region of the world, things were relatively peaceful in New Vienna, and though the Austrian Jaegers had engaged in small skirmishes on the frontier against hostile tribes, the settlement itself had not been attacked since the initial Algonquin siege months ago. In fact, most tribes they encountered had been open to trade, and it was because of this that several cash crops such as tobacco was grown in the fields outside the colony, before being processed and shipped back to the fatherland for consumption. This had created quite a profitable trade, as the natives lacked a fundamental knowledge of currency, and thus the Austrians traded with them for their resources with scrap iron. After counting the prospective profits that the colony would incur from this year's harvests, Arnulf had a wide smile on his face as he jotted down his reports. The king would be pleased to hear that the colony was already turning a profit. After all, expenses had been minimal thus far. which resulted from mechanized agriculture and the labor being conducted by natives who did not understand the value of currency. Since this was the case, Arnulf could pay the laborers with housing and meals. When compared to the primitive longhouses these natives were used to, the half-timber houses that Austria provided them were a quality of living that far surpassed what they had previously endured. Thus, despite not being paid a proper wage like laborers were in the fatherland, all their needs were met, and they considered this payment enough. While looking over these reports, a knock resounded on the Grand Duke's thick oak door, and a familiar voice responded from the other side. "Your Grace, our scouts have something important to report. Do you have a minute?" Arnulf immediately rose from his seat and opened the door to reveal the young and beautiful Mohawk translator Kawita, who had stayed behind and acted as a major influence on diplomatic affairs within the colony. Despite being a native, she held a prestigious position within New Vienna and acted in many ways as Arnulf's secretary. When the Grand Duke witnessed the woman's appearance, a smile formed on his face as he led her into his personal office. After sitting down at his desk, he pulled out a wood pipe which had been filled with some tobacco. He immediately lit up and took a large draught from. After doing so, he handed it over to Kawita, who followed his actions. The woman exhaled the smoke before speaking about the reason for her visit. "As you have commanded, the scouts have been searching for mineral deposits of industrial resources. I believe we have found a substantial reserve of what you refer to as coal. The only problem is an Algonquin village currently lives nearby, and if you wish to gain access to the area, then we will need to either convince them to give us access to the land, or we must repel them from the area." Unlike Berenger, who wielded war as a tool of diplomacy, Arnulf was far more interested in peaceful solutions, and though the Algonquin had been hostile in the past, after suffering several brutal losses, they had established a peaceful agreement with the Austrian settlement. Arnulf did not wish to see any more senseless slaughter. In fact, he quite enjoyed the peaceful position he had been given. Thus he tapped the ash contained within his pipe out of its bowl before lighting up another smoke as he thought about a peaceful solution to this diplomatic question. After several moments of silence, he nodded his head before giving the girl her orders. "Very well, I will personally meet with the village's chieftain and broker an agreement that benefits us both. Obviously, this means you will have to act as my translator, so you should prepare for the journey when you are first able." When the Mohawk translator heard this, she smiled before nodding her head in agreement. Since she had first witnessed these golden-haired gods step foot on her land, she had been astonished by how quickly they built such a grand settlement. Everything from the stone walls, the indoor plumbing, the water-powered industry, and the horse-drawn agricultural machines. It was all shocking to the young woman. Despite having such overwhelming technological advantage, these men conducted themselves fairly peacefully, only engaging in violence as a last resort. She had much respect for the Austrian settlers, especially that of the Grand Duke Arnulf. Of course, had Berenger been managing the colony personally, bloodshed would be a common occurrence, as that was how he opted to solve most diplomatic disputes. After all, in the Austrian king's mind, with such a superior military, it was only natural that he took that which he desired. Luckily for everyone in New Vienna and the surrounding areas, a far less warlike man led the Austrian settlement. Because of this, an era of peace prevailed in New Vienna, while the old world found itself engaged in brutal conflict on a daily basis. Of course, Kawita had no idea about Berengar's violent and manipulative tendencies that had earned him the nickname the Tyrant of Steel, nor that he was planning to march to war against his northern neighbors at this very moment. Instead, she reflected upon what little memories she had of the man fondly. She had no idea if she would meet the one-eyed god again, but after becoming close to Arnulf, she truly did not care. Thus, with a smile on her lips, she nodded her head before responding to the Grand Duke obediently. "As you command, your grace." After saying this, she left his office and prepared for the journey to the Algonquin village. Meanwhile, Arnulf dispatched orders for his personal bodyguard to prepare themselves for the diplomatic visit and the conflict that may result. Though things were peaceful between the Algonquin and New Vienna, it was far from a calm peace. Arnulf knew that if he wanted this colony to become self-sufficient, then he would need this coal for his burgeoning industry, and he would do whatever was necessary to get it. However, he would not resort to violence unless he exhausted all other options first. Hopefully, the Algonquin village's chieftain would see reason and agree to giving the Austrians mining rights over the region. Because of this potential war, Arnulf had ordered his troops to be on standby and had devised a letter to Berenger requesting more troops and supplies. If he wished to conquer a single Algonquin village, then he was likely to face the might of the entire Confederation, something that he would feel more secure about if he had the troops and resources to achieve it. Thus, while the fatherland prepared for war with its northern neighbors, the colony of New Vienna steeled itself for a potential conflict with the Algonquin. Whether the long-maintained peace would maintain its integrity or crumble like a decrepit building would be entirely the result of Arnulf's diplomatic efforts. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.